Look at Dyer giving us all the frickin' insider
Oh,
info here.
oh my God! It's like a
Oh.
space station inside.
My man better be giving us the. You know, if you get a Perseus poster, you know, hit your boy up. I'll be needing it.
Okay, we are live.
Yo, yo.
And give me a moment while I change stuff over real
Damn
quick.
gator.
Wow, look at that.
Whoa.
Sheesh. Ooh. Give me the strip club vibes.
Alright, guys. Since Citizencon is pretty much underway, let's make sure that all attention's on that and not the video game.
Copy.
Appreciate y'all. I really do.
All right. Hello, everybody, and welcome. Here we are, Citizencon. It is here today. I'm Shadow Spectre 11, and I'm here with Deadwood Direwolf, who's boots on the ground. Gogurt, just a guy with a ship.
Our friend with no mic at the moment. Yep.
Mr. Kavinsky.
I love this Shadow.
Sure.
Mr.
We got
Kavinsky.
live
Yes.
Cloud Emporium people working on stuff.
Nice. Mr. Kavinsky is here. Joker is here. And Mike King Payne is here. So,
They got actually people actually working currently right now there. That's cool.
I'm gonna bring the Discord over so you can see a little bit of what's happening, and I'm switching over to the scene.
And this is Pyro. Oh, they have. Looks like.
Refresh Star City Zone. No, or Star Citizen, but the
There we
stream
go.
Twitch
Oh, they did set up units.
for people to play.
Mm-hmm.
Where do we get in line for?
This won't open until 12 o'clock.
Until 12 o'clock.
Yeah.
All right.
It will be after the show keynote.
Nice. 12 o'clock. All right. It's playable. Pyro.
I don't know who's
Nice.
to watch. I'm just trying to find a.
Are we able to stream what we play?
Question, Claire. Are they allowed to
LTI giveaway?
You can IRL stream.
There's a lot of people
Okay.
there for that one.
Yeah.
Plug into the computer.
Right.
You saw that, right? Like
Nice.
3.4.
Okay.
Okay.
Nice. Okay. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
What?
Okay, when that comes up, I will pull the Discord over so we can all check it out.
All right.
What is it?
Hey, Kalia, how you doing?
Oh, I was just looking at the
Hey, Miss Peaches.
the stream.
VIP
thing.
area.
Hey, Bob.
Wow.
Yeah. Alex, I'm sorry. I was trying to hear what was going on in Dire stream. That's why I said your name.
Oh. I didn't even know he had sound.
Yeah.
He does. I didn't know.
Yeah. We heard he's allowed to live stream the pyro stuff.
Nice.
He has sound right now. I don't hear his sound.
You can't hear me?
Yeah. His mic
don't hear
picked up the lady. You're not going to hear anything else. It's got to be like very projected at him.
Oh, I see. Yeah, I was gonna say I have his volume up, but I don't hear anything.
I'm gonna get on the Dragonfly right now.
Yeah,
Ooh.
buddy. Ride that dragonfly.
Nice.
Who that boy? Who him is?
Fucking dragonfly hits the goddamn station, explodes.
Yeah.
I might have to cut the stream to get on the Dragonfly, guys.
That's
fine.
okay. That's okay.
I don't know how many times I killed myself by running into the fucking like station with that shit. You just fucking flying.
The doors. I got it. I got my registration just in time. The doors have opened. This is the line going in.
Okay, this is our other boots on the ground space guy, Ty. And we lost him. Oh no, we lost Dyer.
Yeah.
Yeah, Dyer had to cut it.
Outside.
So while we're walking, take a look at this swag bag.
Whoa.
Right, there is stuff in it which I will take out and show you in a little bit. Best part, if you see, everybody's wearing it as backpacks
Slick.
because it has straps.
Wow, it actually is a pretty really decent backpack. Actually, it's not one of those flimsy, small little rucksack ones, you know.
Hey Shadow, once you click on the video on your Discord stream, so it'll pop it.
There we go.
Which does really weird things to my Bluetooth audio. I found out not only yesterday but also last night.
Yeah. So we won't run it through there, okay?
Yeah, if you can just run it through the Discord stream, I think that will be the simplest.
Yeah. I've got you live streaming right now.
Look at all these space dads.
There's a bunch of them.
Fucking sweat lords, bro. They're just like you put in the chat of the main Discord, be like, all right, which one of you space dads want to get blown up in the hangar with the cliffs? That's toxic. Because they all know what you're talking about. They just don't want to admit it.
There it is. Hi, everybody.
Hey.
Well,
Did you get them space nudes yesterday?
Did I get what?
Space nudes. You know, the noodles?
Oh. Yeah. They were amazing.
Hey, Tribunal.
What's up, Tribunal?
Hey, Tribunal. Yeah, no, I wish we're getting a ramen place here in my hometown, so I'm dying to have it come in.
So there's dang it. Walking to the line, I walked past the entrance door. It looked
Yeah. Well, who was in there? Direwolf is in there right now, and he was streaming a little bit, and he showed us the devs were working on stuff.
Get off.
That's disgusting, Joker.
make this infinitely more viewable. There we go.
Wait, does Dyer and Ty both bald and bearded?
I am 56% bald by choice.
Bald by choice.
Yeah, there's 44%. The 44% at the top I didn't have a choice about, but the rest of it, by God.
They lost the election.
God. You know, next year I'm going to go to Citizencon for sure, and I think what we should do is all get like snowbird hoodies or snowbird hats or something, and just like be a group.
So the Bar Citizen event last night was, well, I guess the organizers, some things fell through. They had intended to rent one place, but yeah, it was just too costly, and they weren't able to.
Oh,
So it was like just the bars around, you know, Microsoft Center. So there's like a block of restaurants and bars and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, I ended up meeting some people, but it was kind of weird because they, you know, it was kind of rough getting started. There was no real place that people met. There was just a bunch of us all around the different places. And it was actually it ended up being pretty fun. It just started off with some difficulty.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
But dude, there were nerds everywhere.
There's yeah. There's no arguing that. Absolutely, there are nerds everywhere. Yeah, but like next year, I'd love to be able to just go to that event. I think that would be awesome. Probably do like a week-long thing. Probably drive out to Alpha's house. We'll fly from there or something. Yeah, but speaking of Alpha, hey Alpha.
Hey, what's up?
I'm done.
What's up?
Nerds gone wild. So, yeah,
You're a nerd too, Peaches. I want to hear it.
Kind of them to put a Coca-Cola machine right there.
Hey, Lord.
Right?
Hey, Laura. I would love it.
Hey, guys.
What's
going on?
I'll probably
All right,
drop
so
in.
I am going to stream the entrance.
Yeah,
You
you can
know,
stream all the way.
the walk-in and the view, and then after that, I'm gonna cut it and walk around and find like the good stuff to stream for everybody this evening. Sound
We
good?
gotta go find Dyer.
Yeah.
You guys can link
Try to
up.
find Dyer. Hang out with him.
I mean, do I have to?
Don't do anything
I
I
mean,
wouldn't do.
Yeah, I will. I'll absolutely try and find Dyer.
yeah.
Oh, is he in here? Did he hear me?
Yeah, he's already.
I
no,
did
he's
not.
Further in than you, I think, but he's there. Yeah.
He's
Oh, I
on.
only said that. I only said that because I thought he was in the voice chat.
He's
Have
by
you
the
got your pickup
dragonfly.
lines prepared?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah, he
by
was
the
just-
dragonfly.
Yeah, he was by the dragonfly last we saw him.
Oh yeah, you're
Get your
getting close
pickup
to it.
lines ready.
See, he's getting back into the club. I'm like chilling up here on Orson, like sitting down, just watching this right now.
Ty's just gonna walk up to random people and go Dyer and point at him and walk away.
Not random. I already know both.
Right. Well, I mean, at least it narrows it down. You see how those dudes in front of you are all wearing the same jackets?
Yep.
That's what I'm saying we should do.
So this is what they use the subscription money for.
Right. Sure, screebish.
I guess I'm just not good enough to be getting on their level
All right,
for
guys.
all that cool stuff.
That was the entrance. I am going to pop up here
Copy.
and get to know things, and I'll be back with you guys with you.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Have a good one, man.
Have fun.
Yeet.
Chat to you.
All right. So we got that part going.
How many
And let
guns
me
is on this?
get that over there right now.
Yeah, we see everything just fine. Ready?
All right. So we started that. We got boots on the ground. We are good to go.
All right. So we got 2 hours before the actual streaming starts.
Yeah. So let's have a panel while we're waiting. Go ahead, Mike.
Yeah, I was going to ask. So let's talk about the sitcom today, and we can go down the line. You know, we just had a few more folks join us. You know, like A7, Deadwood,
Yeah.
Cove, and Lawyer. So we can kind of talk about what we think is going to happen today. I think our first thing is shaping the verse, the future of Star Engine. So this is probably talking about what they're wanting to do with their engine in general. So I think that's what we should start off with. Maybe kind of talk from there and just keep it light, and just a reminder to everybody again: don't expect any of the stuff that you see today to be in the game next week. Expect it to be 2 or 3 years out.
Yeah. Of course.
So, Shadow, I'll let you take it away, man.
Give me a moment. I'm trying to get to the Citizencon page here.
Yeah, it's probably the second or your first or second one.
This is crazy. I can't even like see all the.
Let me go to.
I thought it would come up on Twitch, but I don't see it.
I found it, but they're currently on just a test.
Yeah, they're running the test video because it was recorded.
Yeah, they'll probably start streaming in probably get an hour or so, hour and a half maybe. I still feel like I'm still getting these.
11 a.m. Pacific. Let's see. That'd be 2 o'clock Eastern.
What happened to the freaking page, man?
Okay, so Shadow, scroll up.
Yeah, I'm all the way up.
Go to the front page. Okay, so it's the second blue bar or third blue bar. So when you click on the second blue bar,
Yeah, Comlink.
No, no.
Oh, there it is. Got it. It just
Yeah,
popped
there you
up.
go. What was that pulling up? Oh.
40 minutes countdown. Okay, there is a video here. We can actually run it, or we can go to the event schedule, which I think I'll pop that out.
Yeah, I'd say get the event schedule up, because I think we should probably talk about kind of go over this again, because I think that today's topic, right, guys? So.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
You mentioned they're going to talk about the engine.
Yeah.
Is that the
Yeah.
game engine, basically?
Mhm.
Yes.
Copy
Yep.
that. Thank you.
So, shaping the verse, the future of Star Engine, from pixel to persistent universe, and everything in between. Join us as we showcase the power and depth of Star Engine, enabling the seamless scale that push our games to the cutting edge of the industry, technology, and beyond. So, I think what we really need to do is kind of translate that to normal human speak. Essentially, it's they're redisplaying the changes and updates they've done to their engine and how it is either going to affect Star Citizen, is affecting Star Citizen, and how it used to be completely different.
Mm-hmm.
So that's the first topic. So I think we should probably start off, and I'll just say that honestly, it's probably going to start. It's probably going to talk about how they've integrated new features in the past year, and then the next set of features they're wanting to push in to Star Engine itself.
Mm-hmm.
So
Which is
that's my
fair.
thought. So
When they're gonna announce the A3, I want that now.
calm down.
Jeez.
So let's Shadow lead the way, man.
Well, we all know that Star Engine came from CryEngine. And then they went in with Amazon with in Lumberyard. So now with Star Engine, this is the backbone of what you see Star Citizen and Squadron 42. So the more the more intricate this gets, the more difficult it's going to be to put out things and get feature complete. So, yeah, it's going to take time. But with what they've put in right now, and I know, and we all can agree that it's not perfect, it's buggy. In the almost 2 years that I've been playing the game, I've seen great strides in what it was when I started in 315.
You know, I didn't get him.
So, yeah, 318, the unmentionable.
God, I
it
hated that patch.
it was you got to I mean, if you played in the PTU, if you played in the PTU,
Mhm.
it was gorgeous. It
Oh yeah.
worked like a charm. Launch day, it had its issues.
Oh, of course.
And and this is one thing that everybody really needs to understand when they do a really huge patch. Okay? Just like we got with 320. 320 on day 1 was flawless. Then the next day they started having issues. And you have to expect that. But at least they put it in enough early enough in the week so we wouldn't have to have serious issues over the weekend. And I think they learned a big lesson from 318. And now we're in 321. And 321 dropped very well. It does have its issues still, but it's playable. It's you don't get as many 30s as we were getting in 318, 319.
Yeah, I agree.
So I'm happy with the progress that they've made so far. I can't say that it's going to be a smooth ride, but it's going to take time. And I'm just patient enough to go along with it. Yeah, we all have our gripes and we all have our issues with the thing, and there's certain things we want to see come quicker, but it just takes time. And we've got to give them that time to do it. So, crossing fingers, we see something really good on that. Mike, your take.
Yeah, so quick kind of more technical review. Scroll up. There we go. Kind of more technical understanding of what they've changed so far is things like persistence, bind calling, graphics, 64-bit precision, stuff like that, like massive hyper technical stuff. So, and it goes, it's the engine. The engine is everything. It is the container that you organize all of your code in to allow it to operate the way it's supposed to. It attaches function to function essentially. So what they could be talking about today, I think the important thing is let's reevaluate. We're talking about today. What are they? Could they talk about today? Well, hopefully the star map. I think that's the first thing.
Big, big, big.
Yeah,
One.
I would also say, oh yeah, 100%. And I would also say things like we need to talk about the replication layer and what's happening with it, and the Vulkan integration. I think the Vulkan integration by itself is probably the most important performance enhancement we can get through.
Agreed.
Yeah. Oh yeah. So
Personally, I can't wait for that one to hit.
hmm yeah. Well, I mean, that's just a couple things. I mean, there's other things that it could hit upon. No, things like the server meshing deals and all that stuff. I'm pretty sure we're going to hear about that. I'm pretty sure we're going to hear about um, migrations, system to system migration, especially when we're talking about the pictures that CIG has put out where it says "Welcome to Pyro." I'm pretty confident they're going to talk about how the engine operates moving from one star system to another, and that's going to be a big thing. It's going to be a huge thing, I think.
Well,
So.
I'm just watching Ray's guide right now, who's live there, and he was just talking to somebody at the convention who's a SIG employee. They're going to open Pyro at noon, so people can go in there and play it. You get 40 minutes, and it's first come, first serve.
Oh
The guy
wow.
was saying. So yeah, I think it's when you look at the schedule, it starts at 11. It's going to go to noon. So I think we're going to be talking about Pyro right off the top. Let the cat out of the bag because that's what everybody wants to know. Then at noon, they're going to open that area up so people can go in there and play the game and give it a try for 40 minutes, and then go stand in line again.
Yes, well,
Yep.
Dyer's there, and he said that he will be able to live stream it.
Yep.
This kind of
Yeah.
falls in line with what me and Mike talked a little bit about last weekend. We talked about like how we have these 3 jump points, and we were kind of theorizing. We were wondering if like when they do decide to drop these, when the time comes, we might see 2 other systems on top of Pyro drop at once.
It may
I
happen.
honestly think we will.
Yeah,
Because I'm like, it
gates are
doesn't make
there.
sense. Like, why would you give me 2 other jump points and just tease me with the tip? It doesn't make sense.
Ooh.
But
Nice
to
try.
me,
Hey.
it makes more sense to give
Space.
you.
Oh, Bengal carrier.
There you go.
So,
Yay!
There,
Oh
they
yeah,
met
Boyd
up.
Walker.
What?
Yeah.
Dyer.
Hi, nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you, sir.
so to me, it makes more sense for them to drop like those all together instead of just individually. It's just like it just makes way more sense from a configuration management standpoint.
Yeah.
What is that you're looking at? Is that Lego?
That's a Bengal carrier.
It's a Lego Bengal carrier.
Bro, I want my Perseus, bro. Put the Perseus there instead.
Calm down, Alex. Damn.
Oh, that looks fantastic.
It does look cool.
That is amazing.
How much is a bangle? Like
No.
2 grand?
They,
Yeah, no.
they don't even have that on sale. Come on.
Thanks, Dyer. We appreciate you doing that.
Appreciate it.
Oh, yeah, Dyer. Woodwalker Joe is there. But yeah,
There you go, crazy bingo.
so yeah, Alpha.
They're
what
gonna
do
open
you-
Pyro after the thing. What?
Yeah.
Oh, they are? Oh.
In there opening up the merch store. I don't even know if I'm gonna get to buy a t-shirt. I don't know if they're gonna have it. Yeah, I'm trying to get.
They probably have spares for tomorrow as well. They,
Cool.
Looking for us to compare that to the next one.
what are you gonna do?
I guess we should wander. Yeah.
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 That's kind of what you do at conventions. You wander.
So Alpha, what's your thoughts on the shaping the verse? Okay, bye, love you.
So obviously it's going to be talking about the engine, what they're doing with it. I don't know how much they're going to touch on server meshing or how far out they are on that, but I think they will touch on stripping the replication layer, because from the last source of information that I've seen, that is supposed to be in the next dot patch, so 21.1. So they should be testing that pretty soon. I would like to hear them talk about that and what it means going forward, how that's going to accelerate us towards static server meshing. And somebody had mentioned Vulkan, getting Vulkan up and going. I would love to hear about that, because I have seen. I love Vulkan for one. It's a great technology, but one of the Star Citizen devs has outright stated that once they're done working on Vulkan and they get Vulkan integration completed, that he personally wanted to take on the task of getting native VR support built into the game, and I would love to see that as well. So I would like to hear a little bit about their progress on Vulkan, and I hope that they would talk about that, but who knows?
What is Vulkan? Oh, I mean that in a dumb way. Never heard of it.
It's a graphics API.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
Basically, OpenGL, DirectX. It's just a competitor to that kind of stuff. It's in a lot of games and a lot of use cases. It's more efficient, and you'll get a good performance increase out of just switching your API from DirectX to Vulkan. But some games not so much.
Yeah, it depends on the engine that it's integrated with. API inherently is a much more efficient, faster API or back-end technology. If you played Doom 2016, that was like the first major introduction to Vulkan I think the world really got in. It was an insanely good upgrade, comparatively speaking to other games at the time. Games like a lot of games have integrated into Vulkan since then. So like if you go and play a game and you have the option to use Vulkan, if you switch between DirectX and Vulkan, you'll notice a massive performance difference between the two items. And small trade-offs occur, like Vulkan does have issues with blurs and ambient occlusions and stuff like that, but it's not really a big deal, especially when you're not paying attention to it.
I believe, I don't know if it still is, but I believe Vulkan is open source as well.
Yeah, I do think it's still open source. I'll double check that for you real quick. Vulkan.
Why are my dogs doing that?
I want a Great Dane.
We might be adopting another shepherd.
No.
Yeah, it is. It is open source. It was originally developed by AMD, which AMD is pretty good about keeping their open source things open source.
Yeah, I would like a Great Dane. feel like it would fit me.
Now, is that it would fit you in the fact that you are a large person and need a large dog, or would it fit you in the fact that you are a small person and would like a small horse?
No, I'm a way taller guy. Plus, it's like what I do from day to day. I think it would fit well.
Oh, and Great Danes are really great because they're very chill dogs. Like they're not
That's
high
why I
energy
want
at all.
them. They're so fucking
Yeah.
chill.
Uh-oh. We got more direwolf. Let's see what this gentleman has brought us. Oh, that's cool.
Show me that beard, Space Daddy.
Oh, that is really cool.
Ooh. I got one of those helmets in my inventory with the Christmas lights on it. Bro has the Artemex armor. Shit.
Oh man, your cam's getting like massive red lead.
I don't care to take a picture, but if you want one, I'll take one.
Nah, I'm good.
Oh,
Check out the helmets.
Bro, you got to tractor beam him to get him on the ship, steal his gear.
oh, that's really
Oh,
cool.
nice.
I actually
That
have
is
one
awesome.
in my inventory.
That's
So
pretty
sick.
cool. I'm using it right now.
Wow, that's sick that he has that all modeled out. That's so cool.
Make something.
That is dope.
Yeah, that really is.
Oh,
Oh yeah, that's true. That sucks so bad. Shadow, share the Discord so everybody on YouTube can see what's
Yeah.
going on.
I
Yeah.
just got back. Sorry.
It's all good, brother.
Had talked. Oh, I want one of
Oh
those
wow,
helmets.
look at those helmets. The arrow helmet
Oh.
looks sick. Jeez.
Oh, cool. I've got that one. The white and red one. Underneath
I,
his arm.
yeah.
I want the Tavaran helmet.
Yeah, so oh, I'm sorry. Some merch over there.
Uh-huh. That's
That's cool.
That is awesome. It's Jimmy.
Cosplay Jimmy.
Fucking helmet is massive, bro.
Yeah.
Anybody with a
Oh.
Pembroke suit?
Looks like he started with a motorcycle helmet and modded
Where
it.
is that Pembroke suit? Quantum is cheap, 2.61. Is that per gallon? Assuming.
UEC.
Gallon. Why would you use gallon in fucking space, man?
I don't know.
You wouldn't do it. You wouldn't do it in gallon. You do it in
Our specific
nah.
fuel consumption.
liters. You would do it in liters.
Oh yeah, that's fair.
You know, just for the sake of like an inside joke, I would love to see there be a bar set up here at the con where
Yeah.
the bartender just doesn't react to anything.
No, that would be good. Like the drinks are not full. There's drinks there, but he's like putting stuff in the drink, but nothing goes into the drink.
Right. And then like they just hand you a full cup and that's it. Like they pretend to it and they just hand.
They just stood there with their arms out.
Yeah. Dude, they just start T-posing right in front of you, just like.
I saw somewhere where somebody was saying that whenever they first get everybody into chairs, they need to have everybody just standing on the chairs.
Like yeah, like it's like they're at Area 18. You put out a med pen, everybody starts like fucking cowering down, like you're gonna stab them.
Okay, so where are we at on the schedule talk? Fix it and fly it?
Fix and fly it. That's next. All right. Let me move this over here to my other screen so I get a better view. Let me give you guys a non-sensual read of this. Fix it and fly it. Want to get a look at resource management in action? Here we showcase an exciting upcoming gameplay role that shakes up the vehicle experience. Okay, so It's resource management. This is a Citizencon thing from last year. We haven't seen it yet, and I think we've had maybe a couple of ISCs on it, but not a whole lot. I'll go ahead and say this. I will go ahead and say this. Resource management will be an absolute insane difference maker when it comes to multi-crew gameplay. And not only that, other gameplay as well. Resource management will also go into things like, world building. Like, if you buy a plot of land and you want to put down a place, it's going to go into that too. Resource management just doesn't deal with resources. It deals with permissions. It deals with what people are allowed to be on your ship to do things. As a matter of fact, the current feature release dictates that members of your party can sell your items now.
Yeah.
Which is a huge thing, and I think people got to realize this. Like this allows us for things like, let's say Shadow brings out his C2. And our objective is to land somewhere and go sell stuff. Well, you have an itinerary officer that goes and sells, and the money goes into, Shadow's income, and then Shadow pays us. But then you have an engineer available, making sure the engines are doing well. Resource management. Oh, one of the engines got cut off. Well, we got to cut power to one of the rooms in order to get the engine back online. That's resource management. But not only that, but you have things like, oh, okay, so you are an engineer on my ship. Here's the permissions. You are allowed to open up certain areas of the ship to be able to do those modifications. But a security officer can't do that. So that's the importance of resource management. It's a permission layer thing, and it's a items management thing. So,
Would that also fix the issues of, like, if you're moving freight from one ship to another, it then designates as stolen?
Oh, yeah, that is no longer a thing. That's the whole point of... So the feature release I mentioned, if you're in the same party, it's no longer stolen.
Good, because that was very annoying.
Yeah. So, like, one of the exercises I want to do is have everybody, like, mine, or, I don't know, maybe not mine, but maybe, like... Scraping, right? And then I fly in with, like, maybe... somebody finds it with a Hull C or MSR or whatever, something easy. Put the stuff on the cargo grid of that new ship, go sell it, and see if it works.
I like that.
That would be great. I'd love to take part in that. That'd be pretty cool.
Yeah. So, let's get some public opinions here. Or Shadow, I'll let you go. I'm sorry.
Oh no, I'm fine, man.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Yeah. Let's open it up to the world here. Alpha, you want to go first?
Yeah, sure. Gameplay role that they're talking about to shake up the vehicle experience. I wonder if they're going to highlight the STV and, like, recovery stuff, because I feel like that's coming very soon. Is towing, recovering, that sort of gameplay loop. I just don't know how specifically they plan on implementing that, but if that's what they're going for, that'd be a pretty cool loop to include. And then multi-crew gameplay, we've all been waiting for that for who knows how long, ever.
All right, Shadow, I got my seat. I got some good angle, so you're probably gonna see. You probably get a better view on the live stream from Citizencon, huh?
Yeah.
We're gonna show what we got here, and then we're gonna go into live. So no worries. You're all good, man. Appreciate it.
Help on, brother.
Hell yeah, brother.
All right. When it starts, I'll come back in.
All right, man. Thank you.
No problem.
Thank you, Dar.
Okay, bye. All right, so let's open up the panel here to everybody. Let's see. We got a question on. Oh, actually, I was going to let Alpha. Sorry, I apologize. Go ahead and finish your
Oh no, I was done. I was good. I'm good.
Cool. Okay, so let's open it up. Let's talk about fix it and fly. Let's talk about resource management. Let's somebody ask a question, and then let's address that question as a group.
Go ahead. Anybody?
You mean
For
resource
me,
management? Are you talking about like in-game items like in your inventory or?
no, more like ship. It's tying into multi-crew gameplay. So,
Mm,
so for example, if I'm a captain of a carrack and I need an engineer, I assign that role to Alpha, and Alpha will be in charge of making sure all the ship's systems are functional. If I needed you to be a turret gunner, I assign you the permission to be a turret gunner, and you have access to all the turrets. But the engineer won't. That's essentially.
Yeah, like the A1, the Spirit has a dedicated panel for, I believe, the bomber role. So it would be somebody specifically assigned to launching the bombs.
Mhm. And that's just one half of what resource management is. The other half of resource management is the actual settings for your ship. So, like if your engine goes out, or let's take it to another one. If the lavatory goes out and it can no longer flush anymore, you have to reroute power or have an engineer go in and fix that. And that's basically resource management in a nutshell. And it seems like one thing, but really there's a lot more to it behind there. People are going to have permissions layers behind them. People are going to have items are going to have permission layers behind them. It's like everything's a blacklist until the captain of that ship allows somebody to do something to it.
I feel like in order for that to work well, they need to get some way of getting orgs in the game. I mean, I know we have orgs, but like being able to assign permissions and stuff like that, that would be much easier handled within an org.
Like I want it'd be cool if you were like you're on the bridge as a captain or whatever, and like someone can like send the missiles away or whatever. Like the thing comes up, or you already designate them as like authorized that they can like already do it. That would be cool.
Mm-hmm.
Well, my take on this, I'm going to when I'm working on some ideas and thoughts, and we're going to do a chat, voice chat and a presentation inside the council meeting room. And this is where we're going to get a full idea of what I have in store and what I have planned for the organization. We're still in the baby steps, we're still crawling, but it's time to start walking. So, this is where I'm going to put this together. I'm going to get everybody's thoughts on it, everybody's ideas, you know. But one thing that I'm going to implement and pretty quickly is a multi crew training ship. So when new people come into the org, they do not have to participate if they don't want to. But for us to be together and be working together and things of that nature, I'm going to pull out the 600i, the exploration version, and do some exploring. Go out and do some hand mining, get you used to working together, covering each other's backs, and all that type of stuff. And this is important. And then when the fix it and fly it comes, that's where we're going to go to a higher tier ship as a training ship and start doing components and things like that once this comes. I don't expect this to drop in the next few months.
I think we'll get pieces.
Yeah. Yeah. Because this was a scenario that we went through, Mike and I. And we were on the mole. And we were out mining. Remember that day, Mike? And we blew the power plant out. And and Space Guy Ty, had to come out and pick us up. If we would have had the module and the capability to change it out, we could have done it ourselves. Then, if we would have had the SRV, we could have towed the ship back, even though we didn't have the module. So, it's coming, and it was an interesting experience, but it is coming. So, that's my take on it. But that's what I'm going to do. Get a training ship started, get people working together, learn how to cover each other's backs, take care of each other, and we go from there. That's my take. Next.
Yeah. Who else wants to talk on resource management?
Well, I mean, for me, I'm a customer, not a technician. I don't follow the news. I've been out of the keeping up with this stuff for a while, so I'm looking at it from like my point of view, basically being like, so I want to eventually get to a point where I can buy my own base, build it, you know,
Mhm.
and on kind of hang around with resource management kind of gameplay or whatever that's supposed to come out eventually. That's kind of what I'm hoping for to get out of all of this. I'm sure it's going to be details, and they're going to release it one thing at a time. And just I've been with the game since 3.18, so then just before the night before 3.18 dropped, I bought the game, logged in, and I was like, all right, check it out tomorrow. I need a new computer. So there goes,
What a
all these
time
things.
to buy
Yeah.
it.
Yeah, so I was like, okay. And so I got to see, how it is. I guess 3.18, everyone that's been with the game kind of regards as one of the roughest patches. But I had fun. And I was played a month almost by myself. And then I met Shadow in his stream. He kind of mentored me into the game and taught me everything. And then we just kept doing stuff, because for the period when it's all fresh, you don't, like errors, whatever this is so cool, doesn't matter. Relog, that's fine, reboot. But then after the initial time, after a while, you're like, okay, so when is it going to be working fine? you know and when is all this stuff is coming? I'm kind of bored now. I saw the system, okay, saw the pyro points, yes, cool. Done all the missions, maxed out all the reps, made millions, and what remains is essentially group gameplay. That's what and that can always be refreshing because there's so many ways you can come up with stuff to do in here, which is one of the, I think, strengths of Star Citizen, which is you can come up with your own gameplay narrative, whatever it is. But yeah, I'm looking forward to when I can actually go on their website, buy a package, be like, okay, that's gonna be my base, and it's simplified, right? Because I saw this other website, was it Impound? What are you black market stuff? I don't trust
Oh,
those anyway. So
Star Hanger, I think it's
yeah,
what.
stuff like that, and I'm like, I'm still confused if I can get it from the main website and then I can get it black market, or I can buy my money on eBay. All this stuff was like, well, I guess it's in in the interest of the CIG to let this go, but I prefer to just go in there, buy a package, and be like, this is it. Now I can kind of build my base and kind of follow with that. You know what I mean? That's basically I'm kind of looking forward to, like, sooner or later. It's gonna take some time, but yeah, looking forward to it.
Awesome. Anybody else?
Mm-mm.
Cool. All right. Let's move along here. Obviously, I don't think talking about cosplay is going to help us any. But I think the meat and potatoes of today, or at least part of it, is going to be Talking Ship 2953.
That's
So
that's the big one.
Yep. I want to
yeah,
see
well,
those big
one of the
boys.
big ones.
One, yeah.
Yeah. So presenting this year's newly released vehicles with a focus on how lore of the past shaping vehicles in the future, as well as a look at the pipeline. This goes without saying, but I want to reiterate for the folks who have never seen a Citizencon before. It is essentially
they're saying that they're going to tell you what they've released this year. They're going to tell you the new concepts they've come up with, and they're probably going to drop 2 or 3 straight to flyable ships today.
That's gonna be insane.
Yeah,
I have no idea what they could be.
Yeah, I mean, like last year we got the Steve.
Mm-hmm.
So,
what did we get last year?
Yes, we did.
Last year.
They
Wait,
dropped.
what did we get?
They dropped the.
They dropped what?
The what you call it?
Love that ship.
The
Galaxy.
The Galaxy and the other one.
A1.
Oh.
The,
I forgot.
Spirit.
The Spirit last year.
Spirit, yeah.
Then they also put in the mining ship. Pick a ship.
Yeah, I think they just did they did the whole voting system, and RSI won the large mining ship. They haven't told us what that ship is yet or showed us yet. I think what you're trying to say is that they're probably going to display that this year.
Mm-hmm.
That's a good point. Yeah. I think we'll get a land vehicle, probably straight flyable. I know the rumors are going about the Cutter Scout, so we'll probably get that straight to flyable.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if we'll get anything else straight to flyable. But I'm pretty confident we'll get the mining ship concept. We'll probably see another. You know what? I wouldn't doubt if we see another exploration ship, especially with it being Citizencon and going into Pyro.
Mm-hmm.
I'm willing to bet we'll see an exploration ship.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe, hopefully, they talk about the expansion. Now, this is something I'll be excited about. If they talk about the expansion of teams they're laying out, because they're trying to lay. From understanding, they built up 5 teams to do ships, which is insane if you think about it.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm interested in that.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know other ships. Anybody else want? What ships do you expect? What kind of ships do you guys expect this year?
Oh, was that the refinery, the Expanse, or maybe the Kraken?
I'm expecting a big ship to be shown. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong, but I'm expecting a big ship to be shown to us. That is going straight to flyable. I don't know. I don't want to say the Perseus because I doubt my Space Doritos coming in game. If it did, I'd be like major shocked. I think everyone would be thrown for a loop for it. But I expect some large ship to come out. Like I think there's gonna be a large well, I won't say capital, like a large combatant. And then whatever else after that, I don't know what it could be, but I think they're gonna put a large combatant out because we've been getting a lot of medium and small. I think we might see a large ship, which would be really nice. I think we're gonna see another fighter possibly come out straight to flyable, like the I forget what it was called, but I think we might see that.
Do you think? Do you think they'll drop the Polaris or the upgrade to the 600i? There was really no comment on the 600i rework.
I think we might see some capital ship gameplay though. I think we might see a lot more of the Polaris though shown.
Oh,
to hint at its development.
To that point, I think we'll see an update. I don't think we'll see it drop.
Yeah, I think we'll see a pretty big update that would be hopeful for everyone to, get their hopes up about it.
Yeah.
Now, when I say get your hopes up about it, not in a bad way, but like, for people to be like, I see. That type of thing.
Yeah.
But definitely during the talking ship, I hope that we will see something with the rework.
Yeah, hopefully. Does anybody else have any hopes for a ship even? Like, is there... Oh, you know what?
I would love to see them surprise us with a new consolidated Outland ship, because we haven't seen a new one of those for a minute.
You know what? You ain't wrong. We haven't seen an honest consolidated Outland ship release in how long now, guys?
a long time.
Uh-huh.
But Mike and I talked about this a while ago on the Snowbirds meeting room. I want to see a Crusader starter ship.
Yeah, that'd be cool. I would buy it.
Kind of like an equal to a Drake Cutter or an Aegis Stalker Titan.
Yeah. There are no Crusader starter ships.
Countdown's over.
You guys think there'll be another series of Crusader, like a 3 series? They have a 1 and 2. They came out with a 2, and then they showed us a 1. So do you think there's in the works of like a concept of a 3 series potentially that we could see?
Mm-hmm.
Possibly, yeah.
I have no idea what the hell a 3 series bomber could be like. I don't know how. The only thing I can
probably
see is
nuclear.
the bigger bombs, but they're carpet bomb.
Well, if you do like a 1 to 5 scale, I would expect 5 to be nuclear. So,
But like, what the hell am I gonna drop that on? Like, I mean, that's gonna be a bigger ship. I'm expecting like something at least twice the size of what the A2 is, or like the Hercules series. It's gonna be a way bigger ship, and it's gonna have some massive cargo space too. But it's just gonna be absolute big bombs. Like it's gonna, if it is nuclear, like you say, it's gonna hold more than 4.
Yeah, probably.
Hey, excuse me,
man.
gentlemen. I got a quick question. Did the stream start yet?
Yeah, the Twitch Citizencon stream.
Yeah.
Right now, it's started, but it's just a icon with like asteroids going through it.
Okay.
Yeah. Anything else, man?
Nope. That was it. Thank you.
Yes, sir. All right. So we're at the top of the hour. We got about an hour left before they officially start. Let's just give a reminder to everybody. During the panels, let's make sure we're watching, not speaking over those panels. We want to make sure that everybody has the opportunity and reason to be able to listen to them and understand what's happening. In between panels, while they're setting up, you guys can talk all you want to. Let's be respectful of each other and give each other space to speak as well. That way, we're all having a great time today. Yeah. So, I appreciate y'all. Really do.
Likewise, man. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Give me a moment.
Man, the Spirit might just be the best looking ship I've seen in a long time.
Oh, it looks so good.
Mm-hmm. It's so nice. I got 3 ship tabs up on Urkel right now, outfitting them. I'm sitting here thinking, what can I all hit at one place before I have to jump and then claim them all there and then get them equipped, and like I'm just trying to get everything done before I leave.
What you know? What could Consolidated Outlands release? Tugboat. That's what Consolidated Outlands. They could release an SRV competitor.
They could,
Oh.
or they just drop the Pioneer out of nowhere. Even though there's no gameplay, the gameplay features that support it aren't even close to being in the game yet.
People are just going to use the transport to jump town. That's pretty much what they'll do.
Yeah. To do what with though? Like you're not going to do anything with it.
There's nothing you can do with it at this moment.
Yeah.
I just want them to give me my Perseus. I'm simple.
Oh, you know what they could release? They could release a 4x4 or a truck. I would love to see them release a hover truck.
Yeah, they don't have one of those. The only thing they have is the hover quad at the moment.
Yeah. So basically Nomad, but on ground.
Honestly, I'd like to see something like the Nomad was cool. I like the Nomad, but I'd like to see something more mid-range. Because that's a starter ship, but I'd like to see something more that would compete with something like the Spirit C1 or the Corsair or something in that general price range.
Yeah. Okay. What
Because
about?
I mean, they
Okay.
don't really have like they have fighters, and then they have that the
Yeah.
nomad. That's
Like, See Now doesn't. My problem with See Now is they don't. Their fighters are not like there's no cargo. Like Nomad is a starter ship, so the Nomad you can fight with it. It actually fights pretty good. I think Alex did a situation where he used the Nomad for a minute, and it was actually a pretty decent fighter. But it's really a space truck, is what it was designed to do. But then you got the Pioneer, which is construction, and then a hover quad. So they're
they have
like,
no identity.
yeah, that's my problem with Sea Now. There's no identity to them. It's like you went to Gander Mountain and you can't decide if you want to go to the boat section or if you want to go to the clothing section. So, okay, yeah. Has anybody else got any ideas on what Sea Now could release? If we even see anything from them,
No, not really. Not...
it's kind of hard to pin out. I think.
Like I said, I think they need to get an identity before
Mhm.
they're easier to pin down.
I think they should be construction. To be honest with you, I mean that's their capital ship.
Yeah.
I would love to see something from Argo.
Oh,
I would like
yeah.
to just,
they just dropped some new merch in the merchandise store.
of course they do.
Of course.
I want to see. So I really honestly want to see some RSI stuff.
Sure. Yeah, I could see there. I would be happy if I saw an update on the Crusader Galaxy. Sorry. RSI Galaxy. Because I'm actually thinking about buying the refining module. You know what else I would love to have? My damn Apollo.
Yeah.
Yeah, I want to see them. Like, I mean, you guys already know what ship I want to see. If I just saw an update, I'd be happy to make my whole experience for everything. So I just want an update, and if anything,
500 series from Origin.
Oh. Okay, so I got a question. This is an interesting question about Origin. So Origin primarily is looking like the triangle shape, but
Yeah.
the 600 is not.
like the high tier space Dorito.
Yeah.
Hello.
Hi, hon.
The 600 still does have kind of a triangular shape.
It's more of a lopsided egg, to be real. It's not a bad ship. I'm just saying. I actually like the 600i a lot.
I like most of what Origin does. They got some pretty good stuff.
I don't mind the 400i. I like the shape of it.
Oh, 400i is great.
Yeah. I'm just saying.
I don't
would
like the beak.
Best ship ever.
Oh Lord, here we go.
At least it's not the ship that shall not be named.
Right?
Which one is that? Is that the Cutlass?
Oh, God. Here it comes.
Ouch.
You mean the do-it-all?
That one burns.
Oh, man. Oh, I would like to see some Origin ground vehicles get released. I would like that. Get like the G12.
And the X1.
X1.
Yeah, the X1 needs to come out.
Yeah.
It's been way too long waiting for the X1.
You guys tried the new vehicle movement mechanics changed? You guys tried any of that? Like the way they drive is a bit different.
They're way different now.
Is that a permanent thing? You think you're?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I personally didn't agree with the vehicles, like being able to scale the side of a mountain like a big ass vehicle. Like I remember we were going to Jump Town on Selin one day, and the damn, I was with Jeeper, and we're just like driving for like 20, 30 kilometers out, and our thing's just going up the side of a steep mountain with like no effort. It's like, we were just cruising there in this big vehicle. So I like at least that they made it more realistic. If we were doing that with what we were trying to do, we would be using like dragonflies or something, like speeders that get across there faster.
They're not
Those
very
bikes are dangerous.
user-friendly, are they?
People keep people keep like they keep putting those out of the measure for being able to use them and stuff, but those are very dangerous for insertions because they're like getting boots on ground like without being detected at all. Like you cannot detect those things, especially vehicles. Like they have like such low signatures. Like they're less than 1,000 for EM and IR. You won't see it until like you're 300 meters away. Insane.
Well, we're getting close. There's another vehicle I would like to see. Well, okay. Do we need another? The storm is coming. Okay.
Oh yeah, that'd be cool. Fast
Um,
ground attack. That'd be great.
Now, last year at Citizencon, they revealed the Gray Cat UAV
Hmm.
last year. So that could be a straight to flyable today.
I don't even know what the hell that was. I
It's
went to Google it.
it's a Jeep.
Gray Cat UAV. Let me look at that.
UTV.
Yeah, that's
Cute. Oh, it's coming up the Predator drone.
yeah. Now that could drop today. So
Yeah, it's basically a Steve, but it's more like a
Oh, I
golf
see.
cart,
no,
Oh, I've seen.
a
that
utility
one,
cart.
yeah,
Sorry.
that one is. I believe that one's going to be tougher. I don't know. We'll see.
I'd buy that one for sure. I'd buy it.
Well, I'm excited though. I can't wait to see some of the cool stuff they're gonna be whipping out here.
Well, we got a few panels to go, so let's take a look.
Bro, Perseus straight to flyable. Oh, dude, I'll buy one. I'll buy another. I have two, so that way
Oh
one gets
Lord,
destroyed. I have another one waiting.
My
I don't
dude,
have
we
to
know
wait.
you want the Perseus.
yes,
Oh yeah,
seriously.
that's where it's at, boys.
Navigating the verse.
Yeah. What's the description?
Travel with us to the forefront of navigation with a look at the evolution of AI features that help players view, engage, and interact with their surroundings, offering exciting new perspectives on the Star Citizen universe. Okay,
Star map.
I would love to see an integrated compass in the helmet.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, to call out bearings, especially when you're flying.
Scanning in the helmet, and also with that, um, the total new star map and the Moby Glass. That I would like to see. I hope they show something on this.
I want waypoints.
Yeah. Oh my
Everybody
God.
wants waypoints.
Well, I mean,
Waypoints
it's true
is
though.
broken.
It is.
Well, not broken, but they would be really, it would be more efficient, and then you can get to where you need to be. Once you find something, you're gonna be like, all right, I want to go back there, and then you can mark it.
Savable waypoints. Yeah, basically.
And
I
only you. The thing about the waypoints is only people that are in your party can see them. You know what I'm saying?
Well, you can
Or
have,
you-
yeah, party waypoints or personal waypoints, but just the game needs waypoints, especially if they want to have ground play and stuff
Well,
like that.
of course.
They really need to have waypoints.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you'd be like, oh, go to that hill over there, and you're like, which hill? There's like 15.
Mm-hmm.
Just driving off into space, and you're telling your
It would.
bud like, no, go to the hill right there, and you're like, what? What hill?
I mean, current directions trying to find places on the ground are so convoluted. Land here, then turn your compass to 267 and travel with that um, until you're 11,000 kilometers away from your marker that you stopped at. Like, just give us waypoints, please.
Yeah, exactly.
There's another thing. Okay. Navigation for snub ships. When you
Yeah,
leave,
I agree.
when you leave that mothership, and if it's not yours, you don't know where
Where it's at?
where it's at. Okay, I mean the Fury needs that, and so does the Merlin and some others. Okay, without that navigation, that internal navigation for ships that don't have quantum, you don't know where you are. Just my thought.
Mm.
They need to do something with that.
Guess I'm slow flying the Fury next to the closest planet.
I love my A1. So good.
So that's what I'd like to see in navigating the verse.
Yeah, I would like to see a better star map for sure. I would like to see better navigation in general. Um, Saved waypoints, shareable waypoints, where you can share with a specific person, or you can share with your team.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, there's a game that Alpha and I played, and that was 7 Days to Die, and you could share like that. You go to your map, create your waypoint, right click share with everyone or party. And
Oh, excuse me, guys.
yeah, that's fine, and it'd be nice. I think I I have a real big complaint though. Like on some ships, they don't read the terrain very well. Altimeters, right? They don't read to ground level.
Mm-hmm.
They read to a predefined point, which isn't even also, by the way, it isn't even to water level.
Mm-hmm.
Like it goes, I think it goes to the core of the planet or near the core of the planet.
Yeah.
And that's a problem. Like, okay, when we're on my favorite planet, Aberdeen, it's dark and you can't see anything. The altimeter is supposed to tell you how close it is to the ground, right?
Agreed.
And I think on that planet, 1300 is like inside the caves. I think it's like 5,000's like halfway down a mountain. And the difficulty there is if you aren't paying attention, you don't have lights on, right?
Mm-hmm.
You're running into the ground.
Yeah.
I mean, even well, and let's be fair, if you're flying Crusader, you don't have lights anyway.
It depends on the ship.
Yeah.
I've got a comment in the chat in the
Yeah.
YouTube chat.
Mhm.
Be nice if they took navigation and explorer ships. Should be hand in hand, and an explorer ship explore an area and sell the info to who's ever in game for everyone. Find things
Okay.
easy. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a good point.
I like that.
But you
Yeah.
know, that is what the Mercury Star Runner is for, data collection, and also the Herald. Data runners. Go ahead.
The Herald.
Well, I think what he's pointing out is the point of exploration by itself is they're discovering new things.
Yes.
Or new data running. I think the real delineation between data running and exploration is there. Data running is more like you've captured some intel on something specific, whereas exploration's more of here's this area in space or in existence
Yeah.
that's explorable, or rather that can be reached and needs to have discovery done. Data running is the discovery, whereas exploration is the identification of a spot.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. But then to his point, navigation and explorer ships. I'm not sure if you're saying Deja Moore. I'm not sure if you're saying that navigation and explorer ships are the same thing, or if you're saying navigation is independent from exploration. So I'm assuming you mean navigation and exploring ships are the same thing. But I think explorers will find like, oh, a random black hole appearing. Like that's going to be a piece of data that you know you behind. Whereas the data runner will be collecting further data on that.
Right.
Looking
Or
forward
where.
to seeing all this stuff come together.
Yeah, it's
in 20 years.
It's crazy. There's 18K people watching the stream.
Mm-hmm.
It's like it's the craziest thing ever. Like
Oh,
Magic all of a sudden Star Citizen, like it's a big event deal, and all these people out of nowhere just like populate this game that usually doesn't have that many people watching it.
Yeah. And Shadow, I think we'll address tomorrow's stuff tomorrow.
Yeah, I agree. Before it starts up. So
yeah.
Hello.
You know what I did love though on the Spirit? That light in the back. It shows you where the ramp's coming down.
Yes.
Yeah, that's a pretty cool feature.
Nice quality of life right there.
Huge quality of life. I would love to see that on every ship.
Talking about the ramp feature they added.
Yeah, where the light shows you where the ramp's going to be, so it gives you a safety line to stay behind.
Oh, I like that so much.
Mm-hmm.
Cause on the I know here's the thing I don't think a lot of people realize, but you can get killed from your actual AA2s.
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah. Actually, any ship that has a ramp, it just crushes you if you're not paying attention.
I keep spawning my A1s here at Crusader, and I have 2 of them floating, but there's no ship in the port, and it says it's unknown.
Okay, that is a bug with the A1 right now because it happened to me. So go up to Seraphim and call it, and you should be able to get the ship. For some reason, it's doing weird stuff. It worked, and then it popped up. So that was something that was in the PTU, and there is a massive ticket on that one right now.
Yeah, I put a thread in on the Spectrum, and somebody commented, and there was 3 different links to the ticket for it. So, but yeah, it's a common thing. Like even my CB spawned outside the hangar.
There's an issue right now with the third eye. If you don't have third eye and you look at the thing, it still highlights all the buttons on interface.
But there's a few other things that need to be addressed in the game. I mean, in this patch of 321, there's some stuff that needs to be addressed, but it's just going to take time. I mean, they could be dropping out something today. We don't know.
I want a big boy ship.
But definitely at the end of the broadcast last year, the Straight to Flyables went live at the end of the broadcast.
That's pretty sick.
Actually, Mike, didn't they drop the STV and some other things right after the ship talk panel? I think they did. I don't remember. Brian? He's awfully quiet over there. Everybody's waiting now. Are there any questions from YouTube or Twitch? Please feel free. Is there anything that anybody wants to know, got questions on, got comments on? Let us know what you got. More energy drinks. Up. Explorer ships are like space adventurers. They venture out into the unknown to discover things like black holes, jump points, and valuable ore deposit. Yes, they do. More energy drinks and liquids. But if they share it with a group or private individual, it remains a secret. Explorers can leave special markers or drones that they can
I'm assuming we're kicking
access.
off here in about 5 minutes.
No, 30,
No.
35 minutes.
Morphologist just put out a video. Simi.g was running a stream on the Citizencon.
Yeah.
So basically, we're still in the hold pattern, just waiting. So
I found my A1. It's just fucking floating in the air over here.
yes, it is.
That's annoying.
I was having that issue at Area 18 with my Corsair a while back.
It
was very annoying.
Yeah, it was. There was a big issue with ships just sitting out in the middle of nowhere when you call them.
I spawned this at like, I spawned it here at Orson yesterday. It didn't have an issue. Now today it is? Oh well.
It did it to me yesterday, towards the end of the day. I was able to get the ship, no problem, and then all of a sudden it started doing it. So can't tell you why.
I think the go ahead, Mike.
I was gonna say Reddit post. I felt a great disturbance in the verse, as if millions of MSRs suddenly cried out in terror as they were melted.
However,
someone just typed "oof" getting 30K'd in the chat in the Star Citizen.
Anyway, what were you saying, Alpha?
I was just gonna say, I think the theory on the cause that from when it was happening before, not being able to spawn your ship inside the hangars and it putting it outside the hangars, was partially due to PES still thinking that ships were in those hangars, but it not being fully sure, so it would try to spawn the ship in the hangar and then fail and put it outside.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's what I think. Yeah, I agree. That's what I believe it did. Because it put like, it would give me a thing, and I'd go to the elevator, and then I'm like, it would spawn it above the hangar.
Yeah, that's been an issue basically since PES came in. I don't remember. I think I just server hopped to try and get rid of it, and that eventually did it.
Subliminal is now starting a watch party.
Who?
Subliminal.
Oh.
Okay, so let's see. Pizza and drinks. Has anybody else got any thoughts?
Those usually hurt.
Still gotta have them, man. Oh, they got a bobblehead in the store. I may have to get one of those. Oh, they got not mouse pads. Uh-oh.
Mouse pads.
I've been kind of eyeballing that ghoulish green paint for the Drake ships.
I actually got one for the Dragonfly and the Mule.
All right, I'm going into the store. I gotta see what this Hala Hubba is. All right, what store we go to?
Check the subscriber store. See what we got in there.
Bummer. Oh, they got all these limited edition Citizencon. Well, looks like I need to snag it while I can.
Payne, they've got a Star Kitten mug for you.
Yeah.
Bruh. Where?
In the subscriber store.
Yep.
Gib.
Well, that Star Citizen desk mat actually looks pretty sick. The left one.
Did they show it?
Yeah, there's a left one there. It's like really cool. It's a Star Citizen
Oh.
Invictus launch week.
Jared's up.
Shit.
I don't see him.
I see him.
I'm going dark.
It hasn't popped on for me yet. Let me refresh. There we go.
Everything. And now they're slicing their deli meats fresh. That's why the new Subway Series subs are preferred by this QB.
And preferred by his old backup
And
QB.
we
And
gotta
if we
watch
prefer
this.
it, we know you'll prefer it too. Have you been behind me this whole time?
Yep. This
Why
month,
do you
join
have
the
an
new
ad,
Subway
son?
MVP Rewards
Hey,
program and
that's
get
the way
rewarded.
it pops
Get
up,
50%
man.
off
What
any
can I
foot
say?
long when you join Subway MVP Rewards. So many all-star options.
It's just for Subway MVPs, right?
You catch on quick, Herbert. Join now and get 50% off any foot long.
Honestly, none of us quite know how the second day is going to go. Usually after we do the first day, we're all just kind of
See,
like...
they trying to get you to get
for the next
Subway
day over.
sandwich.
So we're going to find out what day 2 is like. Day 2, I'm going to start right here, and it's going to be like, hey, everybody. Welcome to Citizencon Day 2. Let's go to the presentation. I mean, honestly, I have no idea if you can hear the applause, but they're applauding my amazing performance right there. Honestly, we're all dead tired putting this thing together. This is by far our biggest and baddest Citizencon yet. 2 main halls, Hall A, where the presentations are happening, Hall B, where we've transformed it into a virtual pyro playground. I want to start talking about Hall B. So the folks, when they let in, we opened doors at 8 a.m. today. They entered this, what did I call it? A pyro playground? I call it a pyro playground. Can you believe I get paid for doing this? In the pyro playground, people entered what was called the rundown entrance, which was modeled after Rundown Station, which is one of the stations that's coming in the upcoming pyro, which is on its way. Should I tell them? I think I'm going to let the boss do that. Hey, I want to be here for day 2. We've got the return of the Dragonfly from Citizencon 2948. Oh, I've lost 10 years. 2948, repainted with a brand new rough and ready paint scheme that is available in your digital goodies pack or on the store and whatnot. The community booths this year, if you remember from our Citizencon 2019, they were a big new addition to Citizencon. They were modeled after Grimheck Station in 2019. This year, they're modeled after Rundown Station. When do we get nice community booths? Like, I mean, they look amazing, don't get me wrong, but they're shady AF. Although, seeing some of the orgs that are in there, you're right where you deserve to be. Atlas Defense Industries, you know who you are. I was going to blame the card, but that's not on the card. We have our special guest this year, Atmo Esports, and their Fight and Flight Live. We're going to be cutting to them in just a few minutes with my buddy Dan Halbrecht. They are doing the finals of their yearly Fight or Flight. Oh, that was dangerous for a second. Fight or Flight contest over in Hall B, so you can check that out throughout the 2-day event. Then we've got the Content Creator Corner, where you can go and meet your favorite Star Citizen streamers and content creators, as well as Astropub. We've got... Now that one was on the card. Talk about Salty Mike and make sure he gets his check. General Lounge. The General Lounge, where you can meet and greet with many of the CIG developers throughout the 2 days. There's a meet and greet schedule available. It's posted somewhere in the other area, so you can go and meet all your favorite developers and John Crew. Yes, I recycled the joke. Don't look at me. He knew it was coming. The VIP Lounge, where you can go and meet your developers if you know, are a little more important. I'm just trying to think who that is. There's a merch store where we have some fantastic swag this year. Hold on, I'm gonna show some, hold on. With this? Professional shows. Well, it's brand new. I need more arms. Star Citizen hoodie. It's got a wonderful Star Citizen logo and a Banu text. Is it Banu or Shion? Who can tell me? What? What? Honestly, I can't understand what they're saying. It's in another language. Then we've also got this really cool Drake Interplanetary Trucker hat that's available in the merch store. I think it's also available online. It's pretty cool. You do have to have a normal size head for it to fit. Someday they'll make a hat for me. And then, the coup de grace. You saw it first on a Star Citizen Live back in 2019 when folks who watched said, what an incredible waste of time. Designed live on the show, the Star Citizen bobblehead. Look at this guy. Is that in focus? He's magnificent. And he comes in a really cool box with Clark Defense Industries. Look good on a shelf. You can do that here. Here, Luke. Or Jake. Here. It was supposed to... And of course, a secret area
Everybody
was
gets
revealed
one.
recently on the web, a welcome to Pyro
boxes
with a
will
bunch
work
of
for, you know,
computers,
for,
roughly 150 computers.
bobbleheads
And what
like
that's
that.
for, I'm also going to let the boss tell you because, again, I want to be here on day 2. So let's talk about the program. 2 days of programs, 2 days of programming representing the best stuff that our developers have to offer. Now, it's been 4 years since we've done a Citizencon, live and in person. So maybe you've joined since the last one, so you don't really know what to expect. I want to prep you for this here. Everything that you're about to see today, and when I say everything, I mean everything that goes up on that big screen that's behind me or there on your stream, was created by the developers, not a single marketing artist. Every single one of these developers have worked tirelessly for the last 2 months putting together this content to present to you. They made their slides, they wrote their text, they created their videos, because that's what Citizencon is. You know, we got ISC, we got SCL, you know, that's my stuff, I do my thing, you know, but Citizencon is where we let the developers go on stage and talk directly to you and share their work directly for you. So every time they go on stage, I need a big round of applause, and when they go off the stage, I need a bigger round of applause because I told them they'd get it, and you're gonna make me look bad. So give me an example of that round of applause, everybody. All right. So let's run down the itinerary for today. At 11 a.m. Pacific, which is in roughly 22 minutes, Chris Roberts, founder and CEO, is going to take the stage, and he's going to do a keynote. He's going to talk about Star Citizen, past, present, future. He's going to set some stuff up. I don't want to spoil it, but I saw the notes, and he said he uses fidelity like 3 times. So prepare your bingo. After that is our big Shaping the Verse, the Future of Star Engine presentation. Now, whatever you think this is, I promise you, you're not prepared for it. This is, I gotta think about how I do want to come back tomorrow. I'm gonna let that present itself. But be in your seats, be ready. It's unlike anything we've ever done here at Citizencon before. At roughly 12:45-ish, when we timed it out yesterday, Fix It and Fly It with Torsten and Guillermo from the EUPU feature team. They're gonna come and show you the current iteration of engineer, resource management, and true multi-crew gameplay. Check that out. Then around 1:50, these times are all approximate, you know, from our rehearsals yesterday. We got a cosplay contest hosted by Galactica, our social media manager. That's gonna be right there on the stage. Then we break for a lunch. We have a lunch break. 2 p.m. Pacific, we take 45 minutes. We recharge our batteries. We fix the things that broke in the first half, and we'll be back 45 minutes later with the stream. Then at 3 o'clock, it's Talking Ship, our annual a presentation by the members of the ship team, where they're going to introduce some ships you're aware of, some ships you're not aware of, some ships you're not supposed to be aware of, but you are aware of. And then, yeah, there's just no way of getting around that. And then finally wrapping up the day is Navigating the Universe. That's with members of our UI team and everybody that's been talking about it on Twitch and YouTube, trying to figure out what it is. You're right. Be in your seats. It's effing awesome. So, and then of course we wrap up about 5 o'clock today. I'll go on the stage and I'll tell you all to come back on day 2. And then of course the Hall A for you people, or Hall B for people here in attendance, that'll stay open till about 7 p.m. So if you don't get a chance to see all the cool stuff in Hall B because you're glued to your seats in Hall A, you can do that for the next 2 hours after 5 p.m. So with that, I want to throw it to my compatriot over in Hall B, Dan Haubrecht. Dan, take it away.
Welcome everyone to Citizencon 2953. Let's give it up! I heard a bunch of people over there. I heard a bunch of people over there. We're back, baby, after 4 long years. We are finally back in the Los Angeles Convention Center. It has been since 2019 in Manchester since we've been able to see your beautiful faces in person. And we've missed you so much. Now, if you're wondering who I am, that is a very valid question. I'm the community producer here at CIG. I produced the community content for many years. I produced subscriber content behind the scenes for many years, just like that bobblehead that you guys saw. You're welcome. And I also produced the Battle of the Bricks from last year, the charity stream we did with Eve. So I've been producing content behind the years for a while. If you guys have enjoyed the things I've been producing, let me know on socials. Use hashtag Citizencon2953. If you guys have hated the things I've done, let me know on socials. Tweet me at DiscoLando. Sorry, Jared, you're just an easy target. Where am I right now? Well, I'm at the community booth section here at Hall B of Citizencon 2953. As you can see, everything is decorated to look like we are on Pyro. It is fantastic to see what an amazing job these booths have done to represent their orgs, their booths, their organizations, everything. It's so cool. We're going to be visiting a bunch of them throughout the weekend, so we're only going to focus on a few right now. Come follow me right this way. We're going to focus on one of the biggest community orgs in Star Citizen, Test Squadron. Now, I believe these guys are one of the biggest orgs in all of, like, video games, basically. You guys are like one of the biggest single-player orgs for a single game, right? You guys are like one of the biggest orgs for like a single game?
We're the largest organization for Star Citizen, as well as the Guinness Book World Records for the largest MMO guild.
So they're kind of a big deal is what we're saying. They're here at the community booth section. They have a bunch of cool swag to give away. They focus on, professional gameplay. They focus on casual gameplay, all sort of career paths and job opportunities. If you guys are interested in checking out what it's like to test out the verse, check out Test Squadron right here on the community booth section. We're going to follow me this way now over to the United Space Confederation. In a world in which the man is out to get you, one org claims to maybe have your back. That's United Space Confederacy. They are a roleplay focused org with an amazing, in-depth, lore-driven background. So if you guys are interested in joining an org where lore is this kind of driving passion and focus of why you guys would want to be playing Star Citizen, United Space Confederacy is the booth to be checking out. They're going to be doing some giveaways. So if you guys are here on the show floor, come swing by their booth, ask them about what they're doing. They're going to be doing so much cool stuff. Ask them about their org, ask them about who they are. We're so excited to have them as well. As you can see over here, we have JRDF. I actually don't know if you're going to be able to see because there's so many people trying to buy their stuff right now. If you guys haven't heard of JRDF, well, congratulations on waking up from your medically induced coma because they go with Citizencon like chocolate and peanut butter. They have been part of Citizencon since 2018 with the Dragonfly in Austin. We brought the Dragonfly back. We will be showing you that a little later, but if you guys have already checked out the digital goodies pack on the Pledge Store, well, you might have already gotten a glimpse. So go to robertspaceindustries.com, check out that digital goodies pack, and you'll be able to see what they brought here to Citizencon 2953. But in addition to making large-scale things, and by the way, they also made some amazing stuff for our community booths. In addition to large-scale things, they make miniatures as well. So if you want to bring a little bit of the verse into your home, into your office, come check out JRDF. There was a line literally wrapped around the corner right before we went live. They are insanely busy, but if you come by their booth, they're doing giveaways for free stencils. So if you vote either Drake or I believe, of course I didn't write down the other manufacturer. It's Drake and I think Misk. I could be wrong. But one of those two manufacturers, you get a chance to win a free stencil of one of their new miniatures. So if you guys are here at the show floor, again, come check them out. They're going to be doing some cool stuff today, and they're selling some cool stuff as well. Literally, when this goes off the air, probably going to break out my wallet. So that's just how cool they are. We're going to follow me back this way. Excuse me, everybody, making my way through. And sort of on the community booth side, we have the CIG section. We have the
Hello.
Interactables team making a live prop here at Citizencon 2953. Again, if you guys have checked out the digital
So I
goodies
see
bag,
y'all are watching the
in that
stream, but
digital
I don't
goodies
know
bag,
where the stream
there's
is
a
you're
trophy,
watching.
the Citizencon staple. We always include it
On my
Go
channel.
Go to the website,
Well, they're making
click
it
the link, and
live
it'll take
here
it
at
to the
floor.
Twitch streams.
Look at how cool that skull is. It's going to be part of the decoration of the trophy. These are members of our Interactables team in Manchester. They're currently making it live, and you can see if you look over
Got
there
it.
to the
Thank
left,
you.
they're taking suggestions from members of the community. So if you guys want to make your mark here at Citizencon 2953, come on over to the Interactables booth, start giving them a little bit more ideas, and maybe make your mark on history. Now, I don't think it can be said enough that we are so excited to have Citizencon here for the first time in 4 years. I'm an LA native, so to have it here in my own backyard is beyond cool. It's beyond phenomenal. Everyone here who has worked so hard, whether they're at the community booths, whether they're just a regular person showing up, or they're a member of CIG who helped make this possible, we are so grateful that you guys are here. We hope you guys have been enjoying the sort of pyro sneak peek of the community booth so far. Like I said, we're going to be checking those out later this weekend, both later today and tomorrow. We're going to be trying to get all the booths, all the orgs, so you guys can see exactly what kind of passion and versatility and creativity drives the members of the Verse. That's you guys. You guys are the reason why things like CitizenCon are possible. So we're going to come back over here. We're going to quickly talk to a couple more members of Test Squadron, get a little more about what they're about. We got Chrome, D-Seth, and D-Lefty. What's up, guys?
How's it going? It's been really great. This is my first CitizenCon, and I've been loving it so far.
And so this is your first CitizenCon. What were your expectations coming here? Like, did you think that there was going to be like a pyro setting? What was kind of your bucket list, your wish list of what you hoped would be at CitizenCon?
I was hoping for pyro, but honestly, the way that everything has been set up is above and beyond my expectation. It's amazing to be here, and it's just I expected a little bit, but the way that you guys have set everything up is outstanding.
Awesome. And do you guys have any advice for people who are trying to break into the Verse? It can be overwhelming sometimes for new players trying to figure out what to do in Star Citizen. So do you guys, as part of Test Squadron, have any advice for new players who are trying to make their way into the Verse?
Honestly, find a friend, find someone to play its system. The guide system that Star Citizen has set up is amazing and really helpful. Or to find an org like Test, you can find us on Discord, and we always have people that are willing to help you, whether that's over voice chat, over text. We will hop in and help you figure out the game, because it can be a little bit overwhelming, especially for new players, and that's what we're really here for, is really to make it enjoying.
Awesome. Thank you, guys. Well, as I said, they're giving away some cool swag, so if you guys are here at CitizenCon, come check out their booth. We are beginning in 10 minutes for Hall A, so if you guys are here at CitizenCon, start making your way over to Hall A. We're beginning in just a few minutes. We're going to be talking about some more stuff here at the community booth before I kick it back over to Jared. We're going to be going over to United Space Confederation. I said Confederacy before. It's United Space Confederation. Excuse me, guys. So you guys are a roleplay focused org. What made you guys sort of decide to come up with this amazing immersive backstory for your guys' org?
Well, I didn't quite catch the question.
What made you guys come up with such an intense lore-driven background for your org?
Oh man, we've been around since the beginning, and we saw the effort that was going into the creation of the story by CIG writers, and we want to dovetail into that.
Yeah, I mean, it's a bold choice to go, you know what? We are anti everything that's currently in the game. We are going to be so anti-UEE, it's going to make you sick. So, but you guys are like slowly starting to make your way back into like polite society now that the messers are gone, now that we kind of have a new imperator. So what's kind of the direction you guys plan on taking USC?
Well, we like the ideal of creating a little irritation and rubbing up against the man, if you will. And that's the direction we want to go, is to reestablish relations with the new government. So.
Awesome. Well, thank you guys so much. Like I said, we're going to be checking out the community booths throughout the weekend, so be sure to come over here. I'm going to throw it back to Jared where we can kick off our first panel of the day. Jared, back to you, and we'll see you back here again at Citizencon 2953.
Thanks, Dan. He's somebody's nephew. We still haven't figured out whose. So we are here in Hall A with the community. So as Dan said, if you're still hanging around in Hall B, it's very cool. We are just a few minutes away from the start of the official Citizencon 2953 festivities. So you want to make your way over here. 3,000 seats, still a few available. One next to my dad. Wave, Dad. You're not my dad.
Good crutch.
Where's my dad? There you are. I still owe you money. All right. So again, we're just a few short minutes away from Citizencon 2953. Thank you for enduring our sales pitch during the pre-show. I told you, Citizencon is entirely by the devs for the community, so we wanted to take a few minutes beforehand and do all our happy marketing stuff for you and everything. But we're just about to start, so with that, I'm gonna wrap up. Thank you for tuning in. Thank you for watching. We'll be back later on in the day. Up next is Chris Roberts, then Shaping the Verse, the future of Star Engine. Grab yourself a snack, get a drink. You're not gonna wanna miss any of this. Stay tuned. We'll see you in a bit, everybody.
Nice.
Here we go.
Yep. Everybody take your breaks. Get your waters.
Yep. Right.
Me and Alpha noticed that Test Squadron was lit.
Yes.
They were high as hell. Did you guys see that?
Yeah. They were buzzing.
Yeah, O Left was just like, where am I?
Yeah, dude, Chrome was like, you could see it in his eyes. He was just like, what up, bruh?
I do hope they turn the music down a little bit.
They will. Usually they do music outside the keynotes.
Get the fidelity counter ready.
Yeah.
They said at least 3.
All right, so I guess I'll have to get a beer for every time Chris Roberts uses his hands to explain something.
You're gonna be drunk.
Well, dude, you're at that in that time zone where you could hit it already, you know?
Yeah.
Well, it's 5 o'clock somewhere.
Exactly. All right, for the folks who just came in, I want to remind one last time. During the panels, keep comms quiet. Let's hear the panels and let everybody understand what's going on.
Hey.
Hey, Todd. I'll start over.
I was just going to tell you to wave over the camera, but that's cool.
Wave over the camera. Wave over the camera for me.
There it is.
There you go. So yeah, let's keep comms down during the panels.
What has Guy got on?
In between, go ahead and chat.
Hello.
All right, guys.
Hey, Akira.
Yeah.
What up, man? What's going on?
One of us. Okay. Anything special for today? Need my
video.
Just
video time.
It is the watch party today.
It's watch party day.
Watch party. I know.
Got my 32 ounces of coffee right next to me.
There you go.
Ah, come on. I'm too young for that stuff.
Excuse me. Bad.
No. I gave up watching Citizencon.
What?
The funny is I'm watching the stream and listening to y'all, and we're getting this delay.
Yeah, I muted his stream.
Yeah, I muted his stream as well.
Because I'm watching. I got Shadow Stream going, and then I got the actual Citizencon, which is what.
Yeah, same here.
So I can give Shadow his views. And since I'm on Discord, there's no reason for me to hear it. You know.
Oh, I'm in the wrong channel for gaming. Okay.
Game, just let us know what you're doing.
Yeah, no, it's fine. It's just again, please, when panels are on, we got to keep quiet in here. So. Okay. Love you.
Bye.
I wasn't trying to be a dick, but I think he was trying to be polite.
I think he was wanting to play, not watch.
Yeah, no, that's fair. That's perfectly fine.
Being understandable, this is not that important to a lot of people.
Sure.
But I guarantee you that cat in the electric wheelchair back there is on top of the planet by being there. Some of those folks look downright nervous being in front of the camera.
Yeah, there are people out there who.
It's almost like they're all nerds.
No.
Nerds. All nerds.
Oh, check out dude's mask. It's got LEDs in it.
Yeah, I'm looking at that.
All right, I'm gonna hit the bathroom one more time, and I'll be back.
All right,
Thanks
have
for the
fun.
announcement.
Just let it go. How did they talk that lady into coming in there? That's got to be that guy's wife.
Money.
But thank you. Speaks the global language of you will do this.
I mean, those guys have enough money to be at Citizencon. They probably have spent tons of money on the game. Yeah.
I mean,
they've got enough.
If it wasn't on the West Coast, I might have gone to this.
I was watching some guy last night on YouTube. He had maybe 300 subs or whatnot, but he had concierge level of being able to buy stuff, and he was scrolling through the website. One of the things I seen he had a concierge level was the $15,000 pack that you could buy. And I was just like, damn.
Yeah, my last org leader was up there too.
That's wild.
You can spend 20,000-30,000 on this game.
I mean, you can spend all your money on this game only.
And at the end of the day,
if you are dumb enough.
Thank you. At the end of the day, the power goes out. It means absolutely nothing.
No leftovers for your family when you die. Nothing.
Right. Oh, here's the lifetime insurance on the ship. I hope you like the game. It might work fine. Can you imagine in the next 30 years the old folks' homes having to have massive computers set up for people that have addiction to this game so they can play?
Sounds like a guy like me.
Me?
Alright, guys, have a good panel. I'll talk to you guys in a bit.
Take it easy, man.
DC Master Race until the end. That's my comment for that.
DC Master Race? I can see
until
that.
the end. Until the end.
Alright,
I mean,
I have a
a
question.
console, but I stay with PC
Hey,
gaming.
you see, they're all standing over there like the NPCs with their arms out. In the
Yes. This is what we're used to. On the chairs.
T-posing.
Look, that guy is twitching.
Yeah. I'm surprised one of them ain't doing squats.
Yeah. One of them needs to be doing squats and then try to stand up, and squat back down, stand up.
That takes leg strength.
Yeah.
Oh, I skipped leg day. Sorry, I'm
man.
out of that.
Every day's leg day for me.
Yeah, for me as well, but no, really, I lift up many things during the day. Walking a lot.
Dude, that was freaking hilarious. I like how the guy had a Ninja Turtles sweater.
Yeah.
Okay, some energy, some wheat. We can start.
So I have a question about a movie. Do any of y'all know the movie Accountant with Ben Affleck in?
Yes.
I've watched it. I've heard of it.
No, I don't.
Okay. The voice that calls over the phone, do y'all know who that is?
No, I don't.
All right, at the very end of the movie, they throw a hint out as to who that is. The girl that's a permanent in the housing area for the people with learning disabilities. When she gets on there, they show her typing fluently, and then you hear the voice. The computer is the voice. AFK.
No, that makes sense.
If they showed that
Star
particular,
Citizen.
my bad.
No, he was just talking. Tone was just making small talk.
Oh, my bad. If at the end of the movie they show her typing, which they show two different sets of hands, hers and then someone typing, and then you hear that voice that calls over the phone. That's the person calling people to tell them where they're going.
Cool.
Here we go.
All right, panels are going up, guys.
All right.
Everyone is muted. Okay, time for some Battlefront.
Well, hello, Citizencon 2953. It's really, really good to be back in front of all you guys in person after 4 years being shut away, doing it online. It's so great to see so many of you.
Turn his mic up.
New faces. And you're going to have a great show over this weekend. I think you guys have already been around a little bit. I mean, there's some fun stuff here. There's the alleyway, CD alleyways, the checkmate station behind you, where I think a lot of our community orgs have set up their camp. So definitely check that out. There's a Dragonfly replica with the pyro paint job on. Get pictures taken on. We have the Atmo Esports first in-person flight or fight tournament, which I think will be really cool. And most importantly, we have 150 computers that you guys can get down and sit and start to play and experience the beginnings of Pyro. And I'd like everyone to know that the people that aren't here in person, we're going to be able to give select access to the Pyro Playground next week. So we'll have more details on that if you go to our website, robertspaceindustries.com, to find out how that works. This year is the most excited I've ever been at a Citizencon. I think we're going to show some stuff that's going to blow your guys' minds. A lot of stuff we've been working on really hard, actually, for the last few years. Anyway, I can't wait to see what you guys think of it. And there's a lot of stuff that's been iterated on by Squadron 42. You guys will have probably noticed that the tasks have dried up on the task tracker. And you're going to sort of see the results of that over these next 2 days. So hopefully you like it. And a lot of what you're going to see is going to be coming into Star Citizen over the next 12 months. Even a few little things will come into 322 at the end of this year. But definitely next year, a lot of what you'll be seeing will be coming in, and it's going to make a dramatically different experience in Star Citizen. So I'm very, very excited on that. So to our opening presentation, I noticed there was a little concern occasionally in the community that they were afraid by the time Star Citizen finally becomes 1.0 releases, maybe our tech's going to be obsolete. But to paraphrase Mark Twain, or misquote Mark Twain, because I don't think he actually said this, the news of Star Citizen's obsolescence has been greatly exaggerated. We're always going to be evolving and improving, taking advantage of new technology, even long after Star Citizen is out of alpha and we're at 1.0 and below and beyond. So, hang on. It's gone backwards now. It needs, come back. There you go. Sorry. So we thought this Citizencon would be a great place to share a lot of the tech we've been working on for the last couple of years. This presentation will be from our core technology group, which is what we formed our graphics and our online tech, audio tech, engine tech under, and they're responsible for being the tech and our engine that runs both Star Citizen and Squadron. And we're going to give you basically a session talking about some of the new stuff that's coming into the engine in the near future. But before I do that, we're going to run a little video here to remind ourselves just everything we have in Star Citizen and our tech does, because I think sometimes people don't realize everything that we can do all together. So let's run that video. I think that sequence holds the record for the longest spline in the history of computer games. I think we're close to 1 billion kilometers traveled during that whole sequence. So hats off to the engine team and supported by our cinematic artists that put it together. I also need to call out Pedro Camacho's music, which is always beautiful and sets the scene so well. And it's pretty stunning to think that hopefully from this video, and we're going to go into some of the new features later on in more detail, and you'll see actually better representations of some of the simulation that was happening there. But it's pretty amazing to think that all that happens inside the engine seamlessly without switching, loading screens, or anything else. You can go from down up close to a blade of grass all the way out, looking at a whole planet to moving to another star system. And that's actually one of the hardest things to do, especially when you do it at the scale we do online with that level of physical simulation, with hundreds of players, thousands of AI running around. It's hats off to our tech guys who are going to be coming up and talking about what they're doing. Now, obviously, some of the things in here aren't in the current live build of Star Citizen. Like, for instance, at the very beginning, I don't know if you noticed the conductor with the hair blowing and the tails blowing. That's all simulated in real time, and we'll talk about it on the physics part of the upcoming speech. But I'm going to turn the stage over to the core technology group to talk about some of all this new tech that you just saw and go into more detail. And we'll be rolling into Star Citizen over the next 12 months or so. And some of it, like some of the new cloud stuff, will actually come in 3.22, which is great. But before I do this, I wanted to introduce Benoit Beauchesseau, who, as a lot of you know, Turbulent have been our long-term partners here in Star Citizen since the end of 2012. And they built our web platform and our digital distribution platform, and a few years ago started to help us on developing the game. We have almost about 100 game developers in Montreal, because Montreal is a great place for game developing talent. And this year we brought Turbulent into the fold of CIG, and they're now fully part of CIG. So this July they joined us, and Benoit, who is the Chief Technical Officer of Turbulent, has now become the Chief Technical Officer of Cloud Imperium. And along with him and Marc Boudet, who is the CEO of Turbulent, is now our head of global studios. They're strengthening our management team at CIG, and I'm really, really happy to have them. And I want to introduce Benoit to come to the stage, since he leads up the tech group, and he can give you a little setup of what we're going to be doing this year and going forward, and some of the new initiatives we're going to go. So Benoit, come up to the stage. All right.
All right, let's do it.
Here's the clicker, or did you take your own?
Yeah, that's good. Thank you.
All right.
Bonjour. Bonjour, Citizencon. We are so happy to be here. It's been so long to see you guys physically and just being able to interact. It's been fantastic so far. We're super excited about all this. The video you just watched outlined a lot of features in the Star Engine. It's a reminder of what makes this game so special. It's a focus on fidelity. I said it. It's a focus on immersion. And it's a focus on seamlessness, being able to go everywhere, and you're just there. The accomplishments from the tech teams at CIG have been numerous in building all the technology that allow you to run the game and allow you to experience the same things that we see in our dev setups. And so what we're about to see today is a deep dive into all these features. But first, I wanted to touch really quickly on this last year. We have launched persistence, or added persistence. It's been a rocky road this year, and I want to thank you guys for keeping on playing, giving us a hand, giving us good bug reports. It's been fantastic for us to improve the stability of the game, so thank you so much. You guys deserve a hand of applause. Thank you so much. I just want to touch on one bit, which is that all the people you will see in the next couple tech panels are really the best of their crafts in the world. They are infused by a value that we tremendously value at CIG, which is relentless optimism. That this game can be made, that this vision can be achieved. And so, without further ado, but first, I got one more thing to say. So, in all of the different panels that you'll see, all the updates, everything that you'll see on screen, whether it's a HUD, an MFD, a ship UI, FPS weapons, everything, all of this is new. So as you watch the clips, you're going to see some differences. That's because this all comes from the freshest implementation that we have. We love open development. We love to show you guys the work in progress. And so that's exactly what we're going to look at today. And so without further ado, I'll leave you with Marco, who will show you all the cool and amazing features of our engine and the challenges that we face. Thank you so much, guys.
Thanks, Benoit. Hello, I am Marco Corbetta, VP of Technology, and we're going to talk about Star Engine today. We have been developing Star Engine for many years with the goal of creating an online living universe. But creating a universe is not an easy task, and even more difficult to do everything seamless without any loading screens or invisible walls. And massive spaceships flying very fast, close to the terrain and objects, are pushing the limits of procedural generation and streaming. This is not a single-player game, so creating this universe online is making everything more challenging. We stream and generate physics on server on CPU, and we already support more than 100 players on a single server, more with server meshing. To support all this, the engine must do a lot of work every frame. So in a typical Star Engine frame update, we got up to 64 hardware threads, about 200 software ones, over 700,000 streamed in entities, and millions of entities overall in the solar system, about 150,000 updates per frame. We have over 200 vehicles, spaceships, and ground ones, over 2 million physical objects, over 100,000 objects generated per frame when flying over the terrain. We have many unique locations, streaming on demand in a seamless, gigantic space. Also, we are supporting many new features that we are going to showcase today. I'm going to start in introducing the new and improved clouds and fog worked on by custom vendor in the R&D team. The first new feature is the light shafts. They are volumetric shadows from clouds cast into the atmosphere. They are truly volumetric and 3D, fully integrated. They are not just a post effect as it is usually done in games. With this, the atmosphere from an overcast sky gets darker, and this is important for planets and locations with bad weather. Another component is the new ground fog. It follows the terrain up to a specified elevation for different locations. It is also fully integrated into the atmosphere. It receives volumetric shadows from clouds and terrain. It reduces the light scatter into the view ray. And in this video, we are showing all the features combined together. In addition, we made many improvements to cloud shaping to allow for more variation and details. The shape noise blending, a vertical variation, has been improved a lot. Also, we made improvements to shorten long distance read, and the tiling is less visible. And best of all, we're going to include all these new features and improvements in the next 3.22 release. Okay. Thank you. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. So I'm Mike Snowden. I'm the Director of Visual Effects.
And I'm Ali Brown. I'm the Director of Graphics and Procedural Tech.
Thank you very much. Really happy to be here, really excited to show you. We're going to be showing Dynamic Fire in Star Engine. So Dynamic Fire is a driver for gameplay in both FPS and multi-crew experiences. It creates emergent sandbox gameplay, and it can be used by designers to craft very dangerous scenarios for players. And as you can see from the video, it gets very intense. Okay, so how do fires start in Star Engine? Well, there needs to be a source of ignition, and there are multiple ways in which it can occur. For example, weapon impacts or misfires, explosions or damaged items, and the player needs to be alert to their surroundings with fire an ever-present threat. If a fire does break out, you're going to see it dynamically propagate through the area, causing damage to environment and player. And at this point, the player needs to limit the damage, of course, by extinguishing the fire in any way that they can. So when doing so, they're going to need to wear protective clothing to protect them from extreme heat. They're going to need to wear a closed helmet to protect them from smoke inhalation, poor oxygen levels. And there's actually multiple ways the fire can be extinguished, including the removal of heat, for example, using the fire extinguisher, which is my personal favorite. It's a lot of fun doing that. The removal of oxygen, for example, locking off the area, venting the oxygen, creating a vacuum. Or simply, the fire's burned so fiercely that it's done everything it needed to do. There's nothing left for it to destroy. And if you let it get this bad, it's probably time to consider repairing your ship.
Okay, so how do we achieve this from the technical perspective? Well, the first thing the artists and designers do is they mark up their scene to tell us what physical properties that each surface is made from, whether it's wood or metal. But not only on the surface, we have to describe what is behind the surface. You might see a metal panel on your spaceship, but has it got cladding or wiring behind it? It's important we know all this so we know how flammable it is. Then after this, we have to define all the physical properties that go with these surfaces. So, for example, what the mass is, the energy density, combustion temperature, air-fuel ratio. And we use all these physical properties and we sum them up in each voxel, which is a 1 by 1 meter cube. And then once we have these voxels, this forms the basis of our simulation. So then first thing we do is we look for sources of ignition and then we're off. So here's our debug mode that shows us what's going on in the simulation and is what we use to track it. And you can see these squares enlarging to show us where the fire is spreading. For each of these voxels, we're tracking the fire, the temperature, fuel remaining, the amount of smoke. And the fire is propagating via convection and radiation, which are both accurately simulated. And it's consuming the gases and producing the knock-on products as well as it goes. And because we're using a proper simulation, like Mike mentioned, when you vent a room, not only are you removing the oxygen and putting the fire out, but if the temperature remains the same, if oxygen is reintroduced, the fire will reignite and it will continue burning, just like it would in real life. So what's next for this? So our focus has been on interiors, in particular spaceships, but all interior spaces really, and this voxel grid really helps us solve that problem. Our next focus is going to be on planets. Obviously, they represent a slightly different challenge, the vastness of them. We have to transfer this over the network and simulate it slightly differently, and we also have to render it at scale. But the way we've done it, the core tech we've used, we should be able to scale this up quite easily. So that's going to be our next focus.
Okay, so how do we create realistic dynamic fire visuals in Star Engine? Well, we start with the simulation, as just described by Ali, and this gives us the data we need to drive the visuals. Then we bring in the burn shader. So this can be applied to static environments, and we have a lightweight version of the shader for entities, which is kind of based on the dirt shader and wear. Then we've got the glow, which is an animated surface decal shader for static environments. This is where we start to bring in some nice motion. And then we bring in the GPU particles, which are spawning from voxels and in screen space. Obviously, these are doing a lot of the work visually. Then we bring in the lights. These are spawned for clusters of voxels as opposed to per voxel as an optimization, a cluster being a representation of voxels close to each other. And then we bring in the fog. So this is height-laid volumetric fog. The smoke fills the room and it goes up to the ceiling before filling the rest. And we're simulating that. So to finish, we're going to take a look at all of that put together in the game. Thank you. Thanks very much, everyone. Thank you.
Thanks a lot.
Hello, everyone. I'm Will Hain. I'm here to talk about water in Star Engine. So, water is a huge part of both of our games, Star Citizen, Squadron 42, and we wanted to give it a major upgrade. We were going to set 3 ideas that we wanted to impart on our water. We want it to look as good as possible, obviously. We want it to look realistic. We want it to be beautiful. We want it to be in motion constantly. It should always be moving and always be reacting to everything around it, whether that be players or objects or vehicles. And we wanted this to work on the whole scales of all of Star Citizen, all the way down from footprints in puddles to enormous ships crashing into the ocean. I'm going to talk about our updates to the water rendering first, and then we'll move on to that other stuff I discussed. So first of all, the water shaders, particularly the ocean and the river ones, were in dire need of a major upgrade. They were currently using a technique called deferred shading, which is really fast and fantastic for opaque objects, but does not translate well for transparent ones, which of course water is. So the first step that we made was to transition to forward shading. That allowed us to introduce more physically based techniques, such as proper lighting, reflection, and refraction. It allowed us to integrate the atmosphere properly into our water lighting setup. And it also meant that we could get more fun techniques, such as wave crest backlight scattering, and adding better foam rendering, which includes halftone blending, surface haze, and much more detailed bubbles on the individual bits of foam. I've got some examples of that here. In this particular screenshot, you can see the icebergs in the near frame. You can see we're refracting the iceberg underneath. It's correctly refracted. In the mid frame, you can see that the iceberg is reflected back onto the water. That is now accurate. We weren't doing that properly before. Here you can see our accurate water lighting from this really beautiful screenshot of the Gladius over the water. I love this one. So this is the objects under the water being correctly lit, which is new. And then we are applying the lighting changes from the specular highlights on the surface, and also considering the lighting from the suspended particles in the water, depending on how deep and dense the water is, which gives us this really beautiful effect. This screenshot just looks good, but what is going on is that it's demonstrating that the atmosphere and the water are sorting properly. This looks like everything is normal, but it's challenging to implement with forward-rendered water and proper ray march clouds like we have in-game. Props to Alan, who works on all of this. I did the next bit. And here we can see the wave crash light scattering. See how the sun is coming across the back of those waves? It's lighting up the suspended particles in them. It just looks gorgeous. Here we have the multi-layered foam. And from a distance, we have both surface foam and subsurface foam rendering correctly, looking really, really nice. I've just got a video here before and after. First of all, this is our lakes on Stanton 4. Next we have water volumes on Horizon. There you go. And this last demo, this is a Clio on the Stanton system. This is what it currently looks like in game, and I think you'll agree, pretty dramatic difference. So the next bit that I want to talk to you, that me and the team at Planet Tech and Graphics have been working on, is of course water surface simulation. This has been an absolute pleasure to work on. So we had a few aims for this. We wanted it to be multi-input. We want physics to influence this. We want our MFX system to influence this. We want bullets. We want everything. We want high concurrency. You guys, it's a sandbox game. You're going to break it. You're going to stick 1,000 picos in our puddles. It's got to work. And it's got to be scalable. It's got to work from the tiny scales to the footprints in the puddles all the way up to, as I said, giant ships crashing into the ocean. So the technique that we chose for this is a form of surface wave propagation. It's GPU-based, it's highly realistic at a low cost, and it can be scaled for waves of different amplitudes. So we can have all of that built right in just by adjusting a few constants. I've got a demonstration here. We're going to have the player walking through the puddle. As you can see, as he steps, you get a bigger ripple, but even as he's stepping, the toe is being dragged through the water and moving the water accurately. This is not a cop-out. We're doing this in 3D. You see as I'm jumping. And then this next demo, we're going to fire some bullets. This is a bit loud, this one. Right, the one more thing that we had to look at. So it's all well and good, this working on a puddle, but Star Citizen is not made of puddles. It's made of oceanic planets. It's made of everything. We needed to make this multi-scale. So we wanted the water near and far, not just in a square around the camera. We wanted lots and lots at once. The solution we picked was a multi-region water sim. Now, this was really, really tricky to get right, but I really think we have now. Which basically means that we can dynamically allocate all of the simulation regions depending on what is colliding where and what resolution we need at what parts of the screen. We can optimize this very heavily to make sure that you get what you want to see at the right time. We still need to get that information onto the water, though, and that's a bit trickier. So what we devised is yet another set of regions. Now, these are slightly different. The simulation regions need to happen. And that needs to happen regardless as to whether you can see it, because there's a collision going on there, I look away, and then I look back. If it stops going and has to restart, that looks bad. Whereas the water, we only need to know the total result when it's actually in view. So we have these new regions which cover all water in view. And the beauty of this is that we can use this for multi-input and multi-output systems. Anything can influence our water, whether it be the simulation, whether it be weather, whether it be VFX. And then anything can be affected by water now. So the water rendering reads from this. But then we can also spawn VFX particles from wave crests. We can add screen space effects. We can have a line across your visor. We don't have this yet. But it's accurate to the displaced water in front of you. We've got this technology now, so we can use it to influence any of our work going forward. And here's a really good video of some of it in action. I'll just let that play. This is the debug mode. Essentially, we're moving a sphere of basically infinite mass through the water. And as you see, if we pan out a bit, we make our sphere a bit bigger, we get a much different result from the sim. Spawning the foam properly. It looks really nice, really happy with this one. So what I'm going to do in a second is I'm going to turn on the debug mode so you can see where the regions are. You see we've got these gray boxes. They light up green when there is a hit inside the box. We've also got different sizes going on. If you look near the shore there's a big cluster of text. That is a whole bunch of other regions because there's some stuff floating there causing little ripples that we can't actually see. And as you see, these scale properly. We can add the results from multiple sizes of simulation together, and they influence and interact with one another accurately. You see those big waves crashing over the little sim there. It works pretty nicely. I've gone ahead of my subtitles, but I'll just let that video play out. So, what does that look like when we bring it all together? What's it going to look like in game? Now, you did see a little bit of this in the Star Engine trailer, but actually, I think this video does a little bit more justice to it, so I'm just going to let that play out for you. Forward in a second, you're going to see the wake start to happen behind us there. And from the cockpit perspective, water droplets on the glass thrown up from the water sim. This is what I'm talking about using multi-output. And that's us. Thank you so much, Citizencon. Handing back over to Ali.
Hello again. So, I'm here to talk to you today about a few other graphical things we've got coming in. I'm really proud of the work we've done on the fire and the water. They both look amazing features. But I'm going to talk to you about a few smaller features and a few longer-term R&D features we're coming in on the visual side. This first one, something we wanted for cinematics and telling a story, but also to tie into our active feature system, which is to get the face to tell a little bit more story on our characters. So this blood, sweat, and tears system is something we implemented recently, and it allows us to use a GPU particle simulation, which we project onto the face, and then we integrate it into the skin shader so we can get realistic reflection and refraction of water on your face. And we even make the skin go a little bit redder to simulate the extra blood flow when you're tired or upset. So none of this is a pre-canned animation. It's completely dynamic. We have complete control over everything. We can keyframe every single tear if we want to. And we can even simulate blood, like here. So next thing I want to talk about is our scope shader. Design came to me telling me that they really wanted to up the game with our rifle scopes. They weren't quite good enough. They didn't really feel realistic for them. And they thought it was a real core part of the first-person shooter experience. So to give you an idea of what we used to do, we used to use these type of fake scope meshes, which you see here, which is where we type of slice the scope in half so you can see through it. And sometimes we put these big black planes around them to obscure your vision. And we put a bit of glass on the front of it, but there was nothing really to tell you that it was a lens. So we've worked on a new scope shader, which is now going to be on all of our scopes moving forwards. And I'll give you a quick show of what that looks like in game. So on the first scope here, we're going to see it's got an infinite projected red dot scope sight. We've got lens distortions. You can see this little refraction and bending of light on it. You see it works when you don't have to be actually holding the rifle for it to work. We've got a correct emulation of eye relief on the scope. So we have the blur, distortions, chromatic aberration. And then we've also got support for digital displays like this one, which has light amplification and has support for EMPs. If you get an EMP, you're going to have the display's going to get distorted. So we're quite proud of this. We think it's going to give a much better, more realistic simulation of the scopes in the game. And I think I've kind of mentioned before, but it's not a fake effect. It applies to our scopes no matter where they are. You don't have to be using the scope. You could look down somebody else's scope and see the same thing. It's fully integrated into it, so it's really quite proud of that. Next feature I want to talk about, hopefully if any of you have a HDR monitor and you've been playing 320, hopefully you've given a go of the HDR feature. We're really proud of this. It looks really good. And we've got some great feedback from you guys as well. There's been some strong feedback about we want extra black level controls, so we're going to be adding that for you. So make sure you can tweak the image exactly how you want. And there's a great user guide on Spectrum as well if you want to know how to get the best out of it, because it's not always a straightforward tech to get the best out of. Just to give you an insight of how this works, we've got something called the Unified Tone Mapping Curve. And this is the process where we map the real-life colors of real-life intensities of light onto what your monitor can display. And rather than having an SDR mode and HDR mode, we have like a smooth system where we can blend between SDR and HDR depending on the peak brightness of your monitor. We also pay a lot of attention to make sure we preserve the colors and the hues to keep an accurate image for the artist, and especially for skin tones. We don't want them turning red or white or doing everything bizarre. Just one thing to mention, we've got some content adjustments that will be ongoing. We've got a lot of content in Star Citizen. It takes a little bit of time to make sure we balance everything so it doesn't look too dim or look like a supernova. Next thing I want to mention, temporal upscaling. This has been something that's been asked for a long time, and we're proud to finally get it into your hands. We've got 3 different techniques we're going to be implementing. We've got CIGs, we've got our own temporal super resolution solution called TSR. We've got AMD's Fidelity FX Super Resolution 2, and we've got NVIDIA's DLSS 2 as well. They each have different characteristics and hardware requirements and trade-offs, so we thought it was important to get you all 3 so you could have a choice of what you want to look. On the left here, we've just got a zoom in from one of our outposts. That's no anti-aliasing for people that really love to see jagged edges. The center one is our TSA, which is what you've got in the current release today. And on the right-hand side is TSR without doing upscaling. And this is going to be replacing the TSA solution. And this gives us better quality and more stable image and hopefully much less ghosting. We can use our TSR to do upscaling. Here's the example of how it looks at each resolution. And similar results from AMD's FSR. And some numbers here, which I'm sure you can pour over later, but basically we can get about 2 times GPU performance if you're interested in using the upscaling technique. Obviously, if you're CPU limited, you might not get quite them numbers. It depends on your machine. We also intend to look at frame generation techniques like FSR-free and DLSS-free, but these are going to come a bit later. We're going to focus on GPU performance, getting that up first. Frame generation isn't really applicable unless you've got a really good performance first. Some other quick updates. We've got the screen space shadows as added to Alpha 320. It gives us some extra detail in our shadows across characters, and it's particularly on planets, it helps a lot. And we've also got a new texture and mesh streaming engine that helps us get as much possible detail as we can onto your VRAM on your GPU. And it does something we call load balancing. It will scale dynamically for your GPU to make sure we can get the absolute best possible results. We've also got some more streaming improvements coming in the next release. Just to give you a quick show of what the screen space shadows mean, here we've got a planet with no shadows. I think it's Microtech. The shadow maps, you see these, the normal shadow maps that fill in half the scene. But then when we get the screen space shadows, you look in the top of the screen or in the flowers, they type of fill in the detail for the rest. They really help type of bed the scene in and stop these things looking at floating. Next up, I just want to talk about planets for a little bit. It's something I get asked about a lot of what's happening next with planets. So we've got quite a lot of R&D in progress. First thing, we've got 2 new pieces of tech being started recently. First is virtual terrain texturing. It's quite a technical detail, but what this means for you is we're hopefully going to get much less popping or no popping at all. And we're going to achieve this by moving all the calculations to the GPU. And we'll be reusing the same type of patch-based system that Will talked about in his water presentation. And it should give you major CPU savings as well. So we're quite looking forward to getting this in. Another benefit is that it's going to give us the ability to add more complicated logic on, so we can type of do more diverse and interesting terrain, like things like, you know, we don't have beaches at the moment. We'll be able to achieve that. And there's other similar things where, based on the local conditions, we're able to do more advanced decision making. Next thing we want to look at, which is probably the thing we get asked about the most, is our scattering system, which is what's responsible for putting all the trees and the rocks down in the world. We're going to, again, move this to 100% to the GPU, and that should let us have vastly longer draw distances right up until the horizon and much better performance. So we'll finally get rid of the dreaded pop of trees coming in for you. We also have to integrate it with our harvestable system, the resource system, and the awesome fire system you just saw a minute ago. Another point is it's going to be a hierarchical-based system, which what that means is we'll be able to use nearby vegetation or rocks to influence what other vegetation and rocks can grow or will show up. And this lets us produce much more complicated rule sets, so we can do things like have a tree that maybe underneath it doesn't have any grass, or maybe certain trees come together in clumps. And we'll get a much more natural distribution of vegetation. And final thing we want for planets is we want to be able to build them much easier, much faster, and we want to make sure they are truly unique. At the moment, our planets are unique. However, they are built from type of tile sets, like pre-built things that get mixed and matched together and blended in complicated ways so that you don't see the repetition. But it's not truly unique, not in the same way that the Grand Canyon might be, or the River Nile, or Mount Everest. And that's what we want. So to get that, we need to replicate the complicated natural processes on Earth, like geology, climate, erosion, and these things aren't trivial. So we've got 3 options. We've got offline tools, Houdini, TerraGen, things like this. We could simulate all these processes in the engine. But we've started some R&D a few months ago on whether we can use machine learning to do some of this. So just to give you a quick idea of how that would work, or how it could work, if you just start with some random input here, it's just like some noise. We run it through a temporary simulation, so we can type of get a more reasonable approximation of simulation at different altitudes and latitudes on Earth. And then what we do is we categorize all this into different biomes. So based on the temperature and moisture, you find out what is a desert, what is a forest. And this part is crucial. So this is the input for our machine learning algorithm. We could come up with this image any other way. You could hand paint it as an artist, or we could just randomize the noise to get a different set of images. And then what we do is we take the large data sets we already have from Earth, from Mars, and from the Moon, and we train it on exactly the same distribution, so biomes, so forests, grasslands, and things like this. And by training it on exactly the type of data we get in reality, we can take this and then push just that, and then we can get these lovely height maps out of it that tell us a really realistic distribution. You can see here, this is a height map, so the black areas are low. You can see all the little rivers and valleys, and this had 0 art input aside from this image, which is a very nice result. It's early days. This is based on something called a custom diffusion neural network. It's, like I said, it's pre-trained on Earth data, and it's been built up in patches so that it just doesn't become too expensive to build. And the little circular patches get like added together, and to avoid any seams in the image. And just to help you visualize it, I've just put some colorization on it to show you where like snow and beaches might be, and just wrapped it around a planet to give you a better sense so it doesn't look quite so abstract. Yeah, but this is very early days, this stuff, but we're hopeful this will be helping the future of how we build planets quickly and efficiently. Thank you. So the last thing I wanted to talk about today is our Gen 12 renderer and Vulkan. This has been ongoing for quite some time, taking a lot longer than we would have liked, but we're finally getting to the end of this long journey. For those who don't know, the reason this was being implemented is largely for performance. We're going to be getting at least 2 times better performance on our CPU submission for rendering, which is often the bottleneck for the game, so that will directly, hopefully, translate to performance improvements. We also get better control of memory with advanced GPU features like resizable bar. And it also opens the door for some things like ray tracing and new mesh shaders. So we've got a video of a Vulkan running, it's live captured. So I can't remember which ship is this, but it's yeah, it's all working fine now. There's a couple of hitches in performance, so we can't quite release it yet, but we're looking into them, the last few performance issues and stability issues, and hopefully we'll be releasing it soon. So, like I said, one of the things we really were interested in by implementing Vulkan was to get support for new hardware features, and one of the big ones was ray tracing. So with that, I want to hand you over to Ben, who's going to talk about some of our lighting research.
Hi, I'm Ben Parry, and this is Global Illumination. So, as Ali just said, moving over to the Vulkan renderer, and now that that's fully online, we've got access to hardware ray tracing on the GPUs that have support for it. And the best thing to do with hardware ray tracing would be to create a new, updated global illumination system for us to use. Now, I'm here to give you a fairly early preview of the work that we've done so far, but first off, I'm just going to simplify some things and ask, what is global illumination? Well, you can break the lighting in a game down to 3 components. First off, you've got direct lighting. That's not global illumination, but that's the sun, lights in the level, that kind of thing. Next up, you've got diffuse global illumination. Now that's like a whole hemisphere, like a soft lighting that affects that takes from the entire scene and lights up the pixel. And then finally, you've got glossy GI and reflections. That's like your shiny surface glints, your mirror reflections, that kind of thing. And now all of those combine together to form one glorious penguin. Now, for the rest of this presentation, we're specifically talking about this guy, the diffuse penguin. Glossy GI has actually been disabled in all the videos. Even the old system videos don't show the glossy GI here, just to aid the comparison. First off, we've got a video from Chris Campbell, who's going to make us look cool. So next up, the boring or the interesting bit. How are we doing it? How does the tech work? I'm just going to dig into that just a little bit. So we're closely based on AMD's recent paper, GI 1.0. We're probably going to build on top of that, but at the moment we're quite close to it. We ray trace against a simplified world so that we get like smoother lighting for the, since it's a diffuse scene, we want a sort of diffuse, smooth signal. This also means that we get more rays per millisecond, which is always good. And we do generate a lot of probes. So the new system is generating, well, for comparison, the old probe was about 1 probe per room, and the new system is about 25,000 probes that are all on screen at the same time. And we're going to see that now. So here's a scene that I've dramatized a little bit just to give trouble to the old lighting system. And this is what the ray tracing sees. So it's a simplified single color per object kind of thing. But then we've also got this kind of a 3D dictionary of average light values so that the light is kind of shared over things in a similar area. So going back to the scene, this is the old system. So you'd render a single image from the center of the room, blur it, and then slap it onto the entire scene. Now, as you can see, like the middle of the scene is about the right lighting, but everything else has got the middle of the scene's lighting. Like these red lights at the sides, they're basically drowned out by the table bounce that somehow made it across the room to them. So we want to replace that system with 25,000 probes, each one of them only providing light to a small area around themselves. And then we interpolate that to provide like a smooth bounce. And you can see already in the distance, like the red light is really bouncing up there. And then we add a screen space occlusion pass just to tidy up the edges on things. And there is the final composite.
Hello.
Are we watching the party?
So, what else does it do? Well, because it's real-time generation, it means we can do a real-time bounce, and we can do that with quite small areas. You can get like a really vibrant bounce that picks up off small objects in the scene.
Oh, there it is.
Ooh. And that means that the art team can really lean into like strong local variation on color. As again, we will see. So we'll do a side-by-side comparison on this one. As you can already see, like the spotlight's really like throwing stuff into the scene. This is just one light in the room. And we did have live updating, as you can see in the old system, but it was designed for like time of day changes rather than this continuous smooth view. And finally, it means that we can do things like glowing surfaces can just illuminate the world without having to add special lights to fake it. So yeah, there's two really common cases in Star Citizen particularly that this is going to help with. First off, cockpit brightness. We capture at the moment the at the moment we capture that cockpit probe in a setup scene, and then we don't update it as you're flying around. So you're not going to get the sky color in, and you're not going to get the ground color in. And then we've got the opposite problem that I don't have a picture for this, but cargo bays sometimes they're light. You land somewhere dark, you open up the doors, and now you've just got this weird little light room with nothing spilling out of it. So again, let's have a video. Oh yeah, so this is the old system. The sun's working, but you can see there's no sky, there's no ground lighting. By the way, I've turned off a lot of the cockpit lights so that you can see this. And then in the new one, you can already see the skylight is kind of helping a little, but then as you turn over, you get all the ground lighting. Yeah, there's more.
Okay.
See, one of the concerns we had was that we didn't want to create a two-tier system. If people have got hardware ray tracing and it's working for them, that's great. But you can't really have the art team optimizing we're seeing for one type of lighting and then having to optimize it for another type of lighting and having to trade off decisions about the two of them. So what we've been experimenting with is trying to create a new low bar that's higher than the old low bar, as well as creating a new high bar. And the idea for this is basically to take that single room environment probe system that we have been using, update it so that we can do live relighting on that, and then to sort of slot that in where the ray tracing would be while still keeping all of the other stuff, like the 25,000 probes and all that kind of stuff. can look at the old system, and we kind of Frankenstein them together. So I'll show you what we've got so far for this. So this is just the old one and the new one so that you can see the problems. Like, just, it's overly lit, let's be honest. And now this is what Star Citizen would have looked like if we released it on the PS1. The sharp-eyed among you may have noticed also the ship is missing, but you know, we can't do dynamic objects in this. You'll be surprised. It doesn't seem to mind. And there we have software GI in the middle, which is, yeah, like I say, it was using the same 25,000 probe system, but not having to use any kind of hardware ray tracing. As you can see, it's not a perfect match. It's not identical, but it's a lot more dynamic than the old system. And finally, I'm just going to show you a to-do list here. I don't have pictures because it's stuff we've not done. Glossy reflections. Obviously, we want to complete the picture, and for that, we need to handle glossy reflections. That's self-explanatory, really. I don't know what to say about that. Secondly, you've only seen it on opaque surfaces so far. The next step is to extend this so that it can support glass and water and all the other transparent things in the game. And beyond that, we've obviously got fog, we've got other atmospherics. We want to expand GI to make sure that it affects everything smoothly and equally. And the final thing is a Star Citizen thing. We've got giant scenes, we've got a ridiculous scale on some things, and we've got plans to make sure that this GI extends to handle that full scale. Anyway, that's all I've got to tell you now. I've been Ben Parry. Next up, we've got StarCloth with Chris Rain.
Hello, everyone. Hi. I am Chris Rain, and I would like to show you not one, not two, but 3 new physics of our physics engine. And I would like to start off by introducing StarCloth, our new character cloth simulation with a short video. So this is just regular player movement. That was actually me playing. You can see the cloth collides with the ground. You can see multiple layers of cloth that do not interpenetrate. Cloth gets influenced from wind and has accurate collisions with the player's body. We now have support for collisions from dynamic objects. You can play football in any outfit. StarCloth supports the full range of motion a human can make, from fast movement to extreme poses. StarCloth is designed to be a first-class member of our physics engine. It interacts with everything we have to offer, from character movement over forces like wind, thruster backwash, explosion, to projectile impacts and collisions. It's efficient. It always updates at 120 FPS, regardless of the frame rate, and is hand-optimized. It's immersive and believable. It's a realistic simulation based on physical properties.
It's high fidelity, high quality. We want to raise the bar with this. The visual geometry you see on the right is complex and not suitable for simulation. The visual geometry is made with visual quality in mind, and that does not translate well to simulation. So we decided to add the ability to use bespoke meshes that are made to simulate well and let their movement then deform the visual geometry. This allows us to share the same sim setup across multiple visual meshes, which is a huge productivity boost for tech art. We can seamlessly blend the simulation on and off, so we can disable the simulation at a distance. Back to the football. Everything that is dynamically simulated is able to interact with the cloth, from ships, over crates, boxes, and even footballs. We ensured that the collisions are accurate and believable. As you can see in the image, the football parts both layers of the gown. The cloth itself supports self-collisions, which means it will create folds and wrinkles, but not interpenetrate itself or other layers of cloth. The same applies to the static environment as well. The cloth will drape itself around the environment, so brushing up against objects will result in the behavior you expect. We added tapered capsules to improve collision detection accuracy. A tapered capsule is a capsule which has two different radii at the endpoints. Human anatomy is complex, and we need to accurately represent it for collisions. The traditional capsules we use on our ragdolls lead to jumps in the collision surface. Now, notice how there is a jump between the elbow and the lower arm, and another jump where the forearm connects to the hands. These jumps pose significant problems for our cloth simulation. If you look at the upper torso, you can see the collision proxies are actually completely hiding the cloth, and they're essentially completely useless. So now notice the difference on the same body represented with tapered capsules. We can now faithfully represent the hips, legs, and arms of the character. An additional benefit of tapered capsules is that the collision detection is significantly faster than with regular capsules. Currently, we're only using them for cloth collision detection, but in the end, we'd like to use them for everything. We simulate the cloth always at 120 FPS or 120 Hertz, regardless at which update rate the game is running at. We do this to be faithfully able to detect collisions with a fast-moving character. As we're simulating at a higher rate than the game updates, we have to interpolate the joint positions between updates we get from the game. At each simulation step, we perform collision detection, simulation, and update the cloth sim cage. Now, if the game is running at 120 FPS, we do one update for the cloth simulation. If the game updates at 60 FPS, like in the image, we simulate the cloth twice. Now, if the game runs slower, like at 30 FPS, we need to update the cloth 4 times. You can see this in the image. It becomes apparent that we need to make the cloth run as fast as possible, and we spent a great deal of amount of time optimizing this with various techniques, including handwritten vectorization and using every trick in the optimization handbook. The effort pays off because we can faithfully capture very complex movement and fast-moving characters, even at low frame rates, without any clipping or tunneling. Thank you. One area that poses a significant challenge for character cloth is when multiple pieces of garments layer on top of each other, like a tight-fitting jacket that lies on top of the pants, as you can see in the image above. This is a very difficult region to simulate properly because you don't have much space and the simulation collisions have to be absolutely accurate. This, what I'm going to show you, is a very subtle effect, but once you notice it, you cannot stop noticing it. I want to focus your attention to the waist region of the character. Here we tweak the simulation settings in real time to see the effect. Here you see a rendering with a high fidelity cloth disabled. And here the same scene with it enabled. To be continued.
Yeah, we got wrinkles.
Tomorrow, much more can be seen about Starcloth in the character advancement panel. Be sure not to miss out. So, next up, Star Hair. Currently, we have the ability to simulate the effect of moving hair with joints that are essentially simulated pendulums. The hair is skinned to these joints, and when these joints move due to the pendulum simulation, the hair moves with it. This leads to a fast and believable movement of hair. However, the quality is directly correlated to the quality of the skinning,
Hey, Shadow.
which is tedious for tech art to achieve for some complex hairstyles. Further, apart from gravity, the pendulum joints do not react to external forces like collisions or wind or explosions. So we asked ourselves, can we somehow improve upon this? And I'd like to show you some early prototype results of our research. This is an image of the raw geometry you saw in the previous image. You can see many strands of hair, and we thought to ourselves, maybe we can simulate all of these strands. This is a single strand isolated from the rest. As these are simple triangle meshes, we initially thought we could simply use our cloth simulation and simulate such a strand like a sheet of cloth. That didn't work out at all. It turns out hair does not behave like clothing. Also, the sheer number of strands and their individual triangles and vertices are simply too much to simulate efficiently, even for our highly optimized cloth engine. We realized then that our artists are actually using splines to create these strands. And a spline is a smooth
somebody got a new power supply
through space. You could see that in yellow. And we thought maybe we can just simulate these. They're much simpler. So, and hair simulations need to be able to maintain the original hairstyle. You cannot have the hair simulation change the visual appearance of a character. One of the reasons why using the cloth simulation for hair did not work out at all is that the cloth only simulates vertices and they have no concept of orientation. So you do not know how the next segment has bent in relation to your current segment. In other words, you cannot easily simulate twist with vertices alone. For splines, however, that is very easy to do. So all of this together allows us to simulate the strands according to the theory of Cosserat rods. A Cosserat rod allows you to model the behavior of slender one-dimensional rods, exactly what our splines are, and simulate bend, twist, stretch, and shear, exactly what we need. Hair also needs exact collision detection to not intersect with the head, the ears, the cheeks, the jaw region. The video I'm about to show you is some very early prototype footage of how such a simulation actually looks like. So this is a test of various head movements to see how the hair reacts. Hair simulation is one of the hardest things to simulate, especially in a real-time context, and very tricky to get right. We're actually simulating all the hair strands. So we will have characters being able to run their hands through their hair and have the hair react realistically. A barber simulation next. Actually, being a bald man, this was a very touching moment for me when I made this video. Thank you. Thank you. Next, I would like to introduce Maelstrom, our physically based destruction system. And I would like to do that with a video that I believe speaks for itself. See the water splashes? We want players' intuitive prediction of the effect a weapon or a collision has to actually happen in the engine or in the game. So we decided to move away from hit point pools or other abstract models to simulate damage, but rather have damage be calculated from a physical model and from the physical material properties of each entity. If something breaks off due to its structural integrity decreasing below a certain threshold, Maelstrom allows it to break off in a realistic fashion. If you shoot off a wing, the missiles and weapons on that wing should still remain attached. If the broken off part still has power, electric items should still function. This means Maelstrom was needed to be designed to work with a hierarchical setup to begin with. From the hierarchical representation of the geometry we want to break off to the same hierarchy on a higher level for items like power plants, lights, weapon systems, and so on. Maelstrom is persistence and networking ready. We designed it from the ground up to work with high latency situations, to persist and replicate easily. To achieve all this, we gave each physical geometry instance an identifier to be able to uniquely identify it within the universe. So your Gladius wing is your Gladius wing. We added physical material and damage properties that can now be replicated across the network. One of them, and that's the most important one, we call integrity. And this determines how much structural or internal integrity a physical geometry has. Integrity is modified from dissipating, or rather absorbing, energy from kinetic impacts or energy weapons, and also in the future from absorbing energy from external factors like extreme temperature or fire, as you've seen before. We also track which physical part or geometry belongs to which visual geometry and which high-level entity. So if the structural or internal integrity collapses, we know which visual geometry is affected and which item might be affected as well. So a power plant will cease to emit power or implode, explode. A weapon will cease to fire, and so on. To make things break apart, we create what we call breakable clusters. A breakable cluster is a set of physical geometry, the visual geometry, and the entities on top that can break off. Between breakable clusters, we create abstract cantilever beams to be able to model stress and strain. I'll go into more detail in that in a bit. Breakable clusters are hierarchical. They mirror the hierarchy of all attached entities involved. They also embed the hierarchy of all animated joints. And they also embed the hierarchy of all physical geometries. They essentially represent a ground truth of the entire hierarchy necessary to perform all our goals for Maelstrom. This image is showing a breakable cluster graph of the Gladius. I'd like to show one more video of Maelstrom before we continue. We needed to find a good way to easily and efficiently determine when a breakable cluster breaks. We chose a well-established model from material sciences and structural engineering, cantilever beams. In essence, a cantilever is a structural member that has a fixed support and a free end. Forces experienced on the free end can be used to calculate the amount of stress the fixed support is enduring. The basic ideas behind that are best explained from a very simple example. If a ship were to collide with the horizontal part of the crane in the image, far from the vertical part, the fixed support would endure a higher stress as if the ship were to collide closer to the vertical part. But not only does the point of impact determine how much stress the cantilever beam experiences, also how large the surface area is connecting the cantilever and the fixed support has a large influence on when a cantilever beam will break. In our case, this actually means we analyze the cross-section of the intersection of the set of geometry from two breakable clusters to calculate the surface area. A wing attached to the body has a rather large connecting surface area compared to the surface area calculated for the stabilizers connected to the body. We then project forces from impacts and explosions onto these cantilever beams and calculate the stress the beams experience. Over time, this stress turns into strain, and if we reach a certain threshold, the beam snaps. The result, simple, efficient, and deterministic breakability. But this is not just about ships and buildings that you saw in the videos before. We want Maelstrom to be a systemic system that we can use on all types of entities. So here's some video of some test footage of AI shooting each other behind breakable cover and Maelstrom barrels. Physical material properties influence damage and breaking and have a direct influence to how things break and fracture. To achieve this, we added various properties: density, yield strength, resilience, thickness, toughness, Young's modulus. And this is more or less what I wanted to talk about Maelstrom, but I don't want to leave without showing one more video of what carnage Maelstrom can create. So thank you very much. And with that, I'd like to hand over to Benoit.
Great, thank you. All right. I am not this person, but I'm filling in with him. So far, I mean, you guys think this is gonna change your game up to now? All these new features? Hell yeah. Okay, so we've seen updates from fire, water, we've just seen force, we've seen sun and light. So the next thing that's left to build a ludicrous space game is audio. And so I'll leave you with Graham, who's gonna show you some of the new audio enhancements we bring to Star Engine to make it even more realistic than it is now.
Hi Citizencon, Graham here. Good to see you. Recently in the audio team, we've been looking at how we can create a greater psychological connection and emotional impact within our games through the use of improved audio technology. Audio can play a crucial role in the immersion of the player. And with that in mind, the audio code and technical sound design teams have been looking at all of our tech from the ground up. For example, when you're under threat, you should feel a real sense of danger. When you're armed, you should feel the dangerous power that you hold within your hands. Earlier this year, we showed you our resonance tech, which allows us to bring the action much closer to the player even when they're deep in the bowels of a ship and far away from where all the hits and the explosions are happening. But that's just one part of a much larger push to create a better, more immersive audio experience. With that in mind, let's take a look at some of the tech we've been working on. First, let's listen to some of our weapon sounds in action. They're a great simulation, but we wanted to take them further and express the sound pressure, the forces being exerted. Our new in-house audio effects, particularly the multiband compressor, tuned by our sound designers, give us this result. The compression serves to illustrate the power of the weapons and the effect that they have when going beyond the limits of the listener. Let's show you the same audio effects applied to the ship weapons, taking us from this to this. But it's not just about feeling powerful. Changes in audio can create a sense of danger, of being out on your own and under threat. Here's an example of ship combat. Sounds good, but what if we wanted a little more realism? The audio propagation tech that we've been rolling out makes it easier to change the soundscape in real time, and a nice use of that technology is to provide a more realistic option. Here, your own weapons resonate through the hull of the ship. Only what's in the pressurized cockpit is heard clearly, and the threat level feels higher due to the isolating lack of enemy weapon and ship audio. Making these changes creates space in the audio, both spectrally and temporally, making impacts seem bigger, more damaging, more of a problem for the player. This realistic mode isn't limited to the flight experience, it's applied appropriately to the game as a whole. Here's an FPS battle in a depressurized area. With realistic mode, we get that sense of isolation again, giving the location a different colour and adding variety to the audio experience. Player breathing and foley are exaggerated, and other sounds are transmitted through physical contact. That's all from us for now. We look forward to getting these new audio features into your hands.
All right. Hello, everyone. So, persistent entity streaming, replication layer, and beyond. My name is Paul Reindel. I'm Director for Online Technology. And I'm going to show you a little bit insight in our technology for persistent entity streaming and the replication layer. I thought about what's the best way to show you something about that tech. And I thought about putting some technical drawings on the slides, or maybe show video like we did 2 years ago. But really, the best way to show you how persistent entity streaming works is to give you a live demonstration. And that's what I'm going to do. All right. So this will all be live, so please bear with me if there's any glitches. So let's keep this rolling. I think I'm supposed to press the button. No, it's already switched. Before we start, a little bit, I just give you a little bit an overview what you see here. Let me set up everything. One moment, sorry. So on this left side, you will see my client window. And on the bottom side, you will see the server renderer. So for this demonstration, when I start a second client, I'm just stopping that. Sorry about that. This is live, all right. So again, on this side, you see the client. And he just logged out because I started a second client. So let's do this again. One more time. On this side, you see the server renderer, which is currently, it has nothing streamed in. I'm showing a small demonstration level. And on this side, you see the entity graph, which is our online database. That's powering what you see in persistent entity streaming, what you play since 3.18. And I also have some metrics on the screen which shows the entity graph worker, the requests per minute, per second, the mutations, and you also will see entities created and destroyed once I do that. All right, so let's wait for my client to come up and join this level. So the first thing that will happen when I join this level, you will see on that server everything streams in, and my client connected and also streams in everything on the client view. What would happen on the behind the scenes is that my player just got unstowed into that shard, and we at real time created everything for this player. So you will see his body is attached to the player. You will see his mobi-glass, his head with all his customizations, his undersuit, and then all his customizations as well on the undersuit. What you also see is that this player just got unstowed and attached to a static zone object container. And this is how our zone system works. Basically, on the server, you will see 3 different zones, purple, green, and red. And each zone comes with its own coordinate system and its own physical grid. And this is how we actually, on live, do zone transitions between your ship, empty space, space station, or a planet. And you will see, as I walk between those zones, I will, at real time, update it in that entity graph. And this all happens seamless. So for a client, this is completely transparent. You don't notice that. But this is actually what's happening when you step in or out into a ship. And this is very unique to our engine. No other engine has this zone system. And that allows us to do all the amazing stuff you saw in the videos before, transitioning in and out of planets and go from the smallest scope to the largest scope. So everything we do in a shard, so this is like a mini level, like the mini PU level, is also persisted in this database. When we create new entities in our engine, in Star Engine, those entities get pushed into our entity graph, into our online database at real time, and then from there replicated to our clients. So if I go ahead and spawn a couple of plushies here, you will see they spawn, they get created immediately on my entity graph and replicated on the server and on the client. So let's spawn a couple more here. And you see this, the pengus I spawn in the other zone get attached to the other zone. And then if I go and transition one of those, they will also transition between the different zones. And the same works for ships or more complex entities. If I spawn this buggy here, you will see this one gets created with all its attachments and everything else attached to it. And this is just my small demo level here. On live, we have up to 600,000 dynamic entities that get created for one single shard. And this is just the initial state. After 2 weeks, 3 weeks of gameplay, when you guys go in and destroy stuff, spawn stuff, play around, it goes in the millions of entities. So this in itself is pretty amazing tech. The next time I want to talk about is our streaming system. Most engines do stream on texture or geometry. We actually stream entities, and we do stream persistent entities. So when I turn on the streaming system here and I walk into this, if I walk over to the red area, you will see that the purple area will stream out together with all the entities on that server. So it does not only stream out on my client, it actually streams out on that server. And when I come back in the green zone, that purple zone streams back in with all the entities in there with their full persistent state. So now I have a second player joined. Benoit is going to join me. So Ben, if you want to join, okay, I think we see him over there. Hey, Ben. Sorry. Nice. All right, I'm going to spawn a couple more penguins here. Because the next thing I want to talk about is new technology we are right now developing, and we are about to put on the tech preview for you to play. And this is actually the replication layer split. And that's the big next step in our great vision, obviously, as you might know. So in this demo, my client and my servers, they are no longer directly connected. Actually, I have a new service running here, and that is our replication service. So my client is connected to this replication service, and my server is connected to this replication service. And the replication service, the sole purpose is to get all the entities which are in the entity graph and stream them to clients and servers which are connected to. And what's really cool about this is, let's do a little experiment here. I mean, you all know our game has bugs. It's still alpha, and sometimes things can happen. So let's see what's happening when I kill my server here. So this is my server, the actual console. So let's just shut it down. And yes, this is where you would usually see a 30K or something. You can see Benoit kind of froze there for a bit. And the buggy does a bit weird stuff. I can shoot those pingus, but the world is really in a frozen state right now. But I didn't disconnect, because I'm connected to the replication layer and not to the server anymore. In the meantime, I'm just starting a new server. Let's be a bit patient for it. Should come back online in a second. And as you can see, now that the server came back, it restored the state. It restored the state, and the simulation just continues to work as before. So this will be, again, this is very early tech, but this is a great benefit of what we have with our replication layer split. But there's one more thing. And let's try this thing again. I just killed my server, and I'm trying to do that again. But this time, we're doing something different. So let's first go in here. This is my development tool. I can talk about it in a second. So let's stop that server again. And restart. And this will take a little bit. I'm running this tool you see here. This is our internal development tool. This tool runs the entire stack of our game on this PC. This is obviously for development only, and I can do that with my small test level. But this really helps online devs and all people who work on the incredible, complicated tech we hear to be able to develop our game. And because I run everything on this PC, it's a bit slow. So let's wait and see what's happening here. All right. Simulation continues. I can see Ben moving again. Hey, Ben. However, what just happened? Well, as you can see on my screen, I no longer have one server connected. I have 3 servers connected to this replication layer. So what you guys see here, this is the very first version of a working server mesh. All right. So now I'm going to explain a little bit how this magic works, because it is truly magic. Each server, when it came up and the replication layer realized there are 3 servers, we assigned different zones to those servers. And we said, OK, server 1, you are the authority over the purple area. Server 2, you are the authority over the green area. And the last server is authoritative over the red area. You can still see that those servers have all those entities replicated, but only the entities within their zone are actually authoritative on that server. So while I'm in this green zone at the moment, my entity is simulated on that green server and just replicated on the other server. And now, as I transition between those zones, you will see that on that green server, I just lost authority, and on that purple server, I just gained authority. And because my player was replicated on both servers, this completely works seamless. And again, let's do that a couple of times. You see on my client here, I don't notice anything of that. This all happens behind the scene. And this doesn't work only on me. Let's turn on the zone colors and the object, the authority assignment on the client as well. You can see that even entities, as they transition into the other zone, seamlessly transition to that zone. And not only that, I can also interact with entities that are on the other side. So if I go on the green zone, for example, and I shoot this, I can still shoot that purple entity. And I can also just go ahead and destroy that buggy which sits on that other zone. There you go. Always fun to blow stuff up, right? All right. So there's more to this. The first thing I will do, let's spawn a fresh buggy. I just destroyed my old one. When I go into this buggy, I will become part of the aggregate. And that means that now my buggy and myself will transition authority together. And this is how we make sure that my player, while he's driving this buggy, is always authoritative on the same server. So you can see, as I drive around with this buggy between the zones, I will switch between the different servers. All right. But there's more to this. So remember when I turned on the streaming earlier? The same streaming mechanics work here as well. Like, obviously, in this example right now, you can see all those servers, they have all those entities replicated. And it's a little bit wasteful because you have 3 servers, all need to replicate all those entities. And that's where streaming comes into play. I can turn on streaming here, and you will see that suddenly my purple server no longer has the red area streamed in. And the red server no longer has the purple area streamed in. So let's see what's happened when I drive my buggy backwards into that into the red zone. What happens on that purple server? And I just disappear. So right now, on this server, there's only Benoit replicated. And Benoit, if you come to me over in the red area, you will see that now on this server, there's no client at all. And in theory, we could now completely stream out the entire area on that server, or stream in a new area. And you will also see, as I drive back into the green area, I will magically reappear on that purple server. And this obviously works on the other side as well. Let's get a couple more player join. I have a couple more QA in the back, so you can just see the whole thing running in live with a bit more things going on. Get out of this buggy. And you will see on each server renderer which clients are currently replicated on those servers and which clients are actually authoritative on those servers. And you can see this, the green server, because it's the middle one, has most entities replicated. And then you can see this purple one at the moment only has one client replicated. Yeah. So yes, this is pretty much it. I hope you guys enjoyed this. It has been a long time to come to this point. And I just can't put in words how much tech and work we had to put into this. Big shout outs to the network team, big shout outs to the online services team, big shout outs to Chris to let us doing this.
It's been a really long journey to get to this point. And I've got to say, the team has done an amazing job. They've been working diligently for the last 4 or 5 years. We've had a couple of false starts. We finally have an incredible, I mean, the way the replication layer works and how we can spin up servers and down and keep the state constant, even if a server goes down, is, I think, a genius design. And the first time I saw this, about 3 weeks ago, working fully, I cried. It's like giving birth.
We did it!
And we wouldn't have been able to do this and work on this kind of tech without all your support.
That's right.
100%.
Now, you guys
And your trust.
allowing us to take the time to do it right, to really build it. So thank you.
Thank you, guys.
So much for everyone, and thank you everyone at CIG that's really worked hard to deliver all this amazing stuff that will be either in your hands now or in your hands very soon. And this is just the beginning of Citizencon. We got a lot more stuff to show you.
Yeah.
That's what we need for this MMO, guys.
Thank you.
That's what we need.
Great demo, by the way. Good.
All right.
That was great. Come on, come here.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
I know I'm live. Dan, I gotta digest what we just saw. Take it away from that boat, Dan.
What is up, everyone? We are back here on the Citizencon show floor. Give it up for that amazing panel you just saw. We are so excited to have all that stuff working. We're here at the Atmo Fight or Flight area here at Citizencon 2953 at the Los Angeles Convention Center. I have with me 2 of our content creators who are going to be in the Fight or Flight later today. We got Bognagas and Lizzie. What is up, guys? We're going to be doing some lightning round questions about your guys' upcoming stuff. First question, how does it feel to see Atmo come to life here at Citizencon?
It's so cool. It's this is the first real esports thing at an event like this for Star Citizen, so I'm really excited to be a part of it.
I think it's a great opportunity for the community to showcase the PvP in the Star Citizen community.
Fantastic. What's your mindset going into your guys' match today?
Don't lose, and yeah, that's
Bruh.
pretty much it.
I'm gonna beat him.
Good mindsets. Preferred dogfighting ship?
the arrow.
I am fucking
Ghost.
flabbergasted right now.
All right.
Yeah, that was so good. Yeah.
Dogfighting.
I'm gonna be real. I look. Am I not wrong that I said temper your expectations, right? Like I said that.
Just put in the hours. It's a lot of fun.
Yeah, I'm a fucking liar apparently.
All right. Where can people follow you guys?
But
that
that's
was
a good thing.
way further along than I was expecting it to be.
I just only anticipated the
All right,
reputation
and
layer.
a lot
like
of
even just like a
tension,
white
lot of
paper on the
animosity.
screen about it. I
Say
didn't
something
anticipate
nice about
a
your
full fucking
opponent.
demo of server mesh.
Great mustache.
Right.
I'm gonna feel really
Yo,
bad blowing
dude,
them
this
up.
Man, we're
I need
close.
to walk away.
All right,
I gotta
guys,
walk
well,
through
that
my
is it
computer.
for Atmo
I'll
Fight
be
or
right
Flight.
back.
The
I
match is
gotta
going to
go
be
get a
starting
beer.
soon. I'm going to cut it back to Jared and the
Almost that
Citizencon
time.
stage. We'll see you guys back here on the floor soon. See you guys then.
Oh, they're getting ready to start Fix It and Fly It.
I'm going to get a beer. Be right back.
Well. He would like the arrow. Or he would like the arrow. I'm gonna fucking dog him. That maelstrom was awesome. That dude's gonna get fucking dogged by that goddamn arrow.
Hello.
Oh, they jumped right into it.
I'm Thorsten Leimann, lead systems designer for the EU.
Fix It and Fly It is up.
And welcome to this little presentation of our most ambitious feature that we are working on for quite a while already. We already talked about it several times, but this time it will be a little bit different. So before we start jumping into the presentation, here's a little disclaimer.
Yes.
Everything that you are about to see in this presentation was done by the EUPU team, so, well, mostly.
We got help from the vehicle content team and the vGPU team. So what you will see here is mainly placeholder art that was either done by Guillermo, Bastien, or me, so members of our team, and it's gameplay that we focus on in this presentation. So what you will notice here is also that the UI is still work in progress, so visual changes even throughout this entire presentation. So we are still iterating. But let's start with the actual presentation. Those that follow us for quite some time probably know about the resource network already,
So
but
who's
let's
responsible
do a brief recap.
for us
We will be
nerfing
talking
through
here
the tunnel?
about our technology, that is resource network, and the engineering gameplay that
game a few
can
minutes
be called
ago.
a child
Yeah.
of the resource
And
network. The engineering task
there,
will
the
allow you to
servers are
manage your ships,
iffy right
outposts,
now at
and
best.
possibly
Yeah,
other
that's
things.
why I got off.
Let's have Guillermo talk about the technology first. So welcome on stage, Guillermo.
Okay. Resources.
We're getting an extreme repeat here.
Hi everyone, I'm Guillermo Bilbao, gameplay programmer for this team, and I'm going to talk about the Research Network. So, what is the Research Network? The main drive for the Research Network was replacing the previous pipe system you might have heard about. It's a new system that was more generalized, easier to expand, and that will support all the gameplay we actually want to do. And yeah, so it is a network, as you can see on that picture, showing the connections between different items, even those inside
All right,
all
I'm
the
going
containers.
back to muting.
And it enables specifically the relay gameplay we're going to show right after. So, it will have a global impact. You're going to see it in ships, you're going to see it in outposts. It's built to work with the cargo system in some ways. And as for interacting with it, the engineering gameplay we're showing today is going to be the biggest example, but you will also see it in other places, especially in missions. Let's have Thorsten talk about it a bit more.
So hello again. So as a crew member of a ship or as a person managing an outpost, you have several responsibilities, where the engineering topic can be split in 3 activities, and you can decide to share those responsibilities or take them all by yourself. It's really up to you. Every task requires their own skills and their own tool sets. There is tuning. Here you are responsible for preparing your ship. Your journey did not start yet, so you adjust your ship items based on your goals for the travels. Exchange sub-items, adjust the default settings of your power plant, basically operations that require you to turn off the items or even remove them from their sockets. The next activity is maintaining, and this is all about damage control and keeping the items in pristine or pristine enough state. You are the mechanic that makes sure that everything is and stays operable. Maybe even go further in the sense of caring for the items. And what caring means is here reducing the wear and tear rate by regularly removing dust or oiling the items, just as some quick examples. So let's actually show you some of the maintenance you can already do and will be able to do. So here we start with 2 gameplay mechanics that are already in the game. So technically nothing new, but the entire engineering loop ties them nicely together. Here you saw me collecting IMC, or still collecting.
Is that compass?
And now I will take the shield generator of the recently destroyed Gladius to use them as a spare part for myself. So all of this is of course optional. So you can purchase those items already and in the future even assemble them for yourself. So crafting. While the Fury approaches, you might get the glimpse of a debug UI. So there's the Fury now coming. I activated the debug UI to show you the health state of each item.
And what you should have seen is that the shield generator is fully destroyed and the power plant that I'm about to take out now is in low health. Low health means you can still repair it. So which will be happening now with Guillermo and Pete repairing the power plant after I removed it from the Fury. So it's making it fully functional again. And here you see the debug UI, the health is now fully up again, and that means that it runs at full efficiency again. And here you also see that the shield generator is at 0 health, so the destroyed shield generator cannot be repaired because it's destroyed, so I have to exchange it with the spare one that I collected from the Gladius. So with all those repairs being done, the Fury is operatable again and it can go its way. So getting back to the responsibilities. A big one is managing your ship, which includes resources, but also more general aspects. You have to manage the power distribution and come up with informed decisions, like reacting to hazards like malfunctions, fire, low energy, but also calling out items that need repair and maintenance. You will delegate the rest of your crew to keep your ships intact, like giving clear priorities of what needs to be done first. Let's take a look at another video here. So this is the first glimpse of the engineering UI in action. It is still being worked on, so it's heavy work in progress. Let's start with looking at the item view. So you can see the full setup of the network with the relays, the green dots connecting to each other, and the relays connecting to the items. Color and shape below the icons should help you identify the different item types,
Wizard.
like power
Appreciate
plants,
it, man.
weapons. Also helping differentiate between consumer, producer, and converters. You can tell the current state of the item, that means the amount of energy it produces, consumes, or has stowed. The health state it is in, the current wear and tear on the item, and the current state it runs in, like charging or being in an idle state. You can directly interact with these items, turn them on and off, and in the future even switch their states. If you hover over a relay, that I will be hopefully doing soon, you will also see that the amount of fuses that are still active and because a relay consists of several fuses, basically they are their own set of lives. And here you see all the details. And you can click on the items to see a 3D render of the power plant here, the quantum drive, sorry. And here's the relay overlay. Here Pete shoots a relay to show the UI updates on the screen. So once this relay got shot at, you will see the update here on the UI that suddenly the entire right-hand side of your ship lost power connection. And what you might have not picked up on the screen is that actually the power plant here that I'm now focusing on is on low health. So I'm commanding Simon to repair the power plant to get it fully operational again. So something to highlight here, take a closer look at the doors. Since we also track the door states, you see that you can watch movement inside your ships now nicely. So you can track players moving around in your ship and even close doors for them, or like compartments in this case where Simon just forgot to close the compartment. Yeah, so Pete destroyed the relay, but we need the ship in fully functional state. So yeah, I'm running now with a fuse and place it on in the relay, so make the relay work again. What you can also do with the doors is that you can create safe pathways, because you sitting at this engineering screen have more information in regards to your ship than the others. So you open doors to create a path that the players on your ship have to take. Now to the room view. That is mainly the life support controls plus controlling all doors. Again, we show the details of each room, like the temperature, pressure, atmosphere composition, so everything that is relevant for like you living on a ship. We also show the door states, where you can now have precise control over each door in your ship, as you see here. This will also allow you to have more control over which door or compartments to open. So here, again, showing opening the power plant. That also helps very much in already telling players, hey, you should repair this item, so I open that door for you, and they directly know which item you mean. It also allows us to control like the outside-facing doors much better. So you can directly open, if you just want to open the left side ramp or the front side facing ramp or the back facing ramp. So we did it last year already, but let's make our crew suffocate again. So the moment that you basically pull off their helmets, and now me pressing the cycle button, you see that the entire atmosphere in this room is vented. And yeah, well, the consequence is death. So, as you can tell, engineering gameplay will bring a lot of changes. Some of those changes are adding batteries to ships that will allow you to get a little bit of extra power for a short amount of time. Allowing you to control items directly, where it's not only their on-off state, but also their resource consumption. And where the biggest change that will come in this update is basically to the resource consumption and generation. So let's talk about energy balance. Currently, ships are balanced such that they consume less energy than they produce. What I mean with that is that the sum of all items requires less energy than the power plant will provide. And this has to change. The energy rebalance that I will explain to you now will affect mainly bigger ships. Single-seaters will still behave like they do now. For big ships, we will focus on item groups. Those require energy, but your ships will not provide enough energy to have all components run at 100% all the time. Instead, you have to decide what you want to have permanently powered by your power plant. So managing decisions will have an impact now. You could decide, as in this example, to shut down your thrusters to turn on the weapons. Isn't the best choice, since you will not be able to maneuver, so might not help when you are attacked. You would be able to shoot though. And here comes in the batteries. In scenarios where you need to react, you can activate the batteries and use the additional power. Batteries won't last forever, but you at least can power additional systems. You will be able to recharge the batteries again, but you need to free up energy from the power plant to direct into the batteries. I think that was a little bit more than just a recap, but now Guillermo will talk about malfunctions.
So I will talk about malfunctions real quick and get you guys to the next video since we're a bit behind schedule. What are malfunctions? It's using misfires in the persistent universe for seals, for thrusters. You've seen a very basic version of it. We're making them more complex, we're making them more lethal in some ways and more fun to interact with. Also, some of the new malfunctions will include fire, spreading misfires that represent electrical surges going through the ship, or signature bursts, which increases your signature and makes you show up on enemy sensors more easily. As for how you will counter them, you've seen suffocating people with life support. You will also be able to suffocate the fire with life support, which is probably more useful. You will be repairing them, not necessarily only with a repair beam, but also replacing parts or some bespoke behavior per misfire. And if all else fails, just turn it off and on. And here's a video of the fire in action. You've seen in other videos the fire. This is a small fire. You can just put it out with a fire extinguisher. Pretty simple. It just works. Here's a bit of a bigger fire. It might be that you cannot only put it out on your own. So here we have one crew member that's going to try to put it out with a fire extinguisher to mix results. And here we have the option of using the life support system to also set up before and just vent in the area. And now you can see that the fire, once we get to that compartment, has been successfully put out. Okay, so let's get Thurston back on stage. You saw a lot of the systems in action, but let's get a video of one of our play sessions, which is going to probably show it a bit better.
So, yeah. I have to excuse myself already because I was leading this group of players being attacked by the Gladius, and I did a poor job, but more to that in that video. Yeah, Guillermo, I wanted to talk about.
So for this demo, we have modified the damage system slightly to represent impact penetration on a very basic level. So you are going to see that the quantum drive is going to be hit by the Gladius attacking the ship.
So, yeah, being attacked by a Gladius for an A2 isn't like a big challenge, but in this setup we were not like fully staffed. That means we had our engineers running around and yeah, no one being seated in the turrets. So, yeah, our goal was basically to flee the Gladius, and yeah, with the Gladius actually shooting the quantum drive and damaging it, I thought, hey, it's a good idea to tell Pete and Simon to repair the quantum drive as a priority. As you can see, I somehow missed that the habitation room caught fire. I tried to, yeah, well, prevent further damage to it, but yeah, I failed. Yeah, so that was causing a bit to the panic, so I even got distracted in this moment. So we managed to have the quantum drive survive, but here I notice, oh, actually the power plant also starts to take damage, and at this moment I'm also telling Pete and Simon to switch their attention to the power plant, because if we lose the power plant, it's also like almost impossible to flee. So here I realized, oh my god, we are going down fast, and I think at this point now, yeah, I opened the compartment to make it access faster, but that was already too late, so the power plant died. And yeah, so the backup is to activate the batteries, which I did here. So Simon and Pete still tried their very best to fix it, but yeah, didn't manage to. Yeah, the attack moved to the forward side, targeting the batteries, because the player who was attacking us actually knew the ship layout. And yeah, here I noticed that the second power plant is also got attacked, so have to redirect our mechanics to it. And At this point, we wanted to flee, and then I realized why doesn't the quantum drive work? And as you saw, that there is a relay that also got destroyed. So here you see it very clearly that with a relay being destroyed at the quantum drive position, that means that the quantum drive cannot be accessed from the pilot seat. That means that I also had to get that repaired. So it was a bit chaotic. Everything was also happening a bit too fast. Here, trying to save the second power plant because were already running out of battery life. So if we would have lost the second power plant, that would have been our certain death. And I think at in the next part of the video, we basically asked someone to fix the relay at the back so that we still be able to jump away. So we at least managed to save one of the power plants. Yeah, that's now, I think it was Pete running there and fixing the fuse. And the next step was the pilot trying to push the quantum drive, but it was too late. We died. And the end of the show. Yeah, thanks. So what you just saw gives a good idea of how busy ships will be and what meaningful multi-crew gameplay will look like. But what about the future? Since we worked on technology that will be used throughout the entire game, you will see more and more coming utilizing this tech. It will introduce systemic gameplay with allowing players to come up with creative ways of manipulating their environments, sabotaging a power plant or destroying a vital relay that connects it all to shut down an entire enemy base that can include its life support or security systems. It would also tie in nicely with Maelstrom that you just saw, and anything that will break off will lose its connection to the network and therefore have an impact on its functionality. So it's a real systemic feature. The technology allows us also to take further steps into the crafting profession as well as in the base building, where both are related to each other. Bases built by player will also form resource networks and come with their unique challenges similar to ships. We are all really excited about the future of this tech and all the associated features. So there's a huge thanks for all people involved. So thanks to the entire EUPU team, the vehicle teams, Jared, active feature team, and the Arena Commander team. They all were super supportive to get this behemoth into a state that you could see here. And it's something that has been a long time coming, and we are really proud of it. So thank you for sticking with us on this journey. Wait, there's one more thing. So we really want to get your hands, we really want you to get your hands on this because we already had a lot of fun with it. I hope all of you have heard of the experimental mode in the Arena Commander. So we want to bring you what you saw here as an experimental mode before we put everything into the PU. And this will be soon. So, thank you.
Camera 4. Hi, everybody. I think I'm supposed. There we are. You know, when we started this, we said we'd have a nice, relaxed pace. That's a lot of new content coming in just the last 2.5 hours now. We are going to slow things down. We're going to take a little fun break here. We're going to do a cosplay contest, because why the heck not? And then we're going to take our lunch. So all you restreamers during the lunch, you can have a time to open your mouth and talk to your communities, because I can imagine you over the last 2.5 hours just trying to get a word in edgewise. So let's go to the cosplay contest, hosted by Galactica, our social media manager, with special judges Kat, Forrest, and me.
Well, that was interesting.
Hello and welcome to the Citizen 2953 cosplay contest powered by Toby Gaming. I'm Galactica, social media manager for Star Citizen, or as I like to say, professional ship poster.
So
and
the fact
on stage with me, I have Kat.
they're not doing what I
And
expected them to
next
do.
to
Every
Kat,
Citizen
we
Con
have
since
Forrest,
2016 is basically this is what we want to do.
who's our principal technical artist.
They've demonstrated it.
Who let this guy on stage?
I'm offending
Security?
people, so they leave.
And of course, Jared Huckabee.
They demonstrated it.
What's her title?
To show you how it works.
Creative content.
We got our server
doofus.
meshing view. They said, "Hey, we're dropping this."
I'm muting this right here. So sorry, Mike.
Yeah, I'm getting an echo.
Yeah.
Mute.
Jeez.
Mute your YouTube zero. That's why you're getting an echo.
Mute your YouTube.
Yeah. I'm just insane. I'm really happy that they're dropping the resource management engineering stuff inside the what was it called?
AC.
Arena Commander. That's awesome.
Yeah.
That it shows that, hey, we worked on this, play it, test it out, see how it works. Like, I hope it's not a duplicate of what the master modes thing became. Like, master modes, all you can do is fly normally. Like, you can't do anything else. Like,
yeah, you can't go to a planet or anything.
Yeah. And we really need that. We really need to see that and how the quantum jump works.
Right.
Yeah. But
I really like
this is
the airlock stuff.
Yeah, the airlock, dude. So like you pointing out, like they didn't have any shields on. Oh shit.
You know, you saw
That
all those
really
shields quickly arise just from a Gladius taking shields down. Like,
well, no, the shields weren't even up to begin with.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, holy shit! Now imagine with shields up and they're actually trying to fly. Like that was the thing that I noticed. Like they weren't actually trying to fly, but it does demonstrate that if you get into that precarious situation where things aren't working, shit can go down real fast.
You lose the whole fucking ship just like in a blink of an eye.
Yeah.
And the thing about the shields going down, you're trying to jump out. It's like it comes down to like it's like that thing when we talk about. They're like, oh, you want to jump, and like and they said focusing on like what you want to put your component power and whatnot into. And I'm like thinking, well, if I'm trying to jump and I'm getting fucked up, like some shields, bro. I'm trying to go get away, not like about fucking die from whatever alpha damage is about to get delivered to me.
Yeah.
But that's when they said with the quantum stuff, they said before you engage, you better be sure that you want to engage. And if you do it and you commit, your commitment may end up being success. Well, I mean, that's anything, but like if it is and you're outgunned, you're most likely going to fucking die. Bottom line. Which I see that happen very easily.
Now, I think the hypothesis that we were all running, or at least I think you guys agreed with me on, is the fact that that gameplay is going to change the way these bigger ships work.
Everything. Everything.
Oh yeah, no more running around solo in a multi-crew ship. 'Cause you'll just get killed instantly.
Yeah, you're just gonna have like 2-3 guys be like, "Yo, let's fuck this guy up," and just fucking annihilate you.
That's why I was saying we're gonna start a multi-crew training ship. Get people
I don't think
into
it'd
it
be too
now.
hard. Mostly just paying attention, like, to main thing is pay attention to who's on your ship and shoot first, ask questions later, then pay really close attention to your doors and that as a second precaution with the rest of the crew and being mindful of where everyone is. I think eventually they'll add maybe a thing on the ship, but I think that might be bad if they add a marker in the engineering gameplay thing, like on the HUD showing where your teammates are or your crew's at, because people would use that as a term of stream sniping.
Yeah. I kind of wanted to point out something you pointed out, and this is a good catch, Alex. Is that one screen that we saw applies to engineering and security? That was
Correct.
a good catch, man. Because
like
you
I saw
could
doors open, and I'm like, oh, you could tell when someone's there, and someone's not there, so you could just flood that area and kill them if they don't have gear on. You'll kill them instantly by locking the doors.
I wish the one thing I wish they'd put on there is tags. So like if your party was on your team, you could see their tag in the ship.
I agree.
That way you can identify correctly if there's an intruder.
I know Payne noticed it, but did everybody else see the compass and minimap whenever he was given a
yes
a presentation?
Oh yeah. I didn't say anything because I was like, okay, I think everybody else sees it, so I'm not gonna highlight it. But the door one, I was like, that's big.
The minimap
because you can hear door cues when there's a pirate on your ship, because I've heard them before. Because someone snuck on my ship one time and I blasted them and killed them. But you can hear it, but you have to be listening for it if the audio is not glitching. The fire stuff was really impressive. Especially with the animation they did with the reclaimer coming down and stuff like that. That was pretty cool. And then the water physics.
You mean like the lady walking calmly into the fire?
Yeah,
that was so great.
All the pyro stuff. Well, not to jump to pyro just yet, but the water stuff. Like I didn't want to feel like typing it because it's too much to type.
Hey guys, hey Shadow.
Hey.
Hey Dyer.
What's up?
Howdy. Hey Dyer.
Hey Dyer.
You got something to show?
Well, I was losing battery on my phone, so I couldn't stream. But I did play Pyro, and
it
was good. It was good. I mean, the graphic of it is really wow. I mean, the Pyro station was when you got out of the station. If you went too far, your ship started sparking, and if you go further out, it blew up. So, but if you stayed in the center and you quantumed out, that's what I did. I went to a planet and I just did a random derelict site, and I just landed. I looked around. I didn't have enough time. They just gave you like 30 minutes only, so I just went to that location, looked around, and the Derek site was really good. Really detailed. There's semi underground. You could go underground a little bit. Shot some people. It was good. I liked it.
Underground facility.
Was that new quantum jump there? The quantum drive effect, was that there?
No, there's standard quantum jump. Nothing that you saw on the feed.
Well, you know, Dyer, the 31st, they're going to let us preview it. So people that have tested, they're going by who got the goodies, concierge, and all that type of stuff. The 31st, they're going to open it up. So
nice.
We can play Pyro from home.
Nice. Did they announce? I was playing the game while they were doing the announcements, but ships? Nothing yet?
Not yet.
I've been refreshing it.
Wait. Did you not see the server meshing stuff? And did you not see the engineering stuff?
No, not really.
Oh my god!
Oh man.
I was playing Pyro.
Really good.
Bro.
Okay. It is recorded in YouTube. So once this is, you can fast forward to it, and it was amazing. And Vulcan is coming. Yes. Not sure when, but it is coming.
That is underselling that. And that's a good thing.
Yeah.
It runs so good.
Looking at a lot of their what was it?
So
Up, somebody won first prize.
I'm not paying attention to that.
It's my outfit too.
Well,
You
guys,
said-
I actually have to leave Citizencon because I have to go to my job. But yeah, and
right.
yeah, but yeah, but all right, guys. Well, I'll when I get in the car, I'll feedback on the channel. But hopefully you like the pictures, Shadow, that I sent.
Yeah, they're awesome, man.
Yeah.
Appreciate it.
Thanks, Dyer.
Thank you,
Oh, no
Dyer.
problem.
It's wild.
Look at
that Dyer got
look
the
at that
played up.
Artemis outfit.
Yep.
Oh man, that's sweet.
He won.
Yes,
Jimmy's my
sir.
favorite.
That is sweet.
He won.
Bruh.
If he didn't win, he should have just unhooked the hose, and he really would have won.
Just
So it'll be flying all over the place. Okay.
Yeah, it should have been flying all over the place.
The quantum jumping with them not showing that, people see the engineering, but they forget the key thing about jumping. Like one of the key things that they mentioned, oh, we're trying to jump away, and well, that Gladius,
giving away
I mean, that's early
Toby's.
stuff,
Nice.
but you jumping, you don't have that shield. If you're trying to jump, your shield goes down. So it comes back again to that main thing of like the engagement and knowing what the fuck's going on, and someone being at the helm, looking at the sensors and paying attention, because you could easily, like, if those guys were sitting there, luckily it wasn't the Gladius in that scenario they showed, but if it was a Eclipse and it just pulled up there, oh, bro, you're gone. Get fucked.
It's also much faster to jump away with the new master mode setup.
Oh. Nice.
Stats of components are going to play a big role with this new stuff coming in. I mean, it's very early, but spool time, that's important. 6 to 2 seconds could be the difference between you dying and living for spool up.
Yeah, that's just, I'm absolutely flabbergasted.
So it all depends on what you're trying to do in gameplay.
They did a wonderful job. Go ahead, Zero.
Yeah, I like everything, but I just want them to focus on the bugs. I'm blown away with what they got coming out, but they still got a lot of stuff they need to refine.
Well, that's where there's still got to be some legacy code in there, and that's why it's giving us issues. And Mike can tell you that with that, once the legacy code is gone totally, when they add something new, it will work correctly, because there's no blockers in the way, if you get what I'm saying.
The server meshing stuff was pretty cool to show how they demonstrated and explaining it. I think they explained it pretty well.
Yeah, that demonstration alone will it's the linchpin for everything.
Correct.
Because they showed it working, because it is functional. A lot of these problems that we're seeing, missing inventory, 30Ks,
A lot of it will get eliminated just from that.
it's going to go away. 100%, yeah. It's those problems are going to go away.
It's like it's like right now, it's like one server's doing all the legwork when they could technically spread it out against multiple servers. And if they get multiple servers, it would increase the game. It would make latency across servers better, because it's a shared workload at that point, and everyone you won't really notice anything crazy different in terms of from server to server, because it all balances out.
Yes. So to your point, and another way of saying it is, you exist on right now. Everybody exists on server A, and everything's going through server A, and everything's being calculated on server A.
Okay, I'm gonna move the Discord over here so we can show some of the pictures that Dyer and everybody that people sent.
Okay. Yeah. So effectively, what's happening is, looking at what they've done, I could see that hitting us in half a year.
Hello.
Right, I agree with you on that one.
It's insane.
I really like seeing the water effects. If they're the way they're describing it, they were basically, if you think about weight, a 3x3 cube
Hello?
of water weighs 1 ton.
Yeah. Hey, Ty.
Can you guys? Okay, great. Sorry, my headset cut out there when I first joined in.
Hey, Ty.
Oh, how are you guys doing?
Good. How are you?
Yes.
Oh, talk about information overload. Holy Jesus.
Vulcan, I'm excited.
The only thing that I can say that you guys haven't seen from watching the stream so far, I mean, you've seen everything that I have, except when they were doing the sound, the experience here was just fantastic. It was blowing me away.
For those of you that may have missed it, they will be putting in. You can play Pyro on the preview. And this was announced at 11:22 or sooner, probably earlier. I'm gonna show in the browser
Actually, some
really
of the normal
quickly.
thingies.
Introducing the preview channel. Okay. So with this, we will be able to get in Pyro and check it out. So
Been refreshing the store like crazy.
If you're enabled to do it, that's the thing. You have to.
You have to be. Okay, let's go over the details. Okay. We're excited to announce that on Tuesday, October 31st, we will open access to Pyro on the preview channel. We'll utilize a randomized selection process, pulling from the digital goodies packs owner, concierge, and our most active testers, followed by our usual wave process. Okay?
By most active testers, because that's the first, you reading it is the first I haven't been able to look at these posts while watching the event, of course. So you reading that, when you say most active testers, I'm just going to read that Evo is getting it and going to say, woohoo!
Right. So, that's a big thing right there. Once we get confirmation on that, on how they're going to work it, but if they go by what they did with 319 and 320, it'll go by that that standard.
I would like to buy a bottle of water.
I bet, man.
But the vending machine is empty, and the line for the stop here is just immense. So I'm going to go get a drink of water at a fountain and then get back to my seat because I don't want to. I had a great seat.
Oh yeah,
that's good.
I might not get that seat back, but I want to get back there before the good seats are being taken. There's a lot of people eating lunch out here.
Right.
Dyer met up with Zook and Joe while he was there.
Oh, he did? I didn't know they were here.
Yeah, they're there.
Oh, well, shoot, I'd like to meet them. I thought Dyer was the only one here.
No,
besides
Dyer
me.
was there.
He had to
Yeah, he had to leave.
Dyer had to go to work.
Yeah. Whoa.
What?
Storm walls?
Yeah, You didn't see the storm?
Oh.
No, I didn't see that.
Oh yeah, they were in
Oh.
there's like MSR flying, and all of a sudden like 10 storm walls come out of nowhere.
You must have stepped away.
Yeah, I did.
I think you did. Yeah, that's why I didn't say anything, but I was like thinking to myself, like, they're protected. I know from Crusader, and I'm like, and I thought to myself, Shadow's gonna get mad. I thought to myself, well, if I blast one.
Yes.
They broadcast their intention when they were doing the shot of Orson, and they paused on that Stormwall statue for a minute after showing the animals from the other planet. And then they paused on the Stormwall statue, and I'm like, they're about to show me a Stormwall.
So what do you think about that Vulcan coming soon?
Vulcan is going to optimize the game.
Yeah.
About time.
And when
And from
that
what-
happens, it will take a whole lot of it away from the CPU and put it on the GPU.
Someone in the Twitch chat said,
Go ahead,
when's
Mike.
4.0 coming? In the Twitch for Star Citizen.
I'm sorry, I was chowing. Yeah, so Vulkan's API is just a godsend when it comes in. Now remember that only fixes performance issues locally. So how things are rendered and worked in the engine, that's what that's going to fix. Then you got, I'm actually happy that they're putting ray tracing in, because I think this game could benefit from it, but I really think they need to optimize or ensure that it's done correctly. Alpha pointed out, like, the early part of that ray tracing information that they showed off, it was kind of washed out a little bit. It needs a little bit more work.
Well, go ahead. Sorry.
I was saying, behind that, once things, so the advantage about the last part of Vulkan, advantage of when things move onto the GPU and off the CPU that don't need to be on the CPU, that right there is going to be your massive performance intake.
Yes.
Because, I mean, you got to think about it. Like, pretty much anybody on a 3090, 4090, 3080, 3060, whatever, the 6800, 6950, it doesn't matter. We're pretty much all on the same playing level.
Yes.
Because of CPUs.
Yeah.
Yeah, because then it's gonna take everything off the CPU. Because a lot of people have varying CPUs here.
Not everything.
In the Discord.
It's not going to take everything away from the CPU, but it's going to lighten the load on the CPU.
But it'll be noticeable from computer to computer when people play
Yeah,
with.
so
Graphically, it's not going to be bad, but CPU to CPU, it's going to be different.
Of course.
No, what I mean here is,
I know mine's running good.
what I mean here is,
I
as of
was
right
telling Shadow I have Vulkan on my library stuff.
Yeah, my Joker has a folder for Vulkan on his system.
mm-hmm. There's already Vulkan pieces working now.
Right.
You should have Vulkan. Hold on.
Go ahead, Mike, with what you were saying.
So there's already pieces of Vulkan already installed and working on your machine. I don't know if you were around long enough, Joker, but when those pieces of Vulkan come in, I think they started off with certain shaders and certain things. You'll notice like some textures pop in super fast when you get near them. Like they're like just super fast. It's sometimes you don't even see them come in. That's Vulkan at work.
Mm-hmm.
But what they're doing is way longer. Like, it's way larger. Guys, I'm gonna be honest. Expect that when all this stuff comes down, you're probably going to need to anticipate a larger folder for your game.
Oh, definitely a larger download.
Yeah, definitely bigger.
Might have to get another drive.
Okay, look at it like this. We're at 100 gigs now.
Well, I'm on a 2 terabyte drive, and I'm almost filling it up, so I might have to get a bigger drive because I'm the type of person that likes to have all my games downloaded to play. So, means next computer.
Just get a drive for Star Citizen.
Yeah, that's true.
That's what I do. I have an M.2 1 terabyte just with Star Citizen on it.
Same.
This.
All right, boys. Based on what we've seen, what do you think we're going to see for a ship Any votes?
Oh, here we go.
600 rework.
The MSR shit. That's what I want to see.
The MSR is it's done. The only thing that it needs is another entrance.
Yes, I agree. That's what I want to see.
But who knows?
It should be on the front, but I don't think that will do it.
Yeah, based on what I was shown here, it's tracking with some stuff I watch other YouTubers talk about, like with some news and what they anticipated to see for like engineering gameplay as like and stuff with like server meshing and talking a little bit about persistence and like other new features that they're going to be bringing, which are all good stuff. And everything so far, from what I recall, has been on track. I'm curious to see now what ships now and vehicles will be brought up and what goes straight to fly. Because honestly, I can't really even say because I feel like I don't know squat. I feel totally in the dark, which is fine because that's what makes it really exciting. Like a big cliffhanger for me.
Like I say, that Pyro's going to be that preview for Pyro is going to be huge.
Oh, you guys also, when you seen them jump, now that you mentioned it, Shadow, did you see the little, the different black strings or like little holes that shot off when you're inside of the main, like, I want to say tube, like when you're inside that vortex, like, did you see that? Those little pieces that came out here and there? You know what I'm talking about, guys?
Yes.
I believe those, I don't know if this is true, but I believe those may be the extra exits or the other exits potentially that you might get shot out of by chance.
Possible.
So not at a station, but like when you're going to different places to take shortcuts and stuff. So like, remember how we were talking about like, oh, people are going to camp the gate and like shoot you and shit. Well, no, you're just gonna pop out randomly. So people most likely are not gonna see you at all. You're gonna pop out in the space where there's no contact.
Well, there's going to be a lot of things. We just have to keep everything in perspective and hold on. That's all we can do at this point.
We're just 25%.
I'm interested in the crew gameplay because that looked really fun. I just don't hope it. I hope it's just not a big burden. That's where it like everything comes down to that, and it's like if I cannot function in terms of like I've got to worry about the engineering, like constant, like you know what I mean? Like I don't know
Well,
how to explain.
that's why you have dedicated engineers to worry about it.
Right.
Initially, it'll be overcompensated, and then it'll be nerfed.
Yeah.
Okay, that's what I was thinking.
Yeah, they have to do it that way. Whenever they release a new feature, they have to release it in a state where they think it might work, and then see how it works, and then scale it back if they have to.
Yep. But it looked cool. Like based on the demo they showed for it, it was very that was probably for me one of the major highlights.
Not for me. It was the Pico.
Bro, I thought they were gonna blast those Picos, bro. The scopes was really good. I mentioned some stuff
that
on the
was
scope.
sick. That was sick.
Some of the scopes, like I don't know, like the lighting, like for the example, the ASCOP's base scope. If it's dark out and you look into the scope and they were talking about like, oh yeah, sometimes it's blurred visions, like you got this like black thing comes in front. It literally looks just like what they showed, what goes in your face. That blocks your view on it. And
Oh yeah, the scope's fantastic.
yeah, it's annoying. And then like they talked about like changing the scopes. I hope that comes in like the next patch, honestly, because looking through some of those scopes at night, like example the ASCOB's Omorif scope or whatever, that stock scope you get on that weapon, I do like that scope. But the brightness of that reticle, it just drowns out everything, so it makes it hard to see. Like, I can't wait for them to change that.
Yeah,
all the gun
I'm really
sounds
excited
sounded
about
amazing. Oh, sorry, Mike, I didn't interrupt you.
No, you're fine, man. Now I was saying that the scopes looked really, really good. Like really good. I was impressed with them.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah, and then the sound stuff. I really like the fact that I went all this time knowing that in space, sound doesn't travel.
Right.
And they just displayed that, well, sound is relative to when you have contact. It'll travel through the physical material. And you heard the muffling of the sound traveling through the ship. That
you
was
could hear it like you were getting
exceptionally impressive.
shot.
Yeah. It, like you couldn't hear like right now if you go in you can hear the other ships firing and stuff like that and you can hear yourself firing like as if it's legit right there. But but that only works in atmosphere. That really only works when you're in atmosphere. If you're in space, you'll hear your ship vibrating, but you won't hear the actual guns firing. It's really crazy.
The website's under heavy load. Seeing the Twitch chat talk about it.
Yeah, it's under heavy load.
Everybody's
Hey guys, I'll be back.
No, go ahead.
I'm gonna be back. I'm gonna go grab my beer.
All right. Yeah, everybody's waiting for that, that ship or whatever to snipe that shit. My credit card is about to be under heavy load when Fisher fixes it.
Also, I
people,
think
bro.
I think it's sick how they bring it in the blood.
Yeah, that was cool too. The tears, I really like all that.
Yeah.
Oh, dude.
The clothes, even though like some people are like, oh, like I felt like, but I was like, bro, this is all really big stuff. The hair, all that was really cool. It's all graphics to me, and it's important too because you don't want to play a game that's ugly. They showed a PlayStation 1 renderings of it, and they're pretty much like, yeah, this game is unplayable on PS1.
Yeah, definitely gonna be GPU heavy.
But it was I definitely, yeah, like you said there, Zero. I could see it in the future, like, and they're like, yeah, min specs 3090, recommended. Like, but that's when I went back and told Shadow and Mike the other day. It was like, it's like until I see games that start coming out saying like the minimum recommended is my graphics card, then I'll upgrade. But until then, I'm fine.
Well, it also depends on how much RAM your graphics card has too.
Yeah, bigger the card helps. I can crash my graphics card currently with playing a game that's like older than Star Citizen, so.
I have been sitting here trying to talk, with you guys for the last 2 minutes, or no, 5 minutes, I guess. And you guys just keep talking over me, and then I realize, oh, they're not rude. My mic is because I'm stupid.
Go ahead, Ty. What do you got to say?
I wanted to go back a little bit. Can we talk just for a minute about the machine learning planet generation tech?
Yeah.
Because the current state of procedural generation, in the industry wide, the baseline is pretty much you can generate a planet, but pretty much, you might have a few biomes, but for the most part, like if you land in one spot, then like Starfield, if you land in one spot in a particular biome, then you have seen that spot in every other biome. I mean, yeah, the topography is a little different. The things are scattered randomly, but it's the same. What they demonstrated is going to be fantastic for procedurally generated natural beauty. Right?
So
anybody else disagree with that assessment?
No.
What I took from it, and maybe this will kind of agree. I think this will agree with your assessment, but essentially, they're using Earth, Moon, and Mars to generate height maps, and then apply a biome level. So essentially, if something's high in the sky, it becomes snowy, right? If it's in a valley or on near sea level, it's more apt to be, foresty, or if there's not enough moisture in the area, it's apt to be a desert of some type or a sand desert. So I think what they're implying is that they're going to be able to use machine learning to develop height maps and biome maps to quickly render new planets. pretty much I think what you said verbatim, but I think slight differences is a little bit more understanding inside of machine learning.
Right. I mean, there's obviously going to be more artistry in it, but it's not going to be like the same topology.
Right.
On one side of if you've seen one part of Cellen, you've seen all parts of Cellen or Daymar.
I get what you're saying.
Right.
Yeah. I get what you're saying. Yeah, the height map is the wrap of the whole planet. So you're not going to have identical. You'll have similar biome, but you won't have identical biome. If that makes sense.
Right. The landmarks, the topology, the features, it's all going to be built based on not just the height map generated, but also the other stuff that they put in for temperature and weather and stuff like that. I'm blown away by that. It's like exploration gameplay right now is all about they put in a new river, let's go. Or hey, let's go see where all these derelict outposts are, or let's find a cave, but now it's gonna or at least the hopium that they're throwing the room with here is making me think that a person could just play the game exploring for natural beauty and have it be fulfilling.
Yeah, I agree with that one too. I'm already excited. I think we may see a few planets kind of the same-ish at the start, but I really think that as it evolves and matures, it's going to get really nice. And fortunately, environment artists can stop worrying about how a planet looks and actually worry about taking the backdrop they're given from the planet and applying a customization to what is occurring. So, like, for instance, instead of making a desert, like, Cellen or
Daymar.
Magna, thank you, Daymar. Instead of just making a desert everywhere, the desert's already there. They can just, like, maybe make custom outpost with forest or palm trees or an oasis or whatever. And then they could just strictly focus on custom spots instead of worrying about the entirety of everything. And this is also, and I think you're hitting on a good point here, Ty. This is going to reduce the amount of time it takes to create an entire star system. Not by a little, but by an enormous amount.
Which is something that that's a tool that has always been required for this game to be what they want it to be. And now it's like they've about got the tool they need for that. And yeah, I hadn't thought about the point you were making about the artists don't necessarily have to worry about the environment anymore. So yeah, they can basically go in and quote settle the planet instead of building the planet. Here's a planet, now settle it.
Yep.
Is it a big? How long has the settlement been there? Is it like Terra, or with Prime? That huge metropolis, or is it like? I want to see what they're going to do with Earth. Honestly, I think that's going to be fascinating.
Oh, I'm so excited to see that stuff too.
But yeah, it's like now all you have to do is populate this planet that our tools are going to be.
Yeah, well, you get it. I'm pretty sure, and I think it's reasonably expected that they will still hand build some planets, and I think that's fair.
Make them
but yeah, I mean, hell, we got Levski already. I mean, we already got Pyro stuff already. I wonder if that's why they redid Pyro stuff. So a lot of years ago, they actually said that they showed it, that they had all the Pyro planets done. But then they redid them, and I wonder if that was the machine learning that they turned on and got a better result and said, okay, why don't we just do this? Because the amount of time they took to make, I hypothesize, the original time it took to make Pyro was years. And when they redid it, when I suspect that they redid it, was way shorter.
They
for the
got
plants
better
to be on.
results and a way faster turnaround time than first
Yeah.
anticipated. Now they're basically looking at it as, well, shit, if we can give them pyro, that, I mean, it's weird because they gave us those other jump points, and it just makes you scratch your head like, like,
well, yeah.
What is there more to it, or is it just because they're like, well, we're giving you this system soon, we'll just put these in so you have them for the time.
Well, it doesn't mean that they won't drop the other. It doesn't mean that they've not already created the plants on the other jump systems, and they're just wrapping those things up, and we'll see. Oh, by the way, in April we're dropping these 2 star systems. I know one of the star systems. I think Nyx isn't that big. I think Nyx is pretty small. Levski.
Yeah, Nyx is next after Pyro, supposedly.
What would be really cool is when they drop these systems. Like, I think it would be cool where they drop a system, but they don't tell you anything about it, except from what you got on the star map of it on the website. I think that would be pretty cool, because then no one has nothing, and you just go in. That would be cool.
I do remember when they put in those 3 jump point stations, and everybody was like, what if they drop the other 2 systems at once? And everybody was like, yeah, that's funny, that'd be great, but no one ever took it seriously. But after demonstrating this new planet building tech, that is not, like, I don't think that's going to happen. I still think it's on the side, on the ridiculous side of the line, but it's not so far
It's not
over
out
the
of
line.
the norm.
Yeah.
Like being
It's-
possible.
Yeah.
I think some of the backlog ships, when they start talking ships though too, coming up, like ships you didn't think were being worked on and etc. I'm not saying any particular ship in general.
Phantom Merchantman.
Yeah, I think you're gonna hear stuff get. I think it's gonna be touched on. A good fair amount of all of it will get mentioned, at least touched on. If not, like, there'll be some side probably conversations. For example, the Polaris will probably get brought up. That's probably gonna be a big one. Everybody wants their size 10 to fucking nuke something that they can't afford, or etc. I mean, I digress, but
Okay. In the pipeline right now, Polaris is number 1. Then you're going to get the Galaxy.
Correct.
And then you're going to get the Perseus. Because the frames and the assets
similar.
Very similar, correct.
And I could see them talking about, like, that stuff, like all that, for, like, because it just makes sense. It's like, you talk about this one, you might as well talk about these 2 and how these are going to be affected from the one previously. But I definitely see, like, everything for the most part, whatever's backlog, because I know there's, like Mike had mentioned, there's about some 15 some ship teams that just started up, and I also CIG has talked about bringing more people on for that role and also doing more RSI ships. So the likelihood of more RSI ships in the future is a lot greater than other companies. I'm looking forward to that.
Well, one step at a time. Basically, at this point.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not in a rush to get every ship, but I do look forward to seeing what they're going to surprise us with here in these next few talks and shows they have today, because we have all day tomorrow too for a whole nother day. I think, what is it, Citizencon, like 3 days or 2 days?
2.
Okay.
Well, next, if the leaks were correct, we could see the Zeus.
Who the hell's leaking all that shit?
CIG.
Why the Zeus? Like, why? I know it was like the first spaceship with the quantum drive, but, like, I don't know. Why the Zeus?
As CIG.
Yeah, that's fair.
You think about it, it's another RSI ship. If they've got all this work done on the Polaris, they can just reuse it for the Zeus real quick.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking, like, especially with all this. That's why I'm saying, like, if they're working on the Polaris and that's coming close to finishing, for them to be able to knock out these other ships, I could see them having a timeline similar to the Spirit. But maybe a little longer than the Spirit. But
Well, the Spirit was a year.
Yeah, and that wasn't bad.
They started production on that the day they dropped the concept that was being worked on. It was probably being worked on before that, but yeah. And they said that the A1 was going to be first because of, let's just say, the simplicity of it. The tractor beams and took time for the C1. Then the inside of the E1, since it has two decks, is going to take a little bit longer, plus the gameplay loop. And to be fair, you could actually, they could, if they had the E1 ready now, you could actually do a gameplay loop, a sandbox with the E1 because players are passengers too. And that's what Tribunal said. So we'll see how it goes.
I don't think so much that they will, have people announce that they've got work done on the data merchantman, but I think it would be hilarious if they trotted out a group of people and just said, "These are the team that we've got working. We've got them spun up, we've got them onboarded, and we've got them trained. And this is the banded merchantman team." And then they just walk off to tons of applause.
That would be awesome. But we'll see what happens. What time did they say the next one was jumping off? Oh.
I'm back.
The ships are about to get ready to come on.
So here's a funny little story, aside of information that you don't really see. So it was about half an hour before show start, right? And I had to use the bathroom, and Dyer was, we had our seats, and so I go back, and it's like down the hall, and I swear to God, it was like supposedly 30 minutes should have been enough, but I swear to God, as soon as my cheeks hit the seats after the cheer roar, I was like, "Son of a worst timing."
Wait, what? You farted?
I think he had to poop.
I'm not telling the story again.
I mess with you, dude.
I thought the people talking shit about the water, bro. I was impressed by the water. That Gladius, from how they were describing, how they did the water physics was accurate. If you think about it, a 3x3 cube of water weighs a ton. If you look at 16-inch guns firing on a broadside on Iowa, and the amount of water those move, and you see the Gladius on the ground split the water like it did, that thing has a lot of power behind it from thrust. Now imagine a big ship like a Hercules and how it goes across the water, how much water that thing's in.
It's gonna make it rain.
Yeah, that's fucking. It was crazy, and I thought it was good. Just I don't know. I thought it was a really added, nice fucking thing that they did. It's pretty sick.
Well, you also got to realize that the majority of people commenting on the water have only seen a movie version of it where a plane flies across and it's actually a speedboat kicking it up.
Yeah, like people don't understand. Like to me, it was impressive that they got the physics down right for it, and that made. For me, it makes an impact on me because that makes me want to go look at it and go play with it and go see that stuff because, like, that's cool. Like, no matter where you're going to be at in this verse, it's like, it's not going to be some oddball weird shit. I mean, I hope to see the day when I don't fall through a platform and get under it and then can't get out. Like, I want to be on top of it and not get blown down by a light wind that holds me suspended in the air for, like, 20 minutes or whatever, you know, some oddball shit. Like, or as soon as I enter a airlock, it blows me out the fucking airlock and kills me. Like, what? Nothing prepares you for trying to enter out in an airlock on a settlement and you just get blasted out into space, like on the ground there, like at Mach 10, and hope your little legs don't die.
I wonder who of us will be the first one to actually accidentally be pulled out of an airlock.
Me.
All of us.
It's always me.
soon. Hey,
I
there's
can
fire in the hallway, and then Mike's like, got it, and then fucking someone's like, he's like fucking sucked out like some Star Wars type shit, like R2D2. Gone in quantum. Left them about 1,000,000 fucking miles back.
When do they add lightning and tornadoes? Gortok, you trying to push it?
I'm asking for too much now.
I think we need to give an honorable mention to the cloth tech that they demoed because it's the type of thing that most people aren't going to. They'll notice it when it's not working right, but otherwise they would never notice it. But the cloth tech, the star
that
cloth.
one.
Yeah, so not just like the hospital gown flowing, because that type of thing has been done in game, right? It's tough to do, right, and it's impressive. But the layering, having cloth layered correctly, if that layering works half as good as they are saying it will, then that's an impressive thing.
Well,
I want a ghillie suit. Star Citizen.
we got a couple more minutes.
Already. I'm gonna pop off of here and go go use the restroom and get a drink of water before it starts. So I'll see you guys after the last panel.
All right.
See you after last panel.
Take it easy, Ty. Thanks.
So, if you see Void and Zook, tell them I said, hey, love you.
I don't know what they look like. I wouldn't recognize them.
They look like a bitch. No, I'm kidding.
Yeah.
I'm just messing.
You're gonna look around and be like, "That's all the space dads here."
Yeah.
Hold on, I'll take a selfie, I'll post it, and then you can tell them to look for me. And I think that'll probably be the easiest way.
There's a new star map picture up. You guys better look at this.
Yeah, I just put it in our chat.
Where at?
Our general chat.
That's the pyro system.
Oh wow, I didn't see one.
You put it in chat?
Yeah.
Oh wow.
I'm in Snowbird staff chat.
Dude, look at that. Oh wow, they have clusters. Wow. Well, I could see mining being something worth exploring, but then also like here's the cool thing about this. This is I don't know. This is me just thinking and like my mind going wherever with it. I can see pirates. I'm not trying to give ideas. I'm not gonna say it on stream. I don't want to give ideas. In my mind right now, I see so many different ways you can pirate people on here with like what I'm being presented with. Like so many different things you can do. Like I can't even list it all. I'd feel more comfortable doing it later, but it looks really cool, especially with the clusters. I have so many ideas what you can do with these. And
Ty, I'm going to send you a picture of Dyer. You've already seen Dyer, so this is Zook and Joe. So you'll be able to know who they are. Okay? And I'm going to...
Okay, I just posted my thing.
Shop terminal. Wow. Oh wow. Gear leaks. Wow. Dyer gave us some gear leaks and everything, bro. That's pretty cool.
All right, I'll see you guys later.
Alrighty. Wow. Minus 80 to 245 degrees C. The sea helmet beachhead. That looks sick.
Yeah, I got it. How long is break? It should be getting ready to go away now. It's 2:30, but they were kind of behind. So let me...
they said about 45-minute break was what they said.
Yeah, I'm looking at the map right now. Talking ship, it's an hour. So talking ship starts at 3 o'clock. No, Pyro has more than 3 planets.
I'm looking. I'm not looking. That's let me go back to that screenshot again. Pyro L4. Yeah. So the way they have this, like a lot of these, there's a lot of clusters. Those are like big asteroid fields.
So we got another half hour before it jumps off again.
A lot of awesome points of interest here. Interesting. See a lot of ganking. The only thing that sucks here is that we don't have a thing of scale. We don't have nothing for scale. To like, we don't have no reference for it.
Well, give it a chance. We haven't even gotten in there yet.
No, that's not what I'm getting at. I'm just saying like that's the only thing here because for what you see, because you can't make a reference. So you can only assume like a distance, but going from like the top left to the bottom right, that looks way farther than Stanton.
Yeah.
That's what I'm getting at, but I don't know exactly how far. It looks like going from like the cluster, like in the bottom right cluster BGR 560 to Pyro 5L4, looks like that's like the equivalent of going to ArcCorp to Hurston. So I'm looking at almost like a 45 to a 50-minute jump.
Well, look how huge that is compared to Stanton.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like going from like you want to go from like that top cluster to the bottom right cluster there, cluster WH387 compared to the 976. That's like I wouldn't say an hour, but you know, you gotta go there. You better be going for a good reason, and you better got everything you got because I'm not jumping back for you because that's a lot of time wasted.
Thanks, Alex.
I'll pick you up. I love you.
No man left behind.
But you can see what I mean. Like that's a fucking long way, bro. You better you better have everything.
So
With them,
I'm
all these
looking
changes,
at 3 planets, right? Correct? Pyro 1, 2, and 3.
No. There's 6.
There's 6. The PYB and then I'm a number. Or PYR, sorry. No, I'm a number.
There's 6 planets in Pyro, but I think they've removed a few of them because I think they're hiding what they're gonna do with them.
Right. Work and placement, I guess, right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, if they got 3 on the one side of the left and, put the 3 on the other side, I guess.
Looks like you take physical radiation damage in Pyro to your character. Check this screenshot out in our chat.
Which one?
It's uploading now.
Gotcha. Medical delivers rapid injector cannon.
Decontamination pen.
Ooh.
Wow.
Good catch.
Oh.
Big
So
stuff.
there's already stuff in game for some of this stuff for sustenance.
There's some really interesting things that are coming from Citizencon. This gives me optimism. Yeah. Hey, squirrel.
So right now with that pen, the decon pen, currently there are drinks in game that give you immune boosting to help you resist environmental effects and things that you can experience. So by example, going to Aberdeen, by taking the drink that's immune boosting and getting that and getting those immune buffs will help your system against radiation. That stuff's in game currently, but people just don't care. They just fucking drink the crux and say fuck it. Which isn't the best, but I mean,
because you got to look at it. Where are we most of the time?
Yeah, but I'm saying people look at it the point as like, all right, this is giving me food, water, great, and they only need one thing, which is great. For me, when I'm in game, I'm getting the Vestal water because I'm trying to get the hydrating effect, and I'm trying to get the stuff that keeps me fuller longer, stuff like that. And I find it does help because it is beneficial because the amount of times I've had to go back and actually get water for being in game, it really does help. It's a big difference. from the getting the boost effects of food and whatnot, and this will help with radiation. Those effects.
Well, yeah, but the main thing is, I would love to keep things on my ship, so I don't have to go buying crap all the time. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
But
I agree.
With the random blow ups and all this type of stuff, I don't put anything on the ship unless
you're not
really
trying to waste
need
your fucking money.
You know?
Not stable enough for that yet.
Mm-hmm.
Whoa.
Yeah, Brian Chambers has said on a French stream, Hugo Le Soir, that Squadron 42 is feature complete and in a polishing/balancing state at everyone. Brian Chambers. Who's Brian Chambers? Question mark.
He's a streamer. On a French stream.
Interesting.
That's more than interesting. To be fair, Mike, what do you think? Do you think we're going to see something on S42 tomorrow? I think that's going to be the closer.
Yeah, it would make sense if they did.
It's going to be their one more thing at the very end.
That's okay.
So here's another type of pen, an opio pen.
Oh, there's a video. The uploaded voice.
So, to be fair, expectations, we came in with expectations low. What do you guys think at this point?
Above what I anticipated so far.
Oh yeah, for me too.
I feel that for tomorrow we're gonna have really, really good news on Squadron 42.
Not being a downer, but I think we should take 100% of what we saw, cut it by 50, and that's what we should go after.
That's fair. That's a fair.
Well, it's keep your expectations to a minimum. This stuff is not going to be in a month. You know?
Right, sure.
So,
but
my expectations are that until static server meshing comes in and we get higher server FPS, most of the stuff that they showed off is not going to work as it was shown.
Exactly.
Correct.
Exactly.
Someone said engineering tools seemed way too complicated, especially for an AI blade to handle.
I think I remember seeing sandworms and life forms 5 years ago. Expectations haven't changed. Hype is hype until I'm playing it.
He's accurate.
You're right,
Yeah.
Scott. You're right.
I want that space yeti on Microtech they talked about. I've heard that talked about here and there, and then they showed stuff for it before as well. I want that. That'd be cool.
What are you talking about? Spaceship
Big
on
ass
Microtech?
fucking big ass yeti on Microtech that'll fuck you up.
Oh.
I would like to go out there with the org. We go hunting at night. No lights. Shotguns only.
All right, guys, the servers are officially not working correctly. I am in a hostile bunker with no spawned enemies with all elevators open.
Imagine that.
Right.
Well, welcome to Star Citizen.
We're about
I'll
to
just
get
let y'all
chased
know.
by some bosses.
Well,
to come down here and get some armor.
I do not expect them to work very well at this point because they've got pyro running. Okay, they got 150 systems running that simulation right now. That segment.
Yeah, you got a point.
I don't think they're running on the same servers. I
don't think they would be.
No, but they're drawing from somewhere. I mean,
They're eating up processor space.
Feel like they would have probably just brought a dedicated server to run Pyro at the convention.
That could be. And you got to think too. They're gonna turn stuff on that, like ships and stuff like that. Once ship talk is over, certain things are going to be turned on.
What do you mean?
Okay. Your straight to flyables are going to be kicked on, right?
Mm-hmm. Right. Oh, never mind. Sorry, I don't mean it was a dumb question. Like, what do you mean? I wasn't tracking.
And people are going to be logging out and logging back in. Your store is going to change, which it already did. I mean, there's going to be a lot happening.
Yeah, keep updating the page like every fucking 5 minutes, so.
This is new. I'm standing in front of an authorized access point inside the bunker. It says storage access with a camera, and it's got a pad for a 4-digit entry.
What? Can you actually enter?
Yeah.
Those are the consignment missions where you have to pick up the package from a bunker.
Gotcha.
Interesting.
Yeah, like one of the security guards has a data pad with the code.
Good luck on that. There aren't any.
We're about 15 minutes. Yeah, go ahead, Mike.
Yeah, I was saying 15 minutes. What I said. So you were. I didn't mean to cut you off.
No worries.
Of course.
This is what a lot of people have been waiting for. This right here, talking shit.
Well, yeah. Before we witnessed server meshing, yeah.
What is with this train of everybody typing exclamation point giveaway?
There is no giveaway.
Because a bot said there was no giveaway, and then they started doing giveaway.
I don't think a lot of people understand that, the chat don't care, bro. You can't ban all of them because you won't have anybody watching your streams. You ban all the dudes that say giveaway.
Unless there is a giveaway going on.
I should just.
And I missed it.
I didn't see anything about a giveaway.
Yeah, I don't either. They close the chat. I don't need to see that toxic cancer, bro.
Our servers are experiencing difficulty. Please track.
You think?
When aren't they
And here comes Board Gamer with a new video.
Well, of course, Board Gamer did.
He's already on it, bro. He made that shit sitting at his desk while listening to this fucking thing.
Of course he did. Best paint for the A1. Which one did you get, Scott?
The stock.
Warbond or the
cheapest one?
Or the standalone?
Hey everybody, welcome
Oh,
back.
we're back.
To
We got broadcast.
53.
All right, talk to y'all later.
Lunch. I had a pizza from the Galaxy Court here at the LA Convention Center, and it was just like the pizza I had at the Galaxy Court in the LA Convention Center back in 2005. I'm talking about the quality. It was good. It's just as good. We are here in the General Lounge. Oh, hey, we just came on in the General Lounge. Now batting center fielder, Manny Mota. Right. So we're here in the General Lounge with a collection of Star Citizens among us. Waiting for the start of our talking ship panel. I almost said the wrong thing. Our talking ship panel. That was my pun, and boy, I didn't realize how dangerous it was until I was live. Guys, we've seen 2 presentations so far. The first one had a whole lot of things in it. All at once, what was your favorite thing you've seen so far?
Space cows.
Space cows? Server meshing! No, that story Chris told is the absolute truth. 3 weeks ago, we're just having a meeting, just this general, like, hey, what are you, just checking in on everything we're going to show at Citizencon. And Paul shows him and goes, I have this video to show. I think I know how to show server meshing. And we watched it, and we're just like, and Chris challenged him right there. I said, hey, if you were brave at all, you'd do it live on stage. And then challenged him again to add 2 people, then challenged him again to add 6 people. And yeah, that's what we do. If you can do it live, you can do it live. What's the thing you're most looking forward to? Pyro? Pyro? Just wait. Remember, there's a day 2. Also, you may have missed it during Chris's announcement. The Pyro Playground, which we're about to go to Dan Howbreck, he's going to show us, is actually going to be available in the new Star Citizen preview channel. You can learn all about the preview channel and how that's going to work up on the robertspaceindustriescom website. There's going to be a selection. There's going to be a lottery of people who got the digital goodies pack from Citizencon. Those people in our concierge, and of course, our selection of our most devoted testers, and then they'll be able to play in the preview channel throughout the remainder of this year before it goes to PTU, and then eventually it's live release. So with that, let's go to the Pyro Playground. Dan, take it away, man.
Thanks, Jared. It's good to see you. Glad to see you're back out from backstage. Welcome back, everyone, to Citizencon 2953. We are back on the show floor. Specifically, we are at the Pyro Playground, easily the key feature of the show floor. We want to give a quick shout out to our 2 sponsors who helped make Pyro Playground and Checkmate Station possible. Shout out to CLX Gaming and Asus Republic of Gamers. You guys literally helped make this show happen. You helped make the Pyro Playground happen. If you look behind me, you see all these amazing gamers who are experiencing Pyro for the very first time. It's one of the key features of Citizencon this year, and we're so excited to bring Pyro into the hands of everyone who's here. Hopefully you guys get a chance to check out the Pyro Playground later today. I want to talk a little bit about what made Pyro so spectacular to bring it here, and to help me do that, we got Michael Smith. You guys may know him as Bayor, head of the player experience team, talking a little bit about what it was like to bring Pyro here. How's it going, Bayor?
Pretty good, really good.
Now, Bayor, really quick question. What were your expectations bringing Pyro into players' hands for the first time? I mean, it must have been a very kind of nerve-wracking thing. There's a lot of anticipation for something like that. So what was your expectations bringing it here today?
Well, honestly, I didn't really have a lot of expectations because Pyro's an entire system. So it was just, let's get it out there, let's see what happens, and see how much we can get done, how much content we can get out. But yeah, I have no expectations.
Yeah, it's so big that you just can't think about how big it is. It's so monumental. And from what I've been seeing, people are having a blast. Everyone I've seen come out of the Pyro Playground has a big smile on their face. Their faces look blown. They just look so happy to experience Pyro. And so what's the coolest reaction you've seen so far today?
Honestly, a lot of it's been the environment, but the big surprise has actually been some of the FPS AI. I think players who are going to fight the FPS AI are kind of surprised they're so hard. Some of that stuff is new tech, so it's neat to see players dealing with that and realizing, oh my god, I have to really struggle with this and really fight to deal with these AI. It's really fun.
So would you say it's a little bit more improved than what's currently on live right now?
Miles better, yeah.
That's fantastic. So give us your 30-second journey of when you got your hands on Pyro, because we've had multiple internal playtests leading up to Citizencon. I've been in several of them, and I know what it was like for me being in Pyro for the first time. But for you, what was it like getting to play Pyro for the first time?
Honestly, by the time I played it, it was pretty polished, pretty surprising, and it was just so mind-blowing to see how different the environments were. But it's also moved a long way since then, and so it's been fun to see every single iteration. But yeah, the first experience is just super mind-blowing. It just looks so different.
Yeah, it's just being on Checkmate Station. You could get lost for there forever, and players only have 40 minutes to do the Pyro Playground. And I've seen people go back in line. I've seen people just like go and redo things that they didn't get a chance to do the first time. So what advice do you have for people who are here at Citizencon? Spoiler-free, again, we want to give people at home something to look forward to. What is your spoiler-free suggestion for people who are here going through it?
Honestly, I would suggest to get out of the station. The station is really cool, but get to a ship, get to one of the planets and get to an outpost, and especially see if you can do one of the FPS AI missions, because they're really, really cool, and that's a really, really fun journey.
And we have Chief Technology Officer Benoit here. Benoit, what do you feel? Completely unplanned. Didn't ask him to come by, and he just stopped in. Benoit, what do you feel about Pyro?
Oh, Pyro is fantastic. I love the new experience. I love the new environments. I love the FPS we're getting on these machines here. If you were at the playground, oh my God, like this is great. So I'm super excited about the.
Yeah. Sorry for cutting you off there. Yeah, I'm just looking at some of the screens, and it's so smooth. Like, it's so great to see people like enjoying Pyro for the first time with such a great experience to have for the first time for Pyro. So thank you guys for bringing Pyro to the players' hands for the first time. And we're going to talk really quick. Thank you, Benoit, for your photo bomb. Thank you, Bayor. We're going to talk to a player who just got to experience Pyro for the very first time. We got user Nick at Night here. So tell me, Nick at Night, again, what was your spoiler-free impressions of Pyro? Sort of impressions or feelings when you got to be in Pyro for the first time?
Yeah, I mean, I think calling it a playground is just missing how immersive that is currently in this build. I, as Bayar mentioned, got out of the station, was able to see everything in the universe, and man, was it just amazing to kind of go between the asteroid belts into the new planets and see all those new things that you guys have been working on. So I was really excited.
I love that. Yeah, there's some really cool things. I cannot stress enough how if you are here at Citizencon, come over to the Pyro Playground because it is just such an amazing experience. It's nothing like Stanton. It is so unique to its own vibe. So how do you think we did making Pyro here at Citizencon? I mean, the people at home have seen bits and glimpses, but for you who's been able to see the whole thing, do you think we did a good job recreating Pyro now that you've gotten a chance to be in it?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, from the game into the boost to the community events to the way that you guys have put everything together, I mean, it does feel like we are in Pyro right now. It's amazing.
Good. We did it, guys. Everyone wrap it up. We're calling it a day. That's not true. We're still got another day of panels left to do. So last question. This is kind of a fun one. When Pyro makes it into live, where are you setting your spawn? Are you setting it to Stanton or are you setting it to Pyro?
Oh, Pyro, hands down.
You heard it here. This guy had such a great experience with the Pyro Playground that he is going to set his spawn to Pyro. Nick and I want to thank you for coming up here. Really appreciate it. I'm going to throw it back to Jared really quick and make sure that we are on our way back to the panels you guys are looking forward to so much. We'll see you back here on the floor soon.
Am I on?
It's lagging a bit, guys.
Am I live? I can't hear anything. Wave to me. Okay, there we go. Hi, everybody. It's very loud here in the community booths area. We're here in front of Soul Armada, Altama Energy. There's Atlas Defense Industries. I don't know why. I just decided I was going to pick on you today. It's all right, cool. We're here. I want to show something off. So one of the things that happens anytime that we show up at one of these events, whether it's Gamescom or Citizencon or even a Bar Citizen, is people give you things that you have to fit into your luggage when you go home, which is not always the easiest thing on an international flight. Today, just 9 minutes ago, I got something I'm going to make some room for. So there is an org. They do this amazing, we had an older version, you may have seen me show it off before. Delta Consulting Aviation Products. They make air traffic controller manuals for every landing zone and POI in the Stanton system. The one I've had for the last 5 years is one of my absolute most treasured items, and the guy just showed up and handed me another one. So I don't know what I'm leaving behind from my luggage, but we're gonna have some like Survivor style, you must leave the island. So we're leaving something behind. So with this, let's take a look at Sol Armada here. Sol Armada is one of the community orgs that have a booth here. I don't have time to interview. We gotta get to that show. I just want to see your jacket. Yeah. Show us your jacket.
Big mini patch from Star Citizen.
The Star Citizen. That's the killer. You got a giant Invictus patch. So, what legal clearance did you get in order to make that?
Absolutely nothing. I'm sorry. It's one of one.
Toast! He's floating around here somewhere. I won't tell him if you won't. All right, let's come on over here to what is this? Altama Energy. You might have seen Sigelian from Altama Energy in the cosplay contest before we went to lunch. Altama, how you doing, guys? I noticed this full-size Starfarer in Lego. I will trade you a flight deck man. No, I'm just kidding. There's no way I'd get that back through customs or survive in my luggage. And then, of course, over here we have Atlas Defense Industries. Oh, hi, Jesse.
Hi, how you doing,
How you doing?
Jared?
I work with Jesse in the office. We have Atlas Defense Industries over here. What do you guys got going on?
Oh, we got a raffle going on, so if you haven't come by, sign up for
You got a raffle?
Yeah, we're giving away 3D printed stuff, so I printed out some awesome stuff like this Tiger's Claw here. I've got a little Pisces here, and then some 3D printed artwork here that I've done up. So if you want to come over and get in the raffle, we're also giving out a ship at 5. And we're giving out every hour, so come on over.
What happens if I win?
Oh, well then you get an awesome back rub from our lovely JDM.
All right. You might think Jared's being really bad at this and he's not putting the microphone in front of this guy's face, but he just offered me a back rub, and it was just better if that didn't go out on the live stream. Okay, we got one more thing to check out. What is this? This is for me to take home? What is this, touch me?
Are you going to make room for it?
Touch me? Oh my goodness. Wow. Wait. Oh.
There's an Easter egg.
Can't. It's just like my book. Wow. At this point, I'm legitimately so tired I don't have anything to offer in retort. This is just dang cool. Oh, all right, so I'm in my ear. It's time to return back to Hall A. Talking Ship with John Crew, Ben Curtis, Ellen Batchelor Jr., and Mark Gibson is coming up. So stay tuned. After that, Navigating the Universe with members of our UI team. And like I said at the beginning, everything you were thinking you were going to see, you're going to see that and more. So stay tuned. That's coming up next. I'm going to sit down and have a refreshing beverage. Take care, everybody.
He needs an adult beverage. Spirit.
Whenever someone is in need of hope, you can feel it in the atmosphere. The spirit of Crusader.
Why does that look like a beer commercial?
Keeping the universe safe and secure. Forge the future you want to see. The A1 spirit from Crusader Industries.
Here we go.
Hi everyone. Have we had a good morning looking at cool stuff? Great. My name's John Crew. I'm the vehicle director here at Cloud Imperium Games.
And my name is Ben Curtis. I am the vehicle art director at CIG.
So we're going to spend the next 45 minutes talking ship. We're going to show you some cool stuff that you've hopefully seen, some cool stuff that you're not supposed to have seen, but you probably already have, and some cool stuff, again, you're not supposed to have seen, but what you've seen is wrong. So hopefully we can clear that up for you all. Right, so that was the A1 Spirit trailer. Pretty cool video. But we're now going to do a bit of a slightly deeper dive into the actual art and visuals of the ship.
as we move into the heart of the ship, this area is kind of like really dominated by those 10 sci-fi bombs. And then we go straight into engineering, where you find the rest of the ship components that it needs. Up front, we've got a completely fully featured habitation area, suit lockers, weapon lockers, pod beds, everything you're going to need. And then right at the cockpit, we have a two-pilot cockpit, and I think the Crusader engineers have done a fantastic job of putting everything that the pilot needs right at their fingertips. So, you know, in the heat of battle, you kind of might just eke out that advantage. Exterior-wise, it's classic Crusader. We've got our recessed weapons. We've got our rear-mounted remote turret. And then underneath is all business. We've got the missile racks, and we've got the big bomb bays. And I think overall, Crusader have done it again. They've done a amazing job of packaging something that's like super feature rich and something stylish, sleek, looks fast, but still super aggressive. And then here is one last look. Oh, or not. Okay, that was one last look of the interior.
We go there. So we had a really cool cutaway that you half saw. I'm sure we can show you that again later. If you like what you saw there, that is available now on that link and a QR code there that hopefully takes you to the right place. So that is available in Alpha 321, which went live Thursday. I've honestly lost track of time the last few days. So yeah, that's the current. Let's talk about something a bit further in the past. So we have a timeline here from the today all the way through to today in game. And throughout that time period, we have our manufacturers in lore, starting with RSI in the very near future, going all the way through to Mirai, which is this year in game. And over that, we have some very old ships, ships that people think are quite old. We have the Hornet, we have the Aurora, and we have the Gladius. However, as you can see, there is quite a gap from the current day to these old ships. So let's talk about one that is a bit older than that. So, the RSI Zeus.
So, in 2130, in 2130, RSI made some major kind of advancements in quantum technology. They developed, or they released, the first ship that was kind of available to the mass market that had quantum capability. This kind of mid-range explorer really put RSI at the kind of forefront of ship development. Now, it was a really good thing, it really kind of boosted them as a company, but it wasn't kind of all good. The original RSI Zeus had some major issues with its hull integrity. That being said, there's always kind of been this demand for RSI to release the Zeus. It's kind of had this cult following that's grown up over the years. I'm kind of very happy to announce today that RSI have kind of taken that challenge on board. They've developed a whole new vehicle that is designed to ferry a whole new generation of travelers across our universe. Visually, is something that pays homage back to the original Zeus and something that's really is justified to have that name. And I'm even happier to say it exceeds all current safety standards and all our current ship production techniques.
So, do you want to have a look at the all-new RSI Zeus Mark II? Okay then. Here it is. So, we are going to hand over to Elwin and Mark to go through this, and you can see there's 3 of them there. So we're going to do a bit of a deeper dive onto these 3 ships now. So, over to Mark and Elwin.
Let's give them a welcome. Come on, let's go, let's go.
Hi there, everyone. My name's Mark Gibson. I'm the lead vehicle content designer at Cloud Imperium Games.
And I'm Owen Batchelor, Vehicle Art Director in North America. What do you guys think? Awesome. All right, well, let's take some time now and take a look at this classic RSI design and see how we've reimagined it.
So, when we decided we wanted to tackle the Zeus, we had to consider what direction RSI would take it in if they were going to do it today. We couldn't just remake the original Zeus because although it was obviously a massive piece of history, all it was really used for was transporting and moving around. So we had to consider exactly what we wanted to do with the ship. In the end, we decided to go for 3 variants, allowing you to pick which way you want to actually play the game. So what we're going to do is talk about those variants that we decided on in the end and go into a bit more detail with them. First of all, we have the ES. The ES is the Essential. It's the long-range exploration version of the Zeus. It's designed to let you go out for a long time and explore the universe. Next up, we have the Mark. The Mark is the bounty hunter version. This is there for you so you can actually go out, find your targets, and bring them back. It's also been purposely outfitted so that you have all the tools that you need to disable, capture, and bring them home. Finally, the last version we're going to talk about is the CL, the Clipper. Might be a name people are familiar with if they know much about maritime. This is the cargo version of the Zeus Mark II. This is designed so that you can move your goods around the universe.
Of the 3 variants, the Zeus Essential is the one that harkens back the most to the original design with the original white on black paint job and the vertical stabilizers. We also worked to maintain the silhouette of the original, but brought that forward to modern day RSI design with tons of technical detail and layered panels. And on the underside, the landing gear and the underslung turret, as well as the entrance ladder, fold in perfectly flush, leaving behind a super smooth underbelly, just like the original design.
But you probably all want to see what the inside looks like, so let's have a closer look. Despite the sleek and slim body of the Zeus, we've been able to pack a lot into it to give everything you need when you're doing the deep space exploration. You have a fairly comfortable habitation and recreation area so that when you're out away from home, it's not too unpleasant. In addition to that, the rear room has a 32 SU cargo capacity, as well as being able to fit a Cyclone, so if you do decide to land on our planet, you can have a look around. Talking about the loadout, it's a ship designed for 3 crew. It comes with 4 size 2 shield generators, 2 size 2 power plants, 2 size 2 coolers, and 2 size 4 pilot-controlled weapons. And obviously the lower turret that Elva mentioned earlier is a size 3 remote turret.
Now, the Zeus Mark was always designed from the beginning to be a sleek and aggressive bounty hunter. As such, the black paint will help you stay hidden in the shadows until you're ready to strike. We've also redesigned the spine in order to embed an EMP and a quantum dampener, which allows us on the art side to really crank up the level of detail on the exterior. We've also added a second remote turret on the top.
Looking at the interior of the Mark, you see that the habitation's taken a little bit of a hit. It moved forward, but what we've been able to add in exchange for that is a massive armory. Lets you take all the different weapons and equipment you might need while you're tracking your target along the verse. Looking into the rear, we actually have a dedicated area just for the actual bounty hunter pods, similar to what you'll see in the Cutlass Blue. So you can stack up the pods and take multiple people back with you. It has less SCU than the ES. It only has 16 SCU. And it does have a different loadout with the components, only having 3 size 2 shield generators. Like Ellen said, it does have a top-mounted forward-facing turret so that you can put the pressure on the target as you're chasing them. The EMP and QD drive are designed to stop the target escaping once you've caught up with them.
Now, because the Zeus Clipper focuses on hauling cargo, we've decided to lean into the industrial aesthetic. We've covered the exterior with a warning strip paint job, and we've covered the exterior with more technical detail and armor plating. In addition to that, it comes with a remote tractor beam, which is mounted on the rear to the side of the ramp to make it easier to haul cargo in and out of the cargo hold. We've also added thrust capacity to the base of the wings.
As you can see, there is an absolutely massive rear to it compared to the others. The habitation areas have been massively pushed so that you don't get much space, but we can get way more cargo in. It actually has 4 times the cargo capacity of the S, coming in at 128 SUs of cargo. This one also features 3 size 2 shield generators, and like Al mentioned, it has a size 3 tractor beam to make it much easier to get those cargo containers in and out as you're actually playing. What do you think? So, last year we introduced the Spirit, and if anyone that may be playing on live for the last couple of days might have seen a new ship adding to the verse, the A1. We hope to follow a similar route with the Zeus, where we announce it today, and then in about a year's time, ready to reveal to the public to actually play with. But this isn't just a concept. We're not just going to show you some images. The Zeus is actually in active white box development right now. Do you just want to have a look? Shall we? Okay.
All right, so as you guys have seen with the Spirit and with the many ships we've released thus far, our ships can, when they're finished, look absolutely gorgeous. But before any of them get to that point, they have to go through a very specific development process, and this is the first stage in that process. We call this white box. At this point, we've taken the concept, ripped it to shreds, and then reassembled it and plugged it all back together within the editor so that we can get a real good look at what players are going to see when they finally get this game. At this stage, with the Zeus, we've already ripped out all the thrusters, we've ripped out the landing gear, the turret, the seats, the beds, all of the interior spaces, plugged those guys back in, and we have what you see here. So again, the beginning of the process. At this point, we're able to jump in, start throwing in cargo, interacting with doors, getting in and out of beds, maybe in and out of toilets, and just getting an overall sense of what it feels like to interact with the vehicle. And it is very common that in this stage, we will make some adjustments from the original plan. As an example, on this ship, we've just made the decision to expand the center corridor, add a little bit more space to the rooms. And as a result, that's going to make it much smoother experience for players to traverse the interior of the ship, as well as for AI to traverse the interior of the ship. We've also expanded the main airlock that leads to the enter-exit ladder. And up here in the cockpit, we've separated the co-pilot seats a tad bit just to allow players to get in and out a little easier. So with white box, not the prettiest stage in the process, but it is essential that we nail this because it means we'll be able to deliver a beautiful ship that is also extremely fun to play.
Okay.
So that was the RSI Zeus in the 3 variants.
0321.x.
It's available now on the Star Citizen website. You all follow that URL or the QR code behind me. Now, we've just talked about the ship with the longest legacy in the universe. It was the first ship with the quantum travel. Let's change pace a little bit and talk about a much newer ship. We're going to talk about the Cutter. Good little ship. So, obviously, last year, IEE, we unveiled the Cutter, and you guys seem to love it. Some interesting information about it. It was actually the single most popular straight-to-flight ready ship we've ever released. You guys really, really liked it. In addition to that, it's actually the best-selling Drake ship to date. But what people didn't know, and we kept a very good guarded secret that no one managed to figure out, no one, it was always meant to be a family of 3. Now, what everyone is already familiar with is the base. That's the version that's out in the universe right now that you're already enjoying. What we're going to do today, though, is we're going to talk about the next variant in the family. the Scout.
All right, let's just take a minute and sort of enjoy the incredible work that the art team has done pushing this guy out. When the original when the original cutter was released, it helped us to refine the Drake aesthetic. And now with the variants, we'll be able to add a unique identity to each version. On the Scout, we've decided to replace the main thrusters with a dual thruster system. And you'll see here we've also added a radar dish to the top, which relates directly to the scanning gameplay that comes with this ship. In addition to that, we have a series of exterior bottom modifications to just push that flavor a little bit further. And you'll see here a transition between the default and the Scout, so you can clearly see the differences. On the interior, we've expanded the rear section of the ship in order to include a dedicated standing scanning station, which will show up here in a second. Along with that, we've also increased the space in the rear to house the larger components that are necessary to support that gameplay. Now, expanding the rear did encroach into the habitation, but we were able to rearrange the components in that room so that nothing was lost in the transition. And on the cockpit, it's the same cockpit that you all know and love from the original cutter. From this view, you'll more clearly see the shift that we had to make in the rear in order to support the gameplay that we're trying to achieve. We're really proud of what the team has done with this ship, and we hope you like the Scout as much as we do.
So, obviously, we've just introduced the Scout. What are the main differences between the base? It is a variant after all. So, the first big difference is the radar. It has a size 2 radar, and to supply that, it comes with a size 2 power plant and a size 2 cooler. Getting tripped on my own words. As well as the dedicated scan terminal that Ella mentioned earlier. Obviously, as you saw, habitation got a little bit cozier, and unfortunately it has lost 2 SCU compared to the base, so it only has 2 SCU cargo capacity instead of the 3. Now, what we also want to do is talk a little bit more about the future of scanning, if people are interested in hearing about that. So what is the future of scanning? We'll touch on it lightly. At the moment, there are 2 main ways for you to interact with the scanning gameplay loops. The first one's obviously the scan, and the second one's the ping system. Both of these are going to be merged into a single system known as a scan wave. When you send the scan wave out, if you get any successful pings, what will happen is it will immediately populate your HUD with an AR marker, giving you information about what you've been able to scan, as well as starting to give you far more interesting information than you get now, rather than just the name of the ship. The underlying system will work on the signature system, similar to what it does today, and there are 2 main scans. There is the quick scan. The quick scan is just a low version of it. It has a very small impact on your own signal output, so if you want to stay a little bit more covert and potentially not be seen looking at something you shouldn't, you can use that one instead. The main benefits are small increase to your actual passive detection range, as well as being able to detect things that maybe are a little fainter than you should be able to see. This has a decent amount of cutting through interference, but not phenomenal. The other version is the charge scan. The charge scan is the big scan. Now, this will actually allow you to detect things up to quantum boost range, which is way, way further than the current passive detection range. And not only that, but it'll actually drop a marker allowing you to jump straight to that location for whatever it is that you found. Now, you don't want to be jumping in blind. And as I said, it's going to give you way more information than it did before. Some examples, but not limited to this, are things like whatever it is it charging a quantum drive? Is it firing? Is the shields generating? Does it have any shields? Is it perhaps charging an EMP? Maybe it's got a snare up trying to catch you. It gives you that additional information so you can make the decision whether you actually want to get to that location. That's just a brief glimpse into the future of scanning and what our vision is for it. Right now, the Cutter Scout is actually in 321. It's available. If you go to that address or go to our website, QR code, it's actually in the universe right now. You don't need to wait for a patch for that. I've been Mark.
And I'm Elwin. And before we step off, if you haven't had a chance to get one of these hats, this one in particular is signed by 7 members of the ship development team. And if you want it, during the meet and greet, if you can tell me the name of the 7 people who signed this, all of who are in attendance here, by the way, today, the first person to give me those names gets to keep it. Other than that, thanks, guys, and have a great Citizencon.
Small hit for you. John Crew is one of those names. Well, fantastic, guys, everyone. We're going to hand you back to John and Ben. They've got a few more surprises for you.
Right. So, as Mark said there, scanning stuff is coming in the future. We didn't show a lot of it because it does sort of turn up in some other teams' panels, and we didn't want to steal their glory a day early. So I highly recommend sticking around for both the UI one and the flight one tomorrow. So, we've talked about the past, we've talked about the present. Let's talk about the future. So, here is a big block of squares that represents our backlog. So, each one of these squares is a ship or a vehicle. All the light blue ones are all the ones we have released to date. All those gray ones are the ones that we have not done yet. The dark blue ones are the ones that will be in your hands by the end of the year. So, we have over 200 vehicles for us to support as a vehicle content team. For those of you that are trying to do the maths in your head right now going, that's the wrong number. This includes every single vehicle that we've ever shown to you, whether that's in a Squadron 42 visual tease or like a trailer. Some of them are obviously Squadron exclusives, some of them are going to be NPC exclusives. We still have to support them all. So every vehicle in the game, we have our hands on, and we do a lot of work to support them for you. Not the only thing we do. We obviously introduce new content like the Mirai Fury. We deliver previous promised content. And as you'll see today and tomorrow, we do a lot of gameplay support. So obviously we help out. Ships are like the heroes of the game. You saw in the resource network engineering panel how that's going to impact ships. You will have seen, if you've been paying super close attention, some UI elements to do with maps. Stay tuned for that. We do all that. So we do a lot of work across all aspects of both projects. And to do all that, we need to do a few things.
Okay, yeah, so John's talked a bit about the backlog. I'm going to kind of take a little bit, how are we going to deliver this? So in April 2023, we actually kicked off a new ship team in our newest studio, Turbulent, based out of Montreal. Yeah, go Canada. So we've now got 5 artists, or vehicle artists, 1 vehicle designer, 1 embedded QA tester, and 1 producer. And that kind of gives us everything we need to start bringing content out of another location. And it also means that we now have kind of reps globally for the vehicle content team in all 5 of our studios. What's the really nice thing about that is it kind of opens up a new pool of kind of talent that we can pick from, and it should really help us to deliver some more content to the game. And you've actually just seen the first 2 ships out of that studio. So the Scout variant and the Zeus are both being developed by our Montreal team. Yeah, they're doing great. We're going to look a little bit more in depth at the kind of the art team and how we've grown over the years. You can see from this graph, this is our kind of like live numbers of how many vehicle artists we have dedicated to the project. You can see there's a nice trajectory going up. And you know, with more team members, that also means we get kind of like not just more people to throw at stuff, but we get more experience, we get more knowledge. And that's, you know, that allows us to kind of tackle our larger, kind of more complex ships. You will notice there in 2022, there is a little dip. And you know, unfortunately, when that happens, that has kind of real consequences on what we are able to do as a team. I think, you know, less people, so less power to put on stuff, but also some of that knowledge leaves us. With that leads us to have to make some kind of pretty hard and heavy decisions about what we're working on. And I think most recently, and probably most well known, is the BAMI Merchantman. Yeah. Now, we're going to take a quick look at where we got to with the Merchantman, just to show where we were up to before that happened in 2022. So that video shows where we got up to with the merchantman. You can see we'd finished white box. We were kind of into grey box. Some areas were further than others. And I think one of the best things about working at a company like Cloud Imperium Games is that we're able to be pretty honest and pretty open with our development. One of the biggest questions we get is, what's up with the merchantman? Where is it? Why did it stop? And the merchantman brought a lot of unique challenges to us. It was a completely new art style, something that's very, very different from what we normally do with our human manufacturers. I think, we could have paused other ships. We could have moved some of our other artists onto the merchantman. But with the kind of exodus of our kind of senior team in 2022, we didn't just lose people. We lost a lot of the knowledge that went into building out that white box and really kind of delivering that art style. What we decided to do at the time is, rather than try and rush something out and just get something out to get it done, we looked at where we were, and for us, the most important thing was growing our team back up. We wanted to invest in our team and use our seniors and our kind of managers to help get us up to the point where we can tackle multiple large and capital ships at one time. I think the graph previously kind of showed that we've got the head numbers now, and now it's about onboarding our new staff members. It's about skilling them up and getting them to the point. And I would absolutely love to be stood here on the stage and going, yeah, look at the merchantman, it's amazing, like it's done. But we're not at that point just yet. We do see all the comments. I do see all the notes about it, and I absolutely want to get this ship out and done. And I just wanted to be open and honest as to where we are up to with the development.
Yeah. To add to that, it is probably the most question I get asked at any event, and I really want to get it done, get it out for you guys, but we don't want to give you a half-baked thing. We want to give you a really great product that we can all be proud of, and it's delivered alongside gameplay. So, let's talk about something else quickly. So, Squadron 42 vehicles. How many of you have an Idris of some kind? Right. So, we plan to deliver the Idris alongside the Squadron, and that doesn't mean just the M. We're going to deliver the M, the P, and the K kit all together in one delivery. Javelin owners, I'm afraid you're going to have to wait a bit longer after that, is obviously the bigger ship players can own. And we have recently looked at what is left to deliver on it. We've got plans. There will be modularity with it. And yeah, that will come after Squadron releases. And those of you who also have the Vandal Scythe, Glaive, Blade, after Squadron releases, you will also get the updated models as well for that. Right. Next.
Okay. No kind of ship panel at a Citizencon event is kind of done without looking at what's coming up next. Previously, we used to do these kind of like silhouettes, but we kind of always felt they were a little bit predictable. We ended up just making most of them anyway. So last year we changed things up. We asked what manufacturer do we want to see make our next large mining ship. And you're going to see more about that at IAE next month. But again, this year, we decided just to mix things up a little bit with how we wanted to deliver this. So you're about to see in a minute a video. It shows some ships you might recognize. Hopefully, it will show you some that you don't recognize. But feel free to get on Spectrum afterwards, take a look, give us a guess at what you think they might be, because we'd love to hear your input.
And I will just add to that as well. We aim to deliver everything you see in this video and more in the next 12 months.
I don't know if you noticed, but there was quite a big ship at the end of that video.
Yeah.
And yeah, just to confirm, that is the Polaris.
Yeah. So, we've done a lot of talking. We'll do a bit more talking about it.
So yeah, okay. Just wanted to touch again on like, yeah, why are we doing an RSI ship? Like, what is with that? So the thing about doing another RSI ship is that we've got a really well-established art style for RSI in our universe, and it gives us the ability to kind of train up newest members of the teams on something that's kind of quite a known element. That is absolutely not the only benefit, though. The way we are like planning on tackling the Polaris is not tackling it as one ship, but actually we want to tackle, well, anyone that knows our backlog knows we have a number of large RSI ships on there. And our kind of plan is that we tackle that as a family of ships. We don't just tackle one of them and then we go off and do something else for 6 months, a year, come back and do another one, something else, come back and do another one. We want to tackle them all together, one after the other. And what that really allows us to do is just kind of streamline our development process. We're able to, for our more common areas of the ship, we're able to build kits that we're confident in, that we can reuse and we can make the most out of them. And then that allows us to focus our development time and our efforts really on the much more unique and the important and exciting areas of each ship. Tackling them as a family kind of allows us to expedite their development. We leverage the experience that we've got within the team. And it just allows us to, like I say, streamline everything. So first up, we've got the Polaris. Next up, we've got the Galaxy. Then we've got the Perseus. And that kind of closes out most of our large RSI ships. And then we can see what we want to take on after that.
Well, I think that's pretty much everything we want to talk about today. However, before we go, we're going to... Torsten's already stolen the predictable joke here. So we'll do one last thing to show you guys. So let's have a look at the current state of the Polaris in engine in its white box state.
Welcome, squirrel.
Whoa! Did you guys see that? That was was amazing. Give it up for the ship team, everybody. That was amazing. We're back on the show floor at Citizencon 2953 to show you more awesome things you guys might be missing if you're not here at the convention center. Come follow me a little bit. We're going to go on a little bit of a journey down just a leisurely Sunday road drive. And when I drive, I take my favorite vehicle for driving, the Drake Dragonfly. That's right. It is back from 2018 with a fresh new pyro paint job that you can see in the digital goodies pack if you purchase it now from the Robert Space Industries pledge store. Check it out now. JRDF did an amazing job making the Dragonfly look super pyro themed. Look here, we have the pyro amalgamated label, I guess you would call that. I don't know what you would call it. I'm not a car guy. I'm not a Drake guy. We have like some very cool details, designs. I'm gonna try and hop on it. Let's see how badly this goes. Like a glove. It's super cool being up here, actually. I didn't think it would be this cool being up here, but it feels like you're about to drive a Dragonfly. If you guys are still here at the show floor, be sure to check out the Drake Dragonfly. I really just want to like drive this thing off the stage. You know that like, what's that feeling you have where you're like on a balcony and you like look over the balcony and you're like, there's a little internal, it's intrusive thought. There's an intrusive thought where it's like jump. My intrusive thought is drive away. And I want to drive away on the Drake Dragonfly right now. This is so cool. We have photographers taking photos. If you guys are interested in looking at your photos afterwards, JRDF will be making those photos available to everybody. I'm sure we'll tweet it out. Galactica, get on it. You know, that's your job. Anyways, I'll cut it back over to Jared. I'll see you guys back here soon. Have fun.
Fight for the mic. Just fight for the mic. Just grab the mic. All right, so we are here with members of the vehicle team. I want to say at the start of the show, I made it very clear that marketing did not make any of those videos. Developers made any of those videos. I can't help but notice that Polaris took out that Idris really quick. Are you trying to start about 50 different arguments on Reddit?
Oh, yeah. We love for the arguments. Love them. Polaris for life.
F the Idris.
Ben, would you like to go on record?
All ships are equally as brilliant as each other.
Until they get what's coming to them.
And Elwin, would you like to revise your answer?
F the Idris.
The views and opinions of Elwin Batchelor Jr. do not represent those of Cloud Imperium Games, Robert Space Industries, or its subsidiaries. Don't look at us. Ben Parr's off the side. It's like just whatever. All right, so the Zeus. First question that I see a lot of people had on Twitch watching the stream is obviously it doesn't look like the Zeus that we've all known from the lore and stuff. I mean, I think the first image of the Zeus was probably in 2012 or 2013 in that really early lore post. Why did we change it?
Were they not listening to the presentation?
I wasn't.
So there's a few things. Obviously, it was built as a product of its time, both in lore and back in the day.
I was too busy looking at how handsome you look.
Oh, thank you. But also, and I think Ben will probably want to talk about more of this, is we have design languages for RSI now, and it doesn't really fit in with them anymore.
Yeah, I think when we look at reimagining one of our ships, our manufacturers, we didn't want to just release the classic Mini today. We wanted to look at it and
today, so maybe tomorrow?
No. So what we wanted to do was bring it up to standard, both in terms of its quality and what it can deliver as a ship, but also visually. I think RSI has grown as a manufacturer over the years. I think you can see how not all ships roll off the production line in day one. Each of our manufacturers also have a history, and I think it's fine to see progression for that throughout the timeline of our game. Sorry, Zach.
Just say you hate the Zeus.
But it's not just the visuals of it, though. It's important that the amount of time it would take to get your jalopy, that's why I asked, up to level.
He didn't do it, you did it. He did it.
the amount of time it takes to actually get a ship, the amount of time it takes to get a ship actually flight ready in the universe, it would be a lot of work to get something that, for the most part, has about the same amount of space as a space shuttle, and you wouldn't be able to use any of the game loops. You wouldn't be able to fill it with cargo. It'd be really difficult getting in and out. And if we're spending that amount of time getting something flight ready in the universe, we'd much rather give you something you can engage with and do. It's fine. Do more with. It's far more interesting to get a ship that you can do bounty hunting in, or cargo in, or. He comes over, asks us to do an interview, and wanders off.
It's going to be one of those live streams, huh? All right, we're almost at the end. All right, so enough about what the Zeus isn't. The Zeus, favorite thing, top of your head, what's your favorite thing about the Zeus? Ellen? F the Idris. Mark, favorite thing about the Zeus?
EMP, quantum dampener.
Okay, favorite thing about the Zeus?
The white and black color scheme.
Favorite thing about the Zeus?
Its belly. It's got a really lovely, sleek belly.
Like a space shuttle.
I just had this image of a Zeus wearing Spanx. What are you laughing at? All right, so we also talked about the Cutter Scout. Is this the last variant of the Cutter we're going to see? When we first introduced the Cutter, we said it was a platform ripe for future variants. Is this the last Cutter variant that's on the thing, or can you maybe tease something for the future?
Absolutely not. There was obviously that mysteriously third blurred image. So the Montreal team, did both of them as basically their first onboarding task into the vehicle pipeline. Both of them are done now. So you will see the third one soon, TM.
You just have a done spaceship and you're not putting it out there.
Strange, isn't it?
That entire talk about the pipeline was BS. You've got a done spaceship. Put it out, John Crew.
No, we've just really streamlined it.
It's about the belly. All right. We're working with diminishing returns here, so we're going to wrap this up. We're going to go back to Dan. He's back in Hall B. I think he's at the merch booth. Dan, what do you got for us?
Well, the opposite of diminishing returns is amazing merch. I am here at the merch booth with some amazing merch that we made just for Citizencon. Now, if you guys are at home feeling the FOMO, that's fair. You guys should have been here, and I'm very sad you're not here. But don't worry, if you're not here, most of the merch on display behind me is available for you guys to pick up at the RSI Pledge Store right now. There are obviously some exclusive Citizencon stuff only for Citizencon attendees. So if you're here at the show floor, come over to the merch booth. The line was astronomical earlier today. It's much more manageable now, so if you haven't gotten a chance to pick it up yet, now might be a good time to make your way over to the merch booth and pick up some stuff. I was given a sweet box as an early Luminalia present, so we're going to do a little bit of an unboxing to show you guys some of the cool stuff. I mentioned earlier that I helped the subscriber program at one point, and one of my favorite pieces of subscriber flair that I was responsible for was the CDF bobbleheads. We have brought them to life, finally. I know everyone has been asking for a long time for us to make these bobbleheads. Sure enough, we did. You can see them. People are blocking the way. Trust me, they look exactly like the ones in-game. They're super cool, super awesome. Again, if you want a little bit of the verse in your home, pick up a bobblehead on your way out. Thank you, Luminalia Claus, for your bobblehead. This is hard to do with one hand. What else we got here? We have this very nice, people keep saying we only make black shirts. We now have an orange shirts. Take that, haters. This is actually really soft. They gave me this for a bit. I'm probably just going to steal this, to be honest. You guys won't tell, right? You guys, hey, no narking. Everyone chat, be cool. And we finally, man, this is so cool. I've heard about this, but this is like feeling it for the first time. We have this Black Star Citizen hoodie. You can see on the sleeves we have Xion and Banu. I asked Dave Haddock directly what these said, and his response was, I don't know. So whatever they say, I'm sure it's something very profound and wise from these alien races. Again, I'm just going to steal this, so sorry, merch team, if you were expecting profits on those merch, you're not going to get them. Now, we do, again, have 3 exclusive merch items for people who are here at Citizencon. We have a Pyro t-shirt, and we have 2 lithographs. I don't know if you can get... Oh, get... I can't take him anywhere. Truly, I cannot. I don't know if you're able to see that Burnin' Pyro t-shirt off over there. That is exclusive to people who are here at Citizencon 2953. Also in the middle there, we have those 2 lithograph art pieces. Again, exclusive. This guy, I can't take him anywhere. Who was that man? No one important, I'm sure. But yes, we have those 2 exclusive art pieces for people who are here at Citizencon 2953. Oh, what's this? Oh my God, that strange homeless-looking man also gave me these AirPod cases with a little Finley attached with it. You know what? Maybe that guy was all right. Whoever he is, I hope he's having a good day. But I actually do need new AirPod cases, so again, like everything else, I'm just going to keep this. I think that wraps it up for me, so I'm going to throw it back to the main convention floor. There's going to be a lot more stuff here at Citizencon. You guys will see it either later today or tomorrow. See you guys then.
Interesting.
Yeah.
I mean, I already knew that shit was going to be working, but it's pretty cool how they pretty much flat out came with like, yeah, fuck all the other and just like all the other like, you know, shit makers. We're working on our side shit until that's just done for the backlog.
So what went new? Oh, the Zeus and the other one.
Scout.
Cutters. There it is.
I bought that Cutter Scout.
So pretty much, that's what I gathered. They're pretty much working on like mostly RSI until that all gets finished.
In concept, so you can't get it.
Yeah,
you can.
It'll be out of
Yeah, I'm kind of curious what the loaner ship is for the Zeus.
Supposedly the A1.
It's an A1. It's an A1. That's what Gortok said in the chat there.
What if you have an A1 already?
You get another one.
Then you get
We'll have 2 bottles of steak sauce in the cabinet.
Yeah, exactly. Get 2 bottles of steak sauce in the cabinet.
Hey, I can't complain about that. You know how many bombs that means? That means I can use 20 at jump count plus my 4 big ones.
There we go.
You know, I was hoping they were going to give us the A3 concept. You know how fast I would have bought that?
Bombs. Is that all you know?
I was hoping he'd shut the hell up about the goddamn Perseus.
Thank
Yeah,
you.
saw that guy in the chat, right? Who was that?
I told you to
that?
shut. What?
Who was that? There was a guy in the
Who's
chat.
what?
There was a guy in the
Want
chat
that-
there. You know what I'm saying?
I want that Zeus.
Oh, did you see the concierge paint for the Zeus?
Mm-hmm.
I was.
Is this the left one or the right one?
Oh yeah, I got the concierge paint for the. I got the concierge version of the Cutter Scout.
They have
It's
like a
green.
few different
Yeah, me too.
Yeah. So I'm excited the fact that they basically, what they're doing is they're wrapping up the one ship manufacturer that they have the least amount of work to do on, and they're like, okay, let's get
RSI.
right, and they're like, let's just get this done, and then once they
Right.
get that done, they hit the next ones, and then it'll be a order of least amount of ships to be done to most amount of ships to be done. So I would say probably next year we won't see RSI because I think, correct me if I'm wrong, they said that all the ships in that golden video were the ones to be done in the next 12 months.
Yeah, they said like with this. They said this year.
This
Yeah,
year.
within, yeah,
No,
within
no.
The, no, they said within the next 12 months.
They said within
12
the next 12 months. The other
Well,
thing they showed was an
the
amount of
specific
ships
wording
to be-
was the specific wording that they used was within the year, within a year.
Yeah,
They
and the
didn't say
traffic
which year.
said 12 months.
Okay, good catch.
Yeah. So there's two situations that happened. There was the situation where the blocks were on screen. I heard whatever they said there. The certain color was due before the end of this year, and then when they did the gold thing, it was within the next 12 months.
So it's over, right?
No.
No, we got one more
What's
panel.
next? Oh, that's the
one more
universe one,
panel?
ain't it?
I thought that was it for today.
Oh yeah, I closed it.
So did I.
No, yeah, there's one more.
Navigating the universe.
Oh, that's kind of the one I wanted to hear about too.
Yeah.
When's it
yeah.
coming on?
You guys saw like on the cutter. I stated
It should
earlier. It
be-
reminded me of the Hawkeye.
It's supposed to be right after this one. They're just setting up.
All right, just a second.
Did you say the
Land.
cockeye?
No, the Hawkeye, E2 Hawkeye, which is launched from a carrier.
Okay, the cockeye. Got it.
They use that basically for you got a lot of weapons in there already. You can use that to get better fire solutions and also track multiple targets and assign targets after
The
a
Zeus
missile's
comes
launched.
with lifetime insurance right now.
Yeah, unless you get the IAE version, then it's only 10-year, but you spend more.
So, word of the wise: anytime if you care about insurance at all, the best time to get any ship is when it's first announced.
Correct.
True.
Yeah, I was thinking about, I don't know, with how I like to play games, not because I like fucking people up, like, but I thought about getting with the dampener and all that. It sounds pretty cool. It's a 2-in-1.
Oh, the MR.
Yeah,
that,
we're gonna need
that
to have
one's
people for it.
that one's like 170. The other two versions are 135.
Yes.
Trying to debate on which version I want to get.
I think you should get the ES version, to be honest.
The ES one sounded like what was I gotta look at it
It's
again.
an
The way they described it.
exploration ship.
Yeah, it
Yeah.
sounded really cool.
Yeah, well, the original Zeus was an exploration ship, and I think it only makes sense to, be inherently in the same line of what the original version was. I like the fact they did variants. I love it.
Yeah, that was good.
I like that.
But I already have an exploration ship.
What's your
Oh,
exploration ship?
The Corsair.
That's not a fucking exploration ship.
It's listed as one.
I'll
It
be
actually
right
listed
back.
as one.
All right.
So, I already have a Hull C, which when we play together, I'll be doing cargo. So
right,
you could do the cargo variant, and that would be great if people need to move stuff onto your ship to go sell.
I want to see the detailed stat page for this shit.
Either that, or you get the bounty hunter variant.
Oh, the detailed stat pages, they're up.
Are they?
Yeah.
What is this, the RSI Zeus, correct?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I thought it was so
Standard
cool
mod.
that they came out and were like, yeah, like this ship will be like what they did with the A1. I'm like, oh sweet, that's the only reason I'm getting it.
They're
Panel
starting.
coming up.
Going on mute.
Oh, just in time.
Talk to y'all in a minute.
Ow. Shit.
How you doing, Los Angeles?
Oop, they added a paint pack.
Boy, there's a lot of you
They
here.
added a paint pack for the
Great to
cutters
see
too
you.
now.
Hi. My name's David, but everyone calls me Bone. Don't ask. Or maybe ask me later. So, my job is to oversee all the technical implementation of the UI across the company. And if I'm lucky, I get to do some programming from time to time. Our previous Citizencon, one in the flesh, in Manchester, I talked about UI tech with my friend and colleague Zane Bian. And we were making new tools and technology to help our developers to develop their UI. So that was a few years ago now, and now I'm really privileged to share with you how this technology has been utilized by our talented designers to help improve your experience in the verse. So, along with some of my UI friends hidden out the back there, we'd like to show you some of these improvements which are going to help you, the players, navigate the Star Citizen universe. Huh. So, why are we doing this? Well, Star Citizen is big, really big. There's so many unique places, massive planets, moons, space stations, rest stops, you know, there's just loads of places to explore. We have a huge range of spaceships of all shapes and sizes, and there's an enormous amount of things to do and see, and people to meet, and all this can be shared with friends online. And as we've seen today, as our amazing online technology grows, it takes great leaps, and our online player count grows, the possibilities become almost endless. So how are we going to make sense of all this? Right. Well, one of the main ways we do this is with a user interface, or UI for short. Well, that's where we come in, fortunately, being the UI guys. And we do this in loads of ways that you see already, whether it's your vehicle MFDs, or the hood, or the kiosks, where you get your spaceship, or you trade commodities, or buy weapons, and all manner of diegetic UIs that you see. Diegetic meaning like things in the world that you can interact with. But our first real opportunity is through the helmet visor display. Now, the visor display gives you vital information about your status and the environment around you. But this display has gone through many iterations over the years, and it's been built upon and adapted. And I don't know if who remembers Arena Commander 1.0. That came out about a year after I started, which was primarily space combat and racing, so the visor was geared towards that. And then it evolved with our first adventures into the online universe, and as all the features get added and all these new things, the visor grows and we put things on it to show you, different statuses, and like tells you all about what's going on. But with all this evolution, we sometimes lose focus. There's so much we need to know, and when we need to know it is important. So how do we zero in on what's important and at what time? So leaning on this technology that Zane and I and the UI tech team wrote a few years ago, we're trying to take a smarter perspective and rework the visor for you. So I'm not going to tell you about that. I'm going to invite Simon Bursey onto the stage, and he can tell you more about it. Simon? Come on, Nick.
Hey everybody. Okay, so Star Citizen, as you know, is a big project which has evolved over its lifetime. Early on in the project, we added the visor, which is the display you see on your helmet when you're walking around the universe in first person. Because the game is always expanding, we often add new gameplay features, and with those come new UI. Various teams slotted pieces into whatever place made sense at the time, and this eventually meant the view became very complex. As you can see, the current live UI can get very cluttered. We have lots of information competing for your attention, so you don't always know where to look, and and sometimes the overlaps can make things difficult to read. So, as you can probably tell, the UI team wanted to do a redesign. We wanted to improve the player's experience by presenting the important information in a clear way. We also needed to create a new framework that supports all the existing features and allows us to add more in future. Finally, we wanted to bring the visuals up to the high standard we're setting for Squadron 42 and soon the Star Citizen existing universe. So how do we go about that? I believe user interface should always be a collaboration with the teams who build the underlying features. So we worked closely with them on a new layout, keeping some pieces, combining others, maybe getting rid of a few. Once we'd figured out the design, we built a new framework using our 3D UI system, and then we worked closely with the various game teams to take all that complex data that existed before and hook it up to the new user interface. When we designed player-facing UI, we often try to start with the worst case first, so we can see everything we have to deal with. It was important for us to keep the central area as clear as possible to make it easier for you to see the underlying game. We designed a set of regions that attach to different parts of the view, and with each of those, we have a set of widgets that can show, hide, and stack when you need them. So, I've told you about everything we wanted to achieve, but wouldn't it be great to see it in game? Does anybody here want to see a live demonstration? Good. I was hoping you'd say that, otherwise it would have been a very short demo. Okay, so we're going to show you some of our new UI running live in the game. Everything you see is in real time, but I have to tell you we've created a special mission just for the show, which is a little different to what you see in the live game. Okay, so as you can see, Bones driving. I'm going to say Bones' name a lot, and the other guys too, so it's probably the most times you'll hear that in any presentation. Okay, welcome to the Orison Providence platform. You may have spotted it earlier, but today is the first time we've shown the new visor we developed and tested in Squadron 42. But you'll be happy to know all the UI you see today is going to make its way to Star Citizen. But this is secret UEE Navy tech, so we'll give it a different look for the persistent universe. As you can see, the display is very clean by default. Many of the elements are contextual, meaning they appear when you need them to avoid cluttering the screen. We've also temporarily hidden a couple of things so we can focus on them later in this demo. Okay, Bone, let's move into the scene, please.
All right. Okay, when we get a new mission objective, it appears in the top right of the screen. And you can see that our first mission is to repair a radiation leak. We've done a major overhaul of the augmented reality marker system, so we can follow the yellow on-screen marker to get to our objective. At the top of the screen, you'll also see the compass. Okay, Bone, let's head towards the objective. We were already happy with the way the player status widgets worked, showing you contextual information about your character and environment. So we've given them some visual polish and added a few new ones. The environmental radiation here is quite high, and over time it will wear down our suit and damage the player. Looks like we can see the source of the radiation there. I think somebody's damaged a pipe, so how are we going to fix it? If we were in space, we could use a salvage and repair ship. Luckily, UEE have some advanced portable tech. Bone, please equip the military multi-tool. The military multi-tool from Squadron 42 has various modes, one of which gives us the ability to salvage and repair while on foot. Okay, Bone, let's use the multi-tool to repair that pipe. Okay. Right, we can see at the bottom left of the screen, the radiation levels are decreasing. So let's head into the scene. Go on, Bone. Let's walk forwards a bit. Okay, now we fixed the damage, we need to find the enemies that caused it.
While we're on the way, you'll notice that the on-foot emissions at the top of the screen. We're emitting infrared, electromagnetic radiation, and also sound. If any of these go higher than the background levels, it will be easier for the enemies to detect us. Let's take a look at the bad guys, Bone. As part of the emissions and radar tech, we also have the ability to scan while we're on foot. If we tap the button, we can do a quick scan to reveal everything, to reveal info about anything that's in our view currently. Okay, Bone, let's do a quick scan. This highlights whatever's in our line of sight. There's also some risk and reward to the scanning system. By holding the button, we can charge our scanner, and this reveals enemies through walls using a more powerful wave. But it does cause a spike in our emissions, which makes us easier to detect. Okay, let's do a charge scan, please, Bone. Okay. We can also see the augmented reality box outs, which give us a summary of what we've detected. Okay, let's have a look at our weapons. Let's get the gun out, please, Bone. Okay, we wanted to help the player see their equipment during combat, so we upgraded the weapons display. As well as the ammo in the gun and the spare mags in their pockets, we also now show the player's explosives and med pens. Okay, let's fight the bad guys. There you can see our new explosives marker, designed to help you spot deadly grenades, mines, and missiles more easily.
I got you covered.
Did you do it? Okay. Well done, Bone. Success. Okay. There's no more hostiles nearby, so let's take a moment to talk about the Mobi-Glass. The Mobi-Glass is the Star Citizen equivalent of your smartphone. It has various apps that hook into the gameplay systems. Like all the UI we're showing you today, we wanted to redesign it with the player's usability in mind, to make it look good and also lay the groundwork for future expansion. Let's bring up the Mobi-Glass, please, Bone. Pretty cool, huh? We've redesigned the interface to give a smoother user experience. We've overhauled the visuals, as you can see, to make it feel more three-dimensional and holographic. This is actually a sneak peek of the UEE military Mobi-Glass we've created for Squadron 42. This version has a focused selection of apps, and we're going to expand on that when we bring the Mobi-Glass to the Star Citizen persistent universe. We'll also have more of a smartphone feel in the PU with a wider range of apps. Okay, let's briefly talk about this home screen. It gives us an overview of our health, the environment, and even our ship. We can also check our mission objective. Okay, so that's enough about the Mobi-Glass. We've got some more really cool UI just around the corner. And to tell you a bit more about that is the very talented Zane Bien.
Throughout human history, as we have ventured towards the allure of the unknown, we have used cartography as a key component to help shape our understanding and make sense of the world around us. Without these systems in place to catalog our experiences and to chart our journeys, we are forever lost amidst our own environment, and we are just running around aimlessly. This is why it is super important that you, as citizens of our ever-growing, ever-evolving, persistent universe, are equipped with the tools necessary to make your ventures meaningful. So, with that said, I want to show you something that I think is extremely cool. So, Bone, our next objective is to go to the map kiosk and download a terminal. Let's go ahead and activate it. What you see on screen, zoom out a bit, what you see on screen is a fully live 3D representation of the environment that we are in. You can see callouts of the various default points of interest. You can pan the map around, you can rotate it, and you can even cycle the floors that you're on to isolate the visuals of the floor that you're on. So our current objective, it's much more interesting if we can actually take this on the go. So let's download it to our databank. As you'll notice, we now have the representation of the environment in the upper left corner of our visor. Now, the thing that's really interesting to note at this point is not all environments will have such a convenient kiosk available. You may encounter rundown settlements, or you might come across a cave that no one else has ever set foot on before. What will happen in this instance is your radar will incrementally update your map, and it will incrementally reveal your environment and save that to your databank. So you kind of reveal it incrementally. So this map, what we see in the upper left corner of our visor, is not really just a map. What it really is actually data. It's our radar. And we can see contacts on our radar as we scan. And it's basically what we have available stored in our databank. So because we have the location data saved to our databank, we can obviously access that via our mobiGlas. So let's go ahead and pull it up in our mobiGlas, because this is going to get really interesting. So Bone, I would like you to cycle between the different floors for us, please. So you can see this lerping transition between the different floors and marker callouts of our objective and also where we are. I would like to talk a little bit about the tech behind this. What you're seeing is not a pre-baked asset. And I want to reiterate that because all of our environments can be very dynamic and they can change. They can take damage. Perhaps economic shifts might cause changes in the environment. And we can't export totally custom assets. So what we've done is we collaborated with our graphics team to enable us to render the environment in this way. And what it is we're actually whitelisting objects that we render and excluding everything that we don't need to render. So in our level markup, we basically have the designers and artists mark up only the bits that are necessary for the map. This lets us have a very compelling visual, but without much of the cost. So I think what we can do at this point, what I want to show you is something very interesting. So we might look around on this map and note down certain areas that might look interesting that we might want to revisit later. We can see some doors on this map, and these doors are entities that are called out on the map, and they may change state. So there can be some doors which have a locked state, which they will display red. And doors that are open will be green. And there are other entity callouts that can happen in our map. So let's go ahead and find a location to put down a pin, please, Bone. Maybe that one. Maybe that door looks interesting. Press T. So, what we can do is set a marker, and we can customize the details of that marker. Now, what you'll notice as well is as we set markers, there's metadata that is encoded into each of these markers on top of the customized name that we can specify. So we can mark as many markers as we want in this map. And these are all saved to our data bank, and we can eventually share these markers and even sell these markers on the market. So the thing about this, we can't really talk about markers without mentioning data running. So you might specialize in exploration, whereas perhaps a miner might specialize in the equipment, and they make investments in their equipment. So you, as an explorer, might be in the business of going around and exploring and finding locations that are very valuable to other professions. And the role of these markers are very important in coming up with the data. And yeah, so it's very important. We can basically, when you name your markers, you can make it as maybe obvious, or you can leave it a mystery. So you'll have when you sell it on the market, you could get rated for how accurate the data is. So the other thing is we have a mission objective as well, and it would be very nice to be able to route to that mission objective. How do we get there? That is another purpose of the map, is basically navigating and letting us know the way towards that objective, towards a destination. So let's go ahead and plot a route to this objective. So we can see a line being drawn from where we are up the stairs to our destination and where we want to go. So you will no longer be lost amidst all of our super complex environments. And what's worth mentioning at this point, and what's really cool, is this under the hood is actually utilizing another piece of tech, AI pathfinding. And so what that allows us to do is leverage other existing tech to basically, it does all the heavy lifting, we just make it look pretty. So because of that, there are certain cases where the path might be blocked. It might have a locked door, or there might be a fire that is in our way. The AI pathfinding will account for that. It will go through doors, it will handle elevators, and it will handle fires, locked doors, and it will just handle everything. So that is an example of sort of a piece of tech that we've leveraged under the hood to help us achieve this goal. one last thing we can do at the moment is we want to ensure that there are no more hostiles in our way as we make our way to our objective. So what we can do is we could send out a ping. Bone, if you send out a ping, please. So the scanning will also be represented in the map in the same fashion as it is when you're in FPS. So we know that there's no more hostiles. Let's go ahead and make our way to our objective. As you can see in the upper left corner, we now have the route line represented, our destination, and the distance it takes to get there. As we traverse this path, the path automatically updates, and if you deviate from that path, it will recalculate the route you need to get to your destination. So there's our buddy. He's flying in. So we'll make our way up to the Carrack here, to the right. You'll also notice the pin that we've laid down, as well as our marker objective called out on the map. And as you'll notice, as we head up the stairs, the floor will dynamically change as you head up the stairs. If we can get past this first bit, if we don't trip up. So as we make our way into the Carrack, it's not just environments or caves or cities. We can represent the ship on our interior map. And it's totally seamless as you transition between the two. So let's go ahead and pull up our mobiGlass again and get a wider view of our ship. So we are now on the technical deck, but we can also see the other floors. If you traverse the floors, Bone, just to demonstrate it. Here's our cartography deck. Down one. And our habitation deck. So you will have noticed from a previous presentation that this was very similar looking, right? It's utilizing our tech. So not only will this benefit you as a player, but it also benefits us as developers, because we generalize this system so that other developers can leverage our map to create compelling gameplay. So other teams can leverage our tech, and we leverage the tech from other teams, and it's a circle of life. And I think that's just too cool for school. So, we've been talking about environments, cities, representing ships on our map, maybe planet terrain. These are quite, our universe is quite big, right? That's only a small fraction of what our universe is. What happens? Have we tried this? What happens if we just take your mouse wheel and just zoom out a little bit? Keep going. Keep zooming out, all the way out, all the way out. Let's go. So, it's not just the interior map, it's not just the radar, it is the map. It is one single unified system just across different scales. And I want, at this point, we are above Crusader, and at this point I want to invite Emily Hansen onto the stage to talk about the map as seen at this scale. Thank you very much, everybody.
Hello, Citizencon! Are you ready for this? Phone, do you want to click on the marker? As you all suspected, this is the star map. I'm so excited to be here today to reveal this to you all. I hope you're excited too. Now, I think we all know the current star map needed a bit of work, and we've done that. Now, mapping the universe is no easy task, but we've taken some big steps forward with this upgrade to make it so much easier for you to navigate the stars. Before we dive into the details, let's just take a second to admire Crusader's new look. Bone, why don't you take a look around? Much like the interior map, the star map is holographic, and this lets us add some cool interference effects and details to our planet textures. You can also see our improved player marker and that we're currently at Orison. The player and location markers have merged at this scale because they're so close together. The player marker takes priority, which is why the marker displays the player icon and color. By smartly merging with bigger points of interest at larger scales, the player marker always remains visible to you. You'll always know where you are relative to points of interest near and far. So, is everyone ready to see more? Bone, let's take the step back button. That's the one on the right over here. So we can take a look at Crusader and all of its moons. Yeah, so here we are, Crusader, its moons, orbits. You can also see that labels have received a major visual update. They're now fully 3D, and this gives them a really cool perspective. Most labels are aligned to the galactic plane, and they rotate with the map. Bone, give the map a spin. Bone, can you tilt past the horizon, please? When we do this, the labels flip so you can always read them clearly. Labels for city markers and outposts work a little bit differently. Bone, let's double click on Selin now to focus on it. Surface labels face the camera and appear when they're in the central part of the planet, reducing on-screen clutter. Bone, want to show this in action? Markers on the far side of the planet fade out, so they don't take focus from the locations you currently care more about on the near side of the planet. Bone, can you double click on one of the points of interest? As we've selected this marker, its label will stay visible at all angles. So far, we've showed you that you can use buttons and double-clicking to jump to objects you're interested in. But wouldn't it be nice if you could also freely zoom out and into locations? Shall we try it, Bone? Let's zoom out until we can see Crusader. We wanted to ensure you have freedom to move around, but this flexibility requires us to be really careful about how and when markers appear. Markers need to disappear when they get too small, but also stay visible when they're still relevant to your view. This isn't simple because objects in a solar system are vastly different sizes. Think about the size of a star versus a planet versus you, the player. You're kind of small compared to a star, right? Our solution is a technique we call cosmetic scaling. This allows us to draw a marker at its real size when we are close to it and artificially increase its size as we zoom out until we reach the point where it collapses into larger points of interest in the hierarchy. You can see this in action here. There's no way Crusader and its moons are this size at this scale in reality. They've been scaled up massively so you can see them. Bone, let's zoom out a bit more so we can see the moons disappear. You can also start to see Crusader's orbit line around the sun here. But before we go back, before we move on to that, let's zoom back in so we can see everything come back as we get closer. As well as zoom, you can also pan around the map unrestricted. Bone, feel free to have a quick look around. As we draw closer to a marker, the cursor automatically magnetizes to it. This ensures you never lose track of what you're trying to view when you zoom in. No more zooming in on empty space. Bone, let's use this technique to take a closer look at Yayla. The magnetic cursor does not require us to click on markers. Keep zooming in. Bone, can you keep zooming in? Thank you. You can see that the surface markers appear without us needing to select Yayla itself. Imagine how much easier finding that outpost will be now. Crusader, as you all know, isn't all there is, though. We've got a pretty big universe out here. Do you want to see some more? Let's have a look at a location further afield. Can we just pan to Calliope, maybe? Bone, let's give that a try. Yeah, I think we're getting lost. Pretty sure we can all disagree this might not be the best strategy. So what can we do? Bone, let's try clicking on the middle button over here. This returns us to our previously selected marker. As I mentioned, we did not select Yayla, so we've gone back to Selin. So now we know where we are. That's a step in the right direction, but we're still not at Calliope. So we need to find a different way. Bone, could you use the step back button until we can see the whole solar system, please? And there it is. I think Calliope is one of Microtech's moons. So if we double click on that bone, we should be able to see it. And there it is. Bone, let's pan to it and then zoom in so we can see that magnetic cursor in action again. Can you zoom in, Bone? Thank you. It's so cool to see more of our moons and planets and how different they all look. Okay, so this is great. But what if I hadn't already known where Calliope was? Surely there's a faster way. We've got you. We've provided a drop-down that lists the points of interest in the solar system. Bone, want to expand it now? We're actively working on ways to improve the way this list is presented to you, to make it even easier to find what you're looking for. And yes, this will include search functionality. But for now, Bone, let's use this to go to Ariel. absolutely love zooming around on this map. Bone, want to find Area 18 for me? So, Area 18 is currently on the dark side of the planet, it seems. Of course, it's not just planets and moons. Bone, how about we take a look at Security Post Korea? It's quite a long way down, isn't it? This is where the upcoming search will really come in useful. Bone, want to zoom in a little and show off our holographic model of this station? Bone, can you also drop down again, please? Thank you. As you may have noticed, the recent list in the drop-down populates as you click on locations in the list. It will remember your 3 most recent selections, so you can use this to quickly return to places in case you want to check something out again. Bone, let's use this to go back to Aerial. Okay, so we've done a lot of exploring. I think it's time that we head back. We could do this by selecting Orison from the list, but we also have our own marker that we can take advantage of here. The eagle-eyed amongst you may have noticed that the player marker clamps to the edge of the map, keeping it visible to you no matter how far away you go. To get back to our position, we could double-click that marker, or we could click the first of the navigation buttons to zoom straight there. Now, I'm sure many of you have been wondering if we can go back to our carrot map from the star map, just like how we got here from the carrot map just a few minutes ago. So, let's see what happens when we focus on our player marker. Go ahead, Bone. All right, so yeah, here's our Carrick again. Being able to simply zoom between these map contexts lets you draw meaningful connections between what's on the ground and what's in the skies like never before. Bone, just for fun, let's zoom all the way back out so we can see the entire Stanton solar system. It's just so cool to watch the verse open up before our eyes. With all these new possibilities for moving around the star map, you should never find yourself lost again. The controls are so much smoother and easier to use than the star map you're all used to, as I hope Bone agrees. Knowing that what we've shown here today is just the beginning for the upgraded star map. You saw pinning in the local map, and we'll add this to the star map before you get it. Just imagine being able to mark something interesting you find out there in the verse and then sharing that location with friends, just like Zane said. Exploration is about to get a lot more interesting, and we're doing everything we can to ensure the star map is your brightest window to the stars yet. And now, let's welcome our intrepid demo driver, Bone, back to the stage.
Thanks, Emily. Thanks a lot. So we're really excited about getting all these features into your hands of the players of Star Citizen and Squadron 42. We know they're going to make a huge difference to the way you make your way around the universe. So let's just quickly review what we've seen. We've rebuilt the visor display to give you a better understanding of the environment around you. With the new minimap, with the integrated radar and ping, and it will help you find your way around.
There's a new mobiGlass coming with its sleek new design. We're improving all the existing apps, and we're going to develop some new ones too along the way. So we've got a video now. And then there's our interior map technology, which will truly help you understand your surroundings. Better awareness of your surroundings and threats, exploring mapping new areas, pinning locations for later and sharing these with your friends. Or the Idris. That looks great. Some more of Horizon. And of course, our entirely new integrated star map. With its new interface and, let's face it, a much needed refresh to the user experience. No more getting lost. A whole new perspective. With all these upcoming features, where will you explore today? Thank you very much. Cheers.
All right. Sorry. I was back there trying to figure out how to reprogram my Alexa to respond to Bone. Bone, add Cheerios to the grocery list. Bone, rescue the hostages. Dave Haddock, if we don't have that in the narrative, I'm going to find you. Guys, that's it for day one of Citizencon. What'd you think? That is a heck of a day one. You want to do it again tomorrow? We saw Star Engine and all the amazing improvements that are coming to Star Citizen and Squadron 42. We saw the next step in the evolution of resource management and the birth of multi-crew gameplay. We saw the ship, guys. And of course, come on, the star map, the interior map, everything. I often joke that we're just like you in many of the same ways. We want the same things, we need the same things. We have all collectively, all 1,300 of us working for Cloud and Frame Games, been like, when Star Map, when? To see it, so good. So yeah, this wraps up day one. I'm going to tell you that Hall B is going to be open for about another 2 hours. So if you haven't had a chance to check out the Pyro Playground and all that stuff, go ahead and do that. Tomorrow, be sure you come back. We got character advancement. That's Ian Leyland, Sean Tracy, Forrest Steffen, and Andre Perez. I really want to tell you what you're going to see, but you're not going to want to miss it. If you thought the opening to day one was hot, check out the opening to day two. We got life in the first person. We got our FPS crew. They're going to show you how all of these things integrate into the FPS combat experience. We got Taking Flight with Yogi. Who doesn't love Yogi? It's another live demo where they're going to show you the space flight and atmospheric flight experience that's been developed with master modes and through Squadron 42. We got Living on the Edge and Destination Adventure, a two-part look at all the new locations that are coming in the Pyro system, the Stanton system, and I've been here 9 years. I got to make it to 10. So yeah, everybody, from the bottom of my heart and standing here in front of the 1,300 people who make this game possible. Thank you for joining us for Citizencon. Come back tomorrow, 11 a.m. Pacific. We'll see you then. Day one was great. You ain't seen nothing yet. Take care, everybody.
Okay, guys, what do you think?
Wow. Wow, wow, wow.
I'm loving that star map.
Got one star map now.
Yeah. And just the interior maps, and it all seamlessly goes together. Oh.
Yeah, we're looking at Squadron 42 actively, let's be honest here.
Yeah, that was definitely Squadron 42.
That had to have been Squadron 42. They've been showing us the whole time.
Well-
All that shit had to be. No fucking
Okay, Mike, your take.
I put an image inside of the chat here that exactly represents what I feel right now.
What cockpit is that?
Which one is that?
It's the one, yeah, that one right there.
The goofy one?
Yeah. It's Adam Sandberg with the Jizz in My Pants video. Look, I'm gonna be real. Like today, I am trying my absolute best to be as grounded and as realistic as possible.
Agreed.
I know that we will most likely see this stuff not within the next couple of months, but probably a year out.
Yep. It's coming quick, I think.
I would say certain things will drop within the year, but certain things are gonna just come and happen, you know?
Well, I would say, you know, ships and stuff like that obviously will come in within the next 2 months. Like, obviously, in the next 2 months, we're going to see a lot. So that's fine with me, right? I'm talking, like, so the star map, they still got a few more tweaks to do on it. That'll come probably within a year. The Vulkan integration will probably be within 6 months. Server meshing, I could see that being within 6 months.
What fucking ships are they? Like, what's the ship that's like a teardrop? Looks like a chunky redeemer. I have no idea what that is.
Did you? What? Are you talking
What is that?
Chunky Redeemer.
Yeah, from the.
Oh,
Golden ship.
that's
Like,
the
what is
breacher
that?
ship. That's the one with the penis.
The Legionnaire.
That comes out.
The
Yeah, Legionnaire.
Oh, is that really? Wow, dude, it went over my head totally. And then there's another ship that looks like a. Oh, I know what that one is, but I didn't know what that one was. I was very intrigued by that.
Okay, Scott, you're bringing up the sandworms, and that,
He was throwing them.
Forget about them.
I won't even touch that. And Star Map beginning 2025, I don't think so.
Well, I mean, that's not an unrealistic thing. We were literally on the precipice of 2024. In 2025, it could happen.
It could happen. It could happen, but
it'd be huge.
I think it's sooner than that.
Soon, there are things that are coming in 3/22, and that's year end.
Yeah.
I see Squadron 42 in the next 5 years.
No shit, Sherlock.
I think it'd be a lot sooner than that, my friend. Way a lot
think?
sooner than that.
Well, that's me being conservative, not knowing anything, because I know nothing about game development. I've only made like one GUI.
Well, I'm gonna tell you right now that
I don't think the BMM is going to be in 3/22.
no, hell no,
No.
I don't know why anybody would think that.
No.
I liked everything that was shown and presented, and I was totally thrown for a flip on the Zeus.
Okay.
I had no idea on that.
So I'm going to wrap up what I was saying is
Go ahead.
Effectively, replication layer obviously coming. I'm happy about that.
Mm-hmm.
Here's what really blew me away: the fact that we even saw a live demonstration of server meshing We saw the engine improvements, which is awesome. The Vulcan saying, okay, yeah, it's coming in. We just got to fix this one or two things. Okay. The star map update is probably top of my list right now because I was just flabbergasted on how amazingly good that was.
Mm-hmm.
That was phenomenally good. So, I know I got one more thing that I believe I got to double check. Oh, and then of course the engineering thing too. That's the server meshing, engineering, and the star map. My top 3 today, hands
Agreed.
down.
Sure. I'm not gonna lie, I was really impressed with the water.
The only thing I didn't really like so much per se about the star map is how it was in that circle. Everything was all kind of wasn't open more. It seemed like, I mean, it looks like it works great and it's supposed to do everything, but how they had it when you were looking at the screen, everything was all in that circle.
Kind of zoned.
Yeah.
Well,
like if you were focused on one planet.
Look at it like this. Okay, look at it like this. What we have now, we see everything.
Yeah.
And we've got to go into it. Personally, if I was in space, show my location, I don't mind scrolling out.
I agree.
I don't mind the scroll out. What kills me about the star map is right now that when people are in one place, you can't get a location.
No.
Because you've got so many people in your party on your markers. Okay? If somebody drops one marker, okay? And you're able to see that one marker instead of the whole party, that's cool.
I believe you could do that because they mentioned you can share markers, and I'm like wondering if that could be like when they say that, it could be like a thing at that moment where you were like, hey guys, look, here's a waypoint, because you know on like some games you can like put a marker and everyone can see it. Wonder if that could be in a way where they can have it to where it's like that's a marker that you can set to show for everyone for a set amount of time so they can jump there or see it for a long time.
Okay. As far
That would be nice.
I do. Oh, give me a second, Alex. Everybody in the chat is wanting to know which Zeus model you're getting. Okay, I'm gonna say I'm getting the Explorer. That's replacing the Galaxy because of the fact that I think that ship is going to come faster than the Galaxy at this point.
No, that is a fair assumption to make.
With
next 2 months, I think.
With Turbulent on the case, they've already got it in gray box or white box phase.
Gray box. No, it was white box. Yeah.
Okay, I think that ship is going to come sooner than the Galaxy because of the fact that they're working on the Perseus. Turbulent is working on the Zeus right now.
So you're thinking that the Perseus would come before the Galaxy?
The Polaris is going to come before the Galaxy.
Yeah, correct.
But we're in gray box on the Galaxy right now.
Yeah.
I agree.
So the next one is going to be the Galaxy, and that's going to be in white box. With Turbulent on the case, I think they're going to get that ship out before the other.
No, I thought the Galaxy was already in white box.
No.
Yeah, didn't they show it in white box?
Yeah, the Galaxy was
The
in
Galaxy?
white box. Well, no, they showed the Polaris in
They
white
sh-
box.
No, they showed the Polaris in gray box. They showed and a few months ago they showed the Galaxy in white box.
Yeah, those CCUs, you're right, Artec, they are going to go up big time.
I don't know, but I think that we'll see something tangible very quickly from Turbulent. So
I agree.
The way the pipeline is going on the RSI ships right now, we know that the Polaris is close. The Galaxy second, and then the Perseus third. I think that the Zeus is going to come in between those two.
Between the Galaxy and the Perseus?
The Galaxy and maybe
The Polaris?
The Polaris.
This is a very, very exciting time, especially for all the RSI ships that are coming on, because there's a lot of big heavy hitters.
And
like,
go ahead.
I wouldn't say groundbreaking, but game-changing ships. Like, you're getting a ship now, like, that can do 2 different things for combat, which is pretty significant.
Well,
for like dampening and jamming.
Okay, but look at this. Look at this.
I mean, that's pretty big.
The Zeus
multi-crew too.
Well, okay.
Well,
now I lost
not yet,
my thought. Now I lost
They're
my thought.
selling the Zeus as
You're talking about the Zeus.
pack, eh? For 425.
You were talking about the Zeus, Shadow?
No, wait a minute.
The Zeus is the new Cuddy Black 2.0.
Ty's trying to get in. Hold on. He says he can't join. He should be able to join.
Honestly, you're not wrong about that for what that is.
Mm-hmm.
Because, I mean, there's still going to be use cases for that other ship, but
let me send.
I was just blown away.
Let me send Ty a quick invite for him.
So yeah, they put the Cutter as a twin pack here on packs, and the Zeus as a trio pack on the packs on this website.
Yeah, I'm tempted to like go for the trio. I don't know. I
Okay.
just dropped a bit of money today.
With that, I did grab a Cutter scanner so I can try that out, see what it's like.
When the fuck do I get paid again? I don't even remember.
It was $45 for the Cutter.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Which is a good price.
Mm-hmm.
For what it does, that's really good for what that ship does.
It's a good price. Now, for a concept new ship upgraded for an Explorer, 135 is not bad.
We're getting 4 space Doritos, just so you guys know.
But look at the price on that ship compared to the Galaxy.
Oh yeah.
The Galaxy was, what was it, Mike? $380?
300.
320 plus the cost of the module.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that's right. The module is separate.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
So
I didn't jump on that ship because I was so uncertain of the module stuff. I just had no idea about it. So I didn't jump on it.
Well, this is the thing too. They need to finish up the modularity for that ship to be viable. And this is why the Apollo had so many issues. And also the Retaliator and all of this, because they didn't get the modularity right. They said they finally fixed it. So that's why the Apollo is now in white box.
Retaliator's made by RSI, right?
No.
I think that's Aegis.
Is it Aegis? They had another ship there that looked like a Retaliator, and I didn't know what the hell that one was.
Yeah, it's definitely a Retaliator.
It's gonna be a Tally variant for sure.
But they said all RSI ships. That's why I was confused. Like all those ships were RSI, weren't they?
Maybe not that specific
Oh, okay,
portion.
never mind. Okay, then that was the wrong one.
No. What they said is they were focused on RSI.
Yes.
Then you gotta remember that doesn't mean that they're not going to be doing other ships as well. Like for example, the Drake Scout they just put out.
But that was Turbulent that did that ship.
Mm-hmm.
And look what they did. Turbulent is knocking stuff out of the park, man. Well, they're not Turbulent anymore. Okay.
Well, Montreal. You just call them the Montreal team, I guess.
Yeah.
Montreal team. That's Canuck team.
We didn't see anything for mining, any mining ships, which is fine.
The mining ship will be revealed in IE.
Oh yeah, that's right. That's right.
So it's an RSI mining ship.
What'd you guys think of the quad launch of size 10 torps in rapid succession?
Yes.
I missed that.
That was
I had
pretty
to step
sick.
away.
Dude, it just murked Idris.
That was like, it made it look like a fucking light fighter was shooting at the Idris and just, you know what I mean?
Well, I came in on the last part of that. So
Yeah.
you're saying to me that the Polaris multi-fired the
It
torpedoes?
shot for
It
like
murdered
the
the
light
Idris.
fighter.
Oh.
Yeah,
And also
pulled it
launched
fast.
a Gladius out of it.
It was a
Mm-hmm.
Scorpius. I caught that part.
Scorpius, yeah.
Well, that's right.
Yeah,
Scorpion.
it shot those size 10s, and they showed a view right before they were shooting, like on the inside. They started from the back and it went up towards like the front. And when you viewed the torps, the damn torps are about as long as a fucking Gladius.
Okay, so it is confirmed by CIG the Polaris will be out by the end of the year.
Fuck.
Where'd that hit? That
Where'd
just
you
hit
see
the
that?
Sun News?
Didn't they
They
say
said that in
that
the-
that would be at the end of the year? Certain ones?
No.
They had a few ships for the end of the year that'll be out.
Yeah, no.
The ones
They
that were in
said
gray.
Okay.
When they were showing the box, remember they were showing all the different boxes for the ships there, and the ones that were in the gray, I think it was. He says the rest of those ships should be out by year's end. if I
Okay.
remember.
Let me look.
Let me go back and check.
yeah, they did not give a timeline. They said it was going to be out within the next 12 months. They did not say it was going to be out by the end of the year.
Okay, 12 months. Okay,
What
hold
ship
on.
Yeah.
is this ship? I don't even know what this one is. The ship that came on at 6:39. It's the golden one above the Polaris. Like I said, it's the
Golden
Polaris.
one above the Polaris. What?
Is that the Polaris?
Okay,
So
I'm going to have to review that section.
it's where it says Squadron 42 vehicles. The Idris will leave the owners alongside, and below it, it shows a gold ship, like a golden background. I'm assuming that is a Polaris.
That is a Polaris.
Okay. Because I was trying to like figure out, okay, that was the Polaris, and above that, it had other pictures I saw of other ships.
Yeah,
Those
the
they're
golden
gone.
path or the golden ticket or something for certain ships to be pressed on, right?
Yeah, there was some stuff there. Now they're disappeared. What the shit happened to them? Or is it in the general chat?
Okay.
In the Citizen general chat. It's the Polaris, the Galaxy, the Tally, and the Legionnaire. Is what's up there.
I'm shocked that the Legionnaire is something that was
Hold
something
on,
I would
gotta
not
go
expect.
to leaks for a second.
They didn't. So the.
Who makes the Legionnaire?
I'm sorry. What?
Who makes the Legionnaire again?
I think that's RSI.
No.
Really? Huh.
Anvil
No?
or
No,
Aegis.
it's Anvil.
Oh,
Anvil.
fucking site just crashed in on me. Shit.
Everybody's tripping over the Polaris.
Right as that fucking ship, like right before it dropped, I hit refresh and the fucking ship popped up before they even said it, and I was like, whoa! I was like, whoa.
There's 324 messages about Citizencon in leaks.
What?
Holy shit.
Well, it's covered all day too. So.
Yeah. Somebody said,
I
bruh.
was, I was reading looking at some of the pictures that Dyer sent, and there were some really cool, like, images of some gear from, like, new gear coming in for, like, heavy armor stuff that I saw, which was, what caught my eye was the temperature rating of them, minus 80 to 245 degrees C.
Okay. The Zeus ES has the specs out.
You said the Legionnaire?
The Legionnaire. The Banu Merchantman, I'm going to say this. Even though we don't know where the status is on that ship, I say it's coming. It's going to come. I give it another 2 years. My thought only because of the fact that they got a team built on it now, so hopefully it'll drop.
What ship?
The BMM.
Yeah. 2 years, I think that's optimistic.
You think?
That's fair. That's fair.
Yeah, I think it's optimistic. So here's my logic behind that. They're
ahead.
doing all the RSI ships.
Yeah.
They haven't assigned anybody to the BMM, at least publicly.
Okay.
There's some new UI elements in the PU. Yeah.
What? Oh, go ahead.
Yeah. That ship's so large. Unfortunately, it's almost. It needs a lot of the rest of the art to be done to it.
True.
I could see it being more like 2.5 to 3 years before it's out.
Okay. Well, I hate to have to still wait for my Perseus.
What?
Okay. They're
talk about the
going. They're going with. Somebody's asking about the Perseus. You've got to go with the largest ship, and that makes sense. The larger ship is the Polaris. So, going down in succession, because assets can be used in each ship as it goes down the line, the Perseus will be the fastest one out of the bunch. It's the last of the line, but it's going to be quicker because the assets and how they're going to use them will be quicker. So the Perseus will come out pretty fast compared to the Polaris and the Galaxy. Just my thought. But the first time is the hardest, the second time is easier, the third time is the easiest.
Perseus is gonna be a pretty cool ship when they launch that.
Yes, because you're going to go crazy until it comes out.
No, I was saying like it's gonna be pretty crazy to see, as in like when they with what they do to the Polaris and then they do the Galaxy and then you get the Polaris or the Perseus. I mean, they've worked on like 2 ships similar, to it, and then you see what they get final product out of like the Dorito ships. I'm just gonna use that term for that. Should be interesting.
But I look at it like this: the Polaris and the Perseus, their models are very close together to me.
I could see stuff getting knocked out quickly for Galaxy and all that stuff. Like because like I feel like that like they said the progress they said would based on what they had, they planned on like that's what their focus was. And I'm like thinking, well shit, we're gonna be seeing those quicker than anticipated, I feel. I have no like basis for a timeline at this date.
Ty, you in here with us?
Yeah, I'm here waiting. Are we doing this or what?
Okay. Give us your thoughts. Your boots on the ground. Talk to us.
Did you want to see some of the boobs?
The boobs?
Say what?
Do you guys want to see some of the boobs? Get your brains out of the gutter. Boobs with the THS.
Yeah, shoot what you got.
I would love to see some boobs.
Okay, I'm gonna bring him up. Okay, bringing him up, bringing the Discord over, and there we go. Gotcha. Okay.
Please, sir, may I have some pixels?
We can't hear you. He's lost the audio.
It's probably not the greatest because he's at a place that's probably so busy with people on the phones right now.
Yeah.
Oh god, yeah. Everyone's shitting bricks, bro.
We can see you, we can't hear you. He's trying again.
Yeah, he's trying. Yeah, that was really exciting. When did it all start today? I sat down to watch it. I'm like, oh, okay. And then it was like midday, and look at the clock. It's like, for me, it's 8 o'clock.
There he is. I mean,
I'm so glad to go get beer.
I was.
No, not that. I'm not saying that was a bad thing. It was great passive time.
And Mike and I were talking, and and we all talked about it. you got to keep your expectations to a minimum. Okay, because if things don't come to fruition right off the bat, you're going to be upset. Everybody is. But for what we saw, we actually saw server meshing in a demo working.
Yep.
That is
There's
huge.
hope for it working.
That, Alex, we saw it.
Yeah. That's what I said. That was working. That was good. I was agreeing.
That is exciting, but until we get it, you got to keep your expectations to a minimum.
Well, I think we have a form of it, don't we?
No.
The replication layer, don't we?
No.
All right, can you guys hear me now?
We got you.
Yes,
Mike.
I can hear you.
Okay, N321. Is there a working model of the replication layer being separated?
I think that's 321.1 is when they're working on that.
Yeah.
Okay. Hey, Ty. We
Can you
got
hear
you.
me now?
Yeah, we can hear
Awesome. Awesome. Fantastic. Okay. We brought the camera around.
you. All right. A little pixelated, but it's all good, man. I appreciate you being boots on the ground for us.
All right, so right here, start off, we've got the ASUS Republic of Gamers booth. They've just got a little demo going on here. PCK set up here. Yeah, push out there. Which I really want, but cannot afford at all. It's not about all right, we've got several ward booths. Let's see, some of the interesting stuff right over here. We have Lego Bengal here.
That bingo carrier. Yeah.
Sorry.
That is cool. I'm going to say that.
There's just tons.
That's pretty sick.
Would the video look better horizontal on stream?
Probably.
There you go.
Is that better?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, much better.
Much better. Thank you.
All right. You're welcome. I can take you, actually. So, did you guys see some of the costumes?
Some of the pyro stuff?
No, the costumes. They had the cosplay contest. Were
Yeah.
you guys watching that?
Yeah, we watched it. We just had the sound turned down, but yeah, we watched it.
Oh, they had some fantastic costumes. All right, so I wanted to show you guys some of this right here. How's my sound right now?
Good.
Sounds good.
Sounds good.
Ooh.
All right.
I see you cracking.
I'm trying to find one of the booths, guys. It's free to tell you
They
about.
got a Perseus. Buy it for me, please.
This was your first Citizencon, Salty Gravy? This is my second, and it's my second virtual. I would have loved to have gone to this one, but it is what it is.
The Kraken.
Dude, that thing is so crazy.
Yeah, let me give you a good spot.
Man, I can't wait till that thing's in game.
What is that?
Richard, I'm also Sir Belial. I'm
Let me know, because I've got the earbud in my other ear. Let me know if you need him to speak up.
Yeah.
Apologies. So I am Sir Belial. I am a leader of the organization Imperium. We're about a 4,000 member organization. We helped put this together. We have a fantastic modeling team. So we have 1 to 500 scale ships, and it's all looking all right. We did have some minor accidents this morning, but hopefully it's come together.
That's pretty cool.
Tell him we appreciate him showing it to us, man.
Let's show them some fun. Show them this one.
I know, but I'm gonna get to the good one
Is
last.
that a Is that a Perseus?
Where?
Show
Where?
show Alex a Perseus.
I saw there's one on the
Please.
table. Hi, buy it for me. I'll pay you money to buy it.
All right. So what he said is all of these are 1 to 500 scale model replicas.
Oh, wow.
What ship is this one? I don't recognize. What ship is
mining
this?
ship.
This one?
That's the Orion.
That's the Orion. All right. And then, okay, here's the Perseus.
There you go, Alex.
I'll use this to help, where you see it.
And that's a Kraken.
Yeah, it's fucking.
Yeah,
cool.
there's a Kraken, and they have a 1 to
beautiful
500 model of the 727 just to show you how big it is.
Jeez.
Because all of these models.
Look how like the Orion is just massive.
So you can see how the settings.
Like 4 Gladiuses make up one.
We're gonna move on to the big event. They had a minor accident, so the engines are gone, but they have got a Bengal carrier.
Wow. Look at that. Scale.
Yeah, you put a 747 on it.
Oh, you
That
could probably
really
end
puts
the
into
tracking
perspective
on it.
how freaking massive this
Look,
thing
they got Gladys sitting on there too.
Look at those fucking guns right there. Like, those are the size of the Gladius. What size are those? Size 10 cannons?
Size, oh my god.
Can I take the plank? So yeah.
Jeez, look at that.
Holy
Wow.
The gun is as
Oh,
big as a
Jesus
freaking.
Christ.
Oh
my
Look at that gun!
Gun down there, bro.
Oh my god.
And there's more to it. There are pieces that have fallen off or broken.
Rest in peace, Crusader C1.
Thank you very much.
You're gonna be in space dropping nukes with your bomber on this thing, bro.
I have been taking pictures. I will post pictures. Hi.
Awesome.
Let me find.
This is amazing, dude.
Could you hear the dude? Could you hear the dude that was speaking? Was I holding the mic close enough?
Yeah, we heard him.
Sorta.
Yeah, we heard him.
All right. Just take a look at this. The whole place is set up to look like it's on room station.
Man.
Right. And the booths. The
booths.
The booths have been decorated. It's stunning. This
So cool.
is an armor shop.
Oh, Tavarin. Tavarin chest plate.
Alex wants to know.
Oh my god, look at that. Look at that. That is
so
the rare Christmas mask.
I had one of those in Game Shadow. I found it in a cave.
I know.
Would you guys like to speak to the booth attendants?
Wow. Look at that chest plate. That's so cool.
This is so cool.
They seem pretty busy here. I might circle back. You guys want
It's
to
the
do?
big bear head.
back,
Somebody got a
go
big bear head.
That Tavarin helmet is awesome.
That's sick.
Be right back.
Wow.
Shit, look at her chest plate while you playing. Yeah, I was with you when you got that helmet, Alex.
Which one?
Hold on.
That with the Christmas ornaments hanging off of it.
Oh yeah, you remember
about your booth?
Boobs? Which boobs?
What?
Was it just me or that lady on like the stream? Like,
My boobs?
was something, what was wrong with her boobs?
Especially in art department.
You could like tell there was something there, but like I didn't read into it or anything. I was just like, something's off, but I'm not gonna question.
I thought I was the only one.
I was telling Zero about that.
Every one of those people Yeah. have been told, you're the
I
most
think she's
amazing artist
species,
in the
but I don't blame her.
They're now taking out that. The whole
Really like that arrow helmet that they have, especially the that pirate helmet there too. That's really cool. Dude, I'm not gonna lie, the three Zeus concepts or the three Zeus variants that they have presented, I mean, they're all three are really good. You can't go wrong with either one you get.
Yeah, I'm currently back and forth on what I want to buy, whether I want to buy one of the Zeus variants or a VR headset to play Star Citizen in VR.
No.
Super was trying to.
Oh my God!
me
They got a picture of Hurston, or statue of Hurston. Wow.
Wow. They I forget what it was. They were trying to. I lost train of thought.
Okay. Did we lose Ty? Or we still?
I think we lost him.
We are out of control. No.
There was something I wanted to fucking mention. I can't remember what it was. Oh well. Lost train of thought.
Yeah, we lost him. Okay. Gonna move off here.
Oh, that's what it was. No, go ahead, Shadow.
Okay, we got some new stuff. Okay, there was. So I played Pyro. This is from Joe. I played Pyro. My first impressions are meh. We got about 20 minutes and we got to Bloom. And Pyro 5 looks like all outposts are the same, just reconfigured in different layouts. Missions are the same as Stanton. There are anomalies and mass corneal junctions. Pyro is on 3.21 code base, so nothing new. Just reskin Stanton for the most part, but beautiful. I'll be playing more tomorrow and recording it, posting footage. I tried to take pictures of star map, Pyro star map, but it was hard. We did see that.
Hi, am I back in?
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
Discord, like the entire app froze up. It locked up my phone. I had to restart.
Okay.
Oh wow.
All right, let's try this again.
Okay, bringing it back over.
How much is the lady?
Okay, if you flip it around, we can see it. When Zeus releases, the prices will go up in all 25 issues.
Would like to try again?
Yeah. This was good.
Tell me about the basics. Oh, but I don't think she wants to be a spokesperson. I think there's.
What is this booth, anyways?
Well,
I honestly think there's a bit of a language gap. I don't think she.
But guys, I got it. Ty, appreciate you doing this with us, man. This was awesome.
Yeah, this is sweet.
Definitely tomorrow. We'll hook up again and get everything all squared away, and we'll go with that. That Starfarer is cool.
That is good.
Yeah, we won't have any time after the event, so it'll have to be 9 a.m.
Yeah, no worries. No worries. No worries. It'll be easier now that we know that it'll work with the phone.
Quality looks really good.
I did want to show you guys this right here. There are 3 pieces of in-game flair that you get with the digital goodies pack. and they are building it.
Yeah, isn't that the one
They've
that
been here all day.
can
They've been
you?
here all day just building stuff.
Yeah, isn't that they print those? They 3D print those out.
No, these are in-game digital assets.
Hmm.
But they're building them at the convention for us to watch.
Oh, okay.
So I bet. Would you guys like to hear from one of the Star TV guys here?
That'd be really cool if you don't mind.
I'll ask if they. Yeah.
Hey. It's a sick red.
Looks like a. Who makes that? Lakeside or Lakeland or something?
Oh, what? No, that looked like a Lian Li 011 dynamic, didn't it?
To my phone, so it's streaming about what. Just I'll hold the mic up. You just speak. It's an earbud. Do you mind? Sorry. Just talk to them about what you guys are doing here.
We can barely hear him, but that's okay.
Yeah, we can hear him.
Yeah.
That's all right.
Just seeing it is cool, man. I appreciate it so much.
I know what that is. It's a space bong. It's not a lantern.
Really?
I need a space bong. It's gotta have aliens all over it, though.
E.T. phone home.
Yeah, but that's amalgamated and that's in pyro.
Oh.
Looks like they do a lot of 3D stuff, eh?
Mm.
Gotta get Peaches on. She gets to test the A1 with me.
No, I appreciate it. I'm not going to hang out here all day. Thanks.
Yeah, no worries, man. It's all good. This was awesome.
Where's the producer? We need to cheer this up. Oh, one last thing that you should get a look at is the pyro area that they've got.
We saw a little bit of it, Ty, but we didn't get a really good look at it.
I'm not sure you guys understand the scale of this thing.
Oh, please,
Right.
Ty, because I was trying to explain to them earlier, how big it was from my perception of what's been explained, but there's no reference when you look at the star map to judge it.
Your perception
probably
of the
wrong.
pyro. No, that's not what I'm talking about. Your perception from what little they showed is not big enough. Hold on. This
They spend a lot of money on them computers.
is
and
the
those
pyro
BKB sticks.
experience area.
Mm-hmm.
That is one row. Right?
Yeah.
And each table has a PC at the head, the foot, and down each side.
Imagine the fucking heat in there. Holy shit.
Don't they have BKB
Yeah.
sticks on all of them too?
Looks like
It looks like it.
So the money they spent on all those computers and BKB sticks, man, they could.
I don't think they spent money on these computers. I'm pretty sure this is sponsored.
Probably.
They were provided the equipment, but it is just a huge amount of. There's got to be over $100,000 worth of. Probably 200,000 with all the peripherals and everything worth of gear here.
Agreed.
This is
that's impressive.
That's awesome.
That's it. All I know is that's a lot of money just sitting right there.
All right, so Shadow, you sounded like you were trying to wrap up earlier. Do you want to wrap up, or do you want to keep going this?
I'm getting ready to wrap up because I got my new modem in, and I'm gonna set it up and get it done. So I'll be ready for tomorrow.
You also been
All right.
streaming for 8 hours, so YouTube might cut it on you too. I don't know how long they let you.
Well, it lasts 12 hours.
Oh, is it 12 now?
Yeah.
Oh wow, that's impressive.
So
All right.
yeah.
Well, in that case, I'll save the rest of it for tomorrow morning, 9 a.m.
All right, man. You take it easy. Thanks a lot, Ty. Appreciate
Thank you,
you
Ty.
being boots on the
Happy to
ground.
do it.
Be
You guys
safe,
have a
my
good
guy.
night.
Take it easy. Enjoy.
Thank you, Ty.
All
It's
right.
like so cool to be able to see all that.
That was cool.
I would have loved to gone, but
This is like our special COVID one.
But
Is this thing a typewriter?
somebody's already talking about what the really
What?
something about. Wait a minute. A racing Zeus? Oh, hell no.
Who said racing Zeus?
Okay, let's
The ST. It's the racing variant. It's the Zeus ST.
Wait.
get out, man.
Yeah,
What?
Yeah, that's what I'm seeing too.
Get out.
And the Star Citizen tracker? Wait a minute. Oh.
No.
Come on, man. I don't have enough money.
No, they did not touch that. Okay.
Racing. What the fuck are you gonna race this thing? This thing's gonna go across the sky at like 2,000? What?
A racing Zeus? Seriously?
Oh, I don't know about that.
Now, the MSR in lore did go as a racing ship. For a special run. I don't see that yet. But anyway.
It does look like there's another Fury coming.
Yeah, there is.
We just got a Racing Fury, so let me open this up a little bit. I'm looking at the Explorer, the Bounty, and a Cargo. Now, the Cargo, the Zeus, is the CL. And a Tractor Beam. Okay.
Oh, what's that? I don't even know what the fuck that is in that first picture from Radium. I don't even know what that is.
We don't know yet.
It looks like some kind of weird MPUV of some sort.
And then
Without
the second picture to the right, I have no idea what that is either.
That's an Argo ship.
Oh. Then there's a, well, you can clearly tell that that's one of those
This
fishbowl ones.
ES is going to be awesome.
There's speculation right now all over the internet that second ship you're referencing is a Crusader fighter of some sort because it's got the Crusader VTOLs going on.
That
Oh,
could be the one we were talking about. We need a starter ship. Could be. I'm
Be a
going to do
pretty
a
sick
refresh
ship.
real quick.
What's the other variant of the Retaliator? Like, not the bomber, but that one's supposed to really be like a gun platform or something?
There's like a regular fighter version and then a troop transport version.
Huh.
And they're all
Interesting.
modular.
Interesting. I
I'm
was looking on the
going
store
to
for
say that ES is looking sweet.
ES one.
Did you see how many shields it has?
How many does it have?
Let me see. I put that in the chat earlier. ES has 4 size 2s.
Holy crap.
Why?
Yeah. The rest of them have 3 size 2s.
Well, it's an Explorer ship, and that makes sense.
Yeah, I did say it said like has some versatility for weapons and shields and stuff like other advanced, like gives it a leg up over the other two for the things that they present. To balance them, I guess. Yeah.
It's going to be a sweet ship. That ship is beautiful for what it is. Just going to say.
My man Radium coming in clutch over here. He gave me a Perseus.
Oh. There's
family affair.
There's the interior of the ES. 32 SCUs, one size 3, radar size 3, 4 size 2 shields, a crew of 3.
Interesting. Yeah. Based on what Ty said about the size of Pyro, I'm very curious because it's very hard to get the just of size on it.
Now, this is the CL there, cargo variant, 128. One size 2 tractor beam.
Where's that guy at, Shadow, for that PDF you're looking at on their website?
Yeah.
Let me go and find that shit. I gotta.
But
info. Real all extras, I guess.
this is going to be a cool ship when it comes out. But from what I gather, Gortok said that you get the A1 as a loaner for it.
You get to see all that stuff for those.
So I'm gonna go take a look at the cutter, the new cutter, before I jump off here. Here comes the Cutter Scout. And this one is flyable right off the bat.
Yeah, flyable in game.
Concept, buying options, technical overview, media, no.
Scout the universe.
Details page. I gotta go to that details.
Scanning. And it has missiles.
Yeah, so does the other cutter. It's got missiles.
The original?
Yeah.
Never used it.
So, I'm looking here, Shadow, for like at the Zeus, and I'm just looking for like the PDF. Guess it's the detail page? No.
It's in Comlink. You actually have to go to the main RSI page, and that little scroller that's going through. Yeah, where it says like Citizencon, then the next one is Citizencon Digital Goodies Pack, stuff like that. The third one says introducing the RSI Zeus Mark II. You click on that link, and it takes you to Comlink.
I just put the link in chat.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, let me copy that.
There is. We're gonna open this up.
Shit, it just downloaded instantly.
Okay.
All right.
We're gonna technical specifications.
What was the one? I saw the one that Shadow was looking at was the freaking. He had like the racing one, which was interesting to me.
I didn't see that.
Yeah, you had it up on your screen. I saw it.
Yeah,
it was a racing tab.
Yeah, but I don't know where that came from. That came from leaks, so I don't.
Yeah, it came from leaks. It's in
Oh, never mind. I don't trust that then.
Yeah, it's in the SC tracker.
Okay. I was gonna say I can't trust that then.
Okay. Technical specs, and there's your war bonds offer. Nightfall paint, credit offers, $50 for credit, and if you decide to get it war bond, you get LTI on it and a paint. So there's your options for that, but the
Yeah, I'm willing to see what your pledge store looks like. You got concierge level.
yeah,
They have
what,
few
my
different
pledge
things
store?
Yeah, on the RSI because you have concierge level.
Yeah, what about it?
I'm curious, what's that $15,000 concierge package come with?
Oh,
it comes with the 890 jump, and what else comes with it?
I think it's got an Idris P in there.
There's a $15,000 one. Oh,
yeah,
Shadow must have
in the
stuff
store.
that I
It's in
don't
the
have.
pledge store. I seen it on. I seen this buddy's website or video yesterday, and he was going through the pledge store, not the concierge one, the normal one, and it came up and
Okay, this is the Interceptor pack. It's
only thing I see is the Convoy pack.
So, those aren't the most expensive packs.
no, there's larger ones.
There's a $50,000. Yeah, there's a $50,000 pack that unlocks. You have to essentially you have to spend like $20,000 just to see it.
Yeah.
And it's like it blows my mind. I think what they did was they created those packages for people who are investing into the like legitimate investors, or like angel investors. They just would buy that. But there are people out there that just straight up bought everything.
Stuff. Yeah.
What's after Grand Admiral? I'm about to get the next rank.
What's after Grand Admiral?
It's Space Marshal.
Space Marshal.
Because it says I'm 73%. It says Grand Admiral at 73%.
So
Concierge levels are High Admiral, Grand Admiral, Space Marshal, Wing Commander, Praetorian, and Legatus Navium. Although, I kind of argue that the rewards for each level is not that great.
No, not at all.
So you got two. You've got the original cutter, and you've got
I'm
the
just a High
variant
Admiral.
now.
Yeah, I'm just a High Admiral, so.
Yeah, I'm just wondering if I should pull the trigger
Just.
on that thing.
Say again, Road Rash.
I'm just wondering if I should pull the trigger on that thing.
On the
variant.
cutter,
Yeah.
the variant.
Yeah, it's a pretty good ship.
It's. I'm gonna say this, for
I love my cutter.
a variant with LTI, okay. If you're into the LTI thing, and supposedly what this ship does compared to the other, okay, $45 when the cutter was $40, Mike.
Yeah, it's 45 right now.
Yeah, 40, 45.
I've just noticed recently a lot of the prices.
It's a good starter ship. It's a good starter ship. This is the only. I'm gonna say this. I'm not. You all know I'm not a major fan of Drake ships.
I love them because they just look so mechanical and so
Yeah,
industrial.
well, everybody has their preferences. I'm just gonna say that. I'm not gonna get into that because that's like another kettle of fish. But
no, that's fine.
It's an opinion, and as a starter ship, as a starter for $45, I would get this over the Aurora any day. Any day as a starter package. Because the regular cutter holds 4 SCU, you've got a bed, you've the
best quant tank.
Yeah, the quantum tank on that ship is amazing. And then you've got your scout, okay? You bring your scout into it. You've got something that some don't have, okay? You've got scanning capabilities, and they've actually put that in the game where you can actually scan. This wasn't here before when the cutter came out. So this is new. And Mike can verify. There's some stuff.
I think it's cool with the scanning they have one. That's very, very unique.
I only bought it for the token, and then I think during IAE is when I'm really gonna probably buy something else that I really want.
Yeah, but I mean, at this point in time, for a directly flyable ship, right? And if they put this as a package with the game and the ship, it's a pretty decent deal.
Well, they always do a really good deal. Hell, they got that really good deal right now for this support with the Google Paint and stuff.
Well, look at it like this. Okay, let's go. Okay, here we go.
The starter pack right now is $45, and you get the paint, the spooky starter paint.
Yeah, but look at your starter pack right now.
Because that it cost me $60 to get the starter pack.
Okay, there's a Cutter's super spooky for
Yeah,
$45. Okay.
Yeah, that's a nice one. It's pretty cool.
Then you've got your Nomad. For
Yeah, I saw that.
For 71, okay.
I heard that's like a space truck. A coworker of mine at work. That's how he described it to me.
Look at what it comes with. Okay, unfortunately, it only has 6 months insurance, but it comes with the Artemex armor and the sniper rifle. Okay, but they've got to let people know that when it comes out and when you get into the game, those things can be lost until the next patch.
Yeah, they need to.
Okay.
I agree.
So this is where CIG needs to be a little bit more open about this pack right here.
You okay?
Just Just saying. Okay. But for $45, you can't beat it.
Yeah.
So
yeah, because I bought the which one is it here? The Arden SL. Was it the Archangel or the Rhyme? I think it was the Rhyme. I bought the Rhyme kit, the Arden SL Rhyme kit, the RRS.
Yeah.
And it came with the Bearing P6 sniper rifle.
Mm-hmm.
And I bought that. But I've worn it a few times. The gear, I haven't even fired a shot out of the sniper rifle yet.
Right. But I mean, to be fair, and Mike and Alex and people that have been here been in the game as long as I have, okay, for a game package of that price, with the ship, the game, armor set.
Yeah, that's a screaming deal.
It's a good price.
Mm-hmm. Too bad it's an ugly ship, in my opinion, and Nomad.
I don't prefer the Nomad, but a lot of people like it. But
I loved
What
it.
do I buy on the concierge page? I just added to the cart, and it says now I have cannot purchase more than one Zeus with the solstice per order. I didn't even place the order yet.
Interesting. But looking at the store right now, okay. Okay, I'm going to scroll down a little bit, and I'm going to go to the A1. Where is it? Okay, there's your paint, and that's what I'm looking at right now. Looking at paints. I don't want to look at paints, I want to look at standalones. Sorry about that, guys. Standalone ships. Alright, so for your prices, now they put the Cutlass Red in the store for $135. Here is the Scout Warbond, $45. Warbond without the paint, $45. The IAE Cutter. Okay, this is the Scout.
Oh, look at that. You get the concierge level 1, eh?
Yeah. And this one here, if you go into it, you get 10 years insurance on it. Okay? For $50.
Yeah.
Now,
but the other one comes with lifetime insurance for $45.
If you get, okay, there's another one. Okay. That's the Warbond. That's the Warbond one. You got to remember, there's that difference.
Well, what is the difference between Warbond
That's new cash.
Okay.
That's $45 new cash, and you get lifetime insurance on it. You can only buy a war bond with new cash.
Yeah, but see, I've got the IE variant there as myself.
Yeah.
Right? In my store as well for $50.
Yeah, and that is that's 10 years.
Yeah.
So there is the difference. Now,
Oh, update for you guys. It updated in the cart. It was being weird.
with the concierge level, I got the paint, right? And I got the lifetime insurance on it. And so it was $45. So there is a difference. But you have to get to concierge level to get that difference, or you can just buy it war bond and you get it.
Mm-hmm. You just don't get a paint.
Right. So let's go down to the spirit. Okay.
I spent $18.36. Wow, that's a lot of money.
Oh, Alex.
You're money bags, anyways.
I do not. Shadow makes more money than I do. Shit.
Right. Anyway. Okay. With the new ship, okay? I had $150 in store credit, right? I got a Zeus for 10 years. And under concierge level.
What?
Wait, say that again?
Okay.
How did you wait? That's a brand new ship. They should have lifetime automatically.
I use store credit.
Yeah, the lifetime is only war bond.
That's only war bond.
It's not always that way. It's sometimes. It's been more likely lately, but I remember all brand new ships being like.
That's how I got my LTI. Was as soon as it was
all of them had
put
LTI.
out.
So, for $135, if I bought it war bond, right, I would have got it lifetime insurance. But I didn't do that. I used my store credit, and I got it for $150, right, with 10 years. And I got my Cutter Scout with the war bond for $45. So I got lifetime on that. So it depends on what you want to do. All depends.
Jeez, I hope Super's camping trip's going good.
I sent him messages about what's going on. He's going to be back Sunday night, and I told him about the new ship and also the preview for Pyro, which starts on the 31st. So we'll see what happens. And I don't know how they're going to work the levels on that, but it's going to be cool. So for those that did not go to Citizencon, you will have the chance to do it. You got to be a tester. You got to be. Eventually, they'll open it up to everybody. I think.
Yeah.
So, we'll see what happens.
That just means it's a lot closer than we think. They're just gonna work out their bugs and get everything running and working. Once they figure out how to get this server meshing to work to get it system to system, then yeah, it'll be in game.
Well, it's got to be in scale. If Mike can back me up on this, what they're doing right now is only a certain portion. It's got to be scaled to the servers, if I'm correct. I'm not sure. Mike knows more of the technical stuff than I do.
No, what's the question?
when they put Pyro in the preview, it's got to be scaled to the servers for it to work correctly. If I'm correct, I don't know. You have to tell me on that.
Trying to understand. My
The
brain's
wording
trying.
is odd.
My wording
Yeah.
is strange. Okay. When they go PTU, it's scaled out to all the servers in that area, or for European and US when they first start doing it. Then when they go to all backers, they have to open it up to everybody. But isn't there a scaling type of thing that goes on with that? To
Oh,
match?
I think I see what you're saying. You're as even as PTU waves, every PTU wave, the idea is to scale out to a bigger portion of an audience.
Yes.
So whatever they're feature testing or something like that, when you get to PTU wave 3, that's everybody's allowed to test that.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I think that's what you're referring to.
Yes.
So it's running on the same servers the entire time. It's just how many people you're allowing at
Right.
on those servers.
Yeah.
Yep.
Forgive my horrible way of saying things, but that's basically what I was getting at. Right now, I'm just excited to see server meshing actually work. That was cool. That was one of the best parts of this part one of Citizencon. So, if anybody's got any questions, comments, please feel free. Throw it out there. Talk to us. We'll be back tomorrow. And we've been running almost 9 hours. So, it's been a good one. Anybody got any questions before I close this out and get set up with my new modem?
Looking forward to the space Doritos.
Oh man. Anyway,
they should make a pack.
For those that have purchased the new ships, you'll have your loaners in there. For those that have purchased the cutter, it is straight to flyable, so you'll be able to log in, check it out. What's the status on the servers right now? Anybody know anything?
They were working just fine a second ago when I was checking my cutter out.
We could check the live status. It says there's no issues.
Okay, is it janky? Is it?
No, like I said, it was perfectly fine when I was on there.
Cool. Alrighty. I hope you all enjoyed it today. This, like I said, this is my second Citizencon. I think, Mike, this is your 4th or 5th?
5th.
And Alex, I think this is your 2nd.
Is it?
I think. But anyway, there are
yeah, it is.
There are a few of us that have gone the route. We'll see what happens. And it was fun. I'll talk to you guys tomorrow. Shadow Spectre 11 with the crew and Mike and everybody, Road Rash, Zero Cool, Super. He was on. He was out with his family, taking care of some stuff, having a good time. We had. Really? Anyway. Thanks for A7, Brian, Mike, Radium.
Hello. Have a good night.
Road Rash.
Love you.
Joker and Zero Cool. Everybody take it easy. We'll see you tomorrow for part 2 of Citizencon. Take care.
Like and subscribe.
Have a good night.
Later. Hey, love you. Bye.
Bye.
Dang, this was a 9-hour stream. That's crazy.
I know. It is what it is.
Tomorrow's longer.
Is it what's your longest,
Oh crap!
Shadow?
My longest is 12.
Wow.